Okay, now hopefully it should connect to the right stream rather than hallucinating its own stream key. I don't know why it would do that. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, now we're finally live. We are finally live on both YouTube channels. Holy shit. Only had to fight with OBS for goddamn half hour. Uh, Unfortunately, I was using Streamlabs prior to OBS, even though it costs like $50 a month to use Streamlabs. I stopped using Streamlabs because we had a night where their servers weren't working and it dogged all of our live streams. Twitch, YouTube, etc. It fucked up all of the live streams because their servers were having a bad night. So I was like, well, you know what? We can get around that just by doing direct streaming through OBS rather than going through somebody else's server. But OBS sucks. It just sucks. It's full of bugs. And I spent like 38 minutes just trying to get a live stream running because of OBS bugs. That being said, we should be live on TikTok any second now. All right, bada bing, bada boom. We are live on TikTok now. Okay. I think we got everything live. We're opening the guest boxes. The guest box is open on TikTok and on YouTube. On TikTok, you know how to request. Hit that guest request in the bottom of the screen. If you're watching on YouTube, then there's a link in the description of the video. And there's also a link on the screen itself that you can manually type into your browser, and it can bring you into the guest request box, and we'll get you into the conversation. Now, with that, thank you for being patient, friends. We do have a couple super chats waiting for us. Chip says, "Praise Doug, the barbecue is about to begin." I hope so. I cannot stand fighting with software. Software should just work. You know what I mean? And Smack, thank you for the super chat. Says, "I'm still trying to understand how Paul could just reinvent Christian doctrine without people going, wait, what? None of the other literate Christians noticed or objective. What process was there to get new doctrine approved?" Well, there was no doctrine. That's what you have to realize, right? There was no doctrine. Like the early Christians didn't know Jesus. They didn't know Jesus's words. They had no idea what Jesus taught, right? So when Paul came around and said, "This is the official doctrine," what are they going to appeal to? They don't have the Gospels. They don't have it. They don't have anything there they can appeal to. They're just like, well, this fucking guy claimed to have met the resurrected Jesus. I guess we should listen to him. He seems to be authoritative, right? The disciples vouched for him, so we just have to listen to this guy. And Helping Mega says, "Praise Doug and Sharon for saving Justin from the rapture and the Tuesday night cookout." Well, we could use a good rapture. We could get some of these Christians out of here. We can finally make some progress. But yeah, no rapture tonight, friends. You have to maybe read those horrible Tim LaHaye books a few more times, and we can get a better understanding of when the rapture is going to be. Apparently, he got some kind of answer for that, and or just watch the really bad Kirk Cameron movies. Rational Muscle, thank you for the $200 super chat. That is huge, my friend. I really appreciate that. Rational says, "Former youth minister here, been binging your vids, man. They've helped in many ways. Just wanted to support you and say thanks. And maybe we can grab a beer one day." I would be completely down for grabbing a beer with a former youth pastor. Super, super big W for supporting the channel. And man, glad to hear you're along the way on your deconstruction journey. I'm going to grab one more super chat. We'll get our first guest in here. TTV says, "Feel like we feel like we have seen you less since you went full time. Good to see you." TTV, I understand where you would get that impression. Yeah. So it is true. I went full time and then like I had like 1 week, I don't know, maybe less than a week of streaming, and then I was on vacation with my son, and then I was streaming from another state. I'm finally back home, so you're going to be seeing a lot of me. So buckle up. The fun's just begun. Let's get Vass into the discussion. How you doing, Vass?
Hello, can you hear me? Is my mic working?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me double check. Can everyone on TikTok and YouTube hear the guest?
I've been having a lot of trouble with my mic recently, so I just wanted to make sure.
Right. Actually, your mic seems to be working really good. Let me do one thing. Double check all the audio is turned on. Yeah, it looks like everyone can hear you, so we should be ready to rock and roll. Vass, are you at least 18? And are you a believer?
I am 18 and I am not a believer, but I just wanted to thank you for doing what you do. Um, I caught you last night with Forrest, but the line accidentally hung up on me or their line failed or something. So I just wanted to say, I know your topic is your God is imaginary. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I noticed uh, a reoccurring theme with a lot of the theists you debate is a lot of them have an issue differentiating between descriptive and prescriptive language and
Mm-hmm.
words. Uh, and I thought that was, I don't know, maybe an important thing to distinguish between when talking on the subject. Not that I think you have that issue, but I feel like that's an area where a lot of theists get caught up. They confuse words for being prescriptive as opposed to just uh, it is what it is because it says it is. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Sure thing.
That was really all I wanted to talk about. But if you want to get on to other theists, I understand.
Yeah, man, it's debate time, so we gotta get debates going. But thanks for coming up, Vass. Good to hear from you.
No worries. Have a good day. I'll watch
Cheers.
the rest of your stream outside of this.
Appreciate it. All right. Well, we don't have any guests on TikTok yet, but we do have two guests in our YouTube queue. So looks like we're going to be pulling early from our YouTube queue. McDubbin, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says W, Forrest, and Justin on the line. Dream Team Power Duo. Hey, I appreciate that. And Forrest is dude, he's amazing. There's no other way to explain it. And stop this stupidity. Thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That's huge, my friend. I appreciate that. And John says, Justin, you just don't understand the software. Have faith. It works in mysterious ways. That's the problem. It doesn't work. Listen, if it worked and I just couldn't explain it, I'd be like, fuck, the software works in mysterious ways. But it doesn't fucking work. Every time I try to use it, I have to change some goddamn setting that shouldn't need to be touched, or it tells me I have to update a driver that doesn't actually exist. It's crazy. Our last one from our friend Steven. It says Mike Johnson was in Israel for the sacrifice of a red heifer, a necessary precursor to the rebuilding of the third temple in Jerusalem, except it wasn't the tribulation and the return of the Messiah or the Antichrist. Just to be clear, Stephen, there's not a single word in the Bible that lists the sacrifices of the red heifer as a precursor to the rebuilding of a temple or any such bullshit. It's not in there. It's not a thing. There's one passage in Numbers about the ritual sacrifice of the red heifer. There's no prophecy about it. There's nothing in the Bible that says before the Messiah comes you'll sacrifice a red heifer. This is like the most out of context, most vague, theoretical prophetic fulfillment literally ever invented. It's the largest cope there is in, like, we need to do this for the Messiah to come. All right, let's get in our next guest. It looks like it's going to be Krishna. Krishna, are you with us? Krishna, I don't think your microphone's turned on. In fact, it says you has no microphone. There's no microphone selected. You didn't select a microphone when you entered the room. I can select one for you. See if that works. Also, your reception is pretty slow.
Okay, is this okay?
Yeah, we got you now. Yep.
Okay, hi. First of all, praise Sharon. Um,
W Sharon.
I apologize for even doing this.
No worries.
I am a I'm a Hindu culturally speaking, not religious per se, and I'm a vegetarian, and I don't mind the barbecuing that you do,
Hey, I
and
appreciate that.
and the aroma is very pleasing to me. And I just wanted to say for many years I have been in this country as with just Hindu knowledge in my head, having to face Christians telling me I'm going to hell.
Right.
Um, and my standard responses were, "Well, I'm not going to hell. I'm coming back."
Well, yeah, if you're Hindu,
Or
you typically believe in
yeah,
reincarnation, right?
right. I don't believe in any of that, but that was my response. And also, if you're not there, that's heaven to me. Is it was a standard response, but you have given me much better answers, and I
Oh,
appreciate
I'm glad to hear
it.
it.
Yeah, and so I have one question for you.
Mhm.
And I've heard you talk about the David and Bathsheba story many times, but I've not heard you talk about this aspect of it. So, have you ever talked about Bathsheba uh, entering into a relationship with David consensually? And also, since they were married later, was that the result of a punishment for David's sin of rape? Because I've never heard you talk about it in that context.
Well, it's come up before in discussion. It's usually not part of like the punishment discussion, but certainly you could say that David, because of the power dynamic, was committing some form of non-consensual sex because like when the king tells you to come and have sex with them, the reality is you don't really have consent. You just kind of have to obey because the punishment for not obeying is pretty severe. We've brought that up on occasion, but it's not something that comes up every time.
Also, well, I have to say that it wasn't non-consensual because she wasn't killed for adultery, right?
Yeah, well, so that's the thing is, um, if if it was truly adultery, the punishment should have been her being killed, but, um, who was there to witness it that's gonna bring up charges against her, right? Do you think David would do that? Right, because if somebody brings up charges against her claiming she committed adultery, then they'd have to kill David and Bathsheba. So it's kind of a not a slippery slope. It's just kind of a weird situation, um,
Yeah.
because it seems clear that she committed adultery if she had consent. I personally don't think that she had consent.
Right, and that's my conclusion too, because he was, I don't know, forced to marry her. Isn't that the penalty for rape? Grape?
Yeah, in Deuteronomy 22:28, if you, grape an unbetrothed virgin and it becomes known, then the penalty is that you have to marry her and you can't divorce her as long as you live because,
Oh, this. Hmm.
like, the wishes of the woman aren't nearly as important as making sure the property crime has been restored.
Okay, so does the same rule not apply to a married woman?
Yeah, that's where it gets a little bit fuzzy because Deuteronomy 22 clearly seems to be trying to alleviate the property crime that has been committed against the father who's attempting to sell off his daughter as a true virgin. And
Right.
because she's being raped, she's no longer a true virgin, which means there's basically a theft of money involved. But if you're already married, then I don't think the punishment is going to identically apply. But we do see, like, if for example the husband was dead, that this is the other part. Like, if they believe that the husband already died prior to what happened, then nobody would bring up charges for adultery or for rape because in their eyes, it could have just been consensual. Like, so the people who would have brought up charges wouldn't have known that there was an adultery committed in the first place, unless it was David's own men. But David's own men are not going to bring up adultery charges against David.
Right. Okay. Um, so was so he married her, but why?
Well, because he wanted to keep boning her.
Okay.
Yeah, and he had a child. They were pregnant. He wanted
No,
to
no, no,
make.
but that child was dead, but then he married her after, right?
Yeah, but when it was known that she became pregnant, he had to get rid of the husband and marry her,
Oh,
or
oh, wait, wait, oh, wait. The child that died, was that before or after they were married?
um we're not really told like they had a marriage. Like that's not the thing. Like because in this time period, like being husband and wife wasn't always accompanied by like a huge ceremony. Like, certainly sometimes it was, but like we don't really know when they got married. We just know that she became pregnant and David's like, "Well, we got to get rid of the dude, right? We got to get rid of him, right?"
Okay, so they had their affair, so to speak, consensual or not. She got pregnant, had a baby, and they were still married at the time. Bathsheba and Uriah, they were still married during this time.
Yeah, they were married until he died.
Yeah, yeah, but when did he die?
Well, during the course of her pregnancy.
During the pregnancy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
Oh,
that's how it was found
okay.
out, right? That
Okay.
that was like the precursor to David being like, "Uh-oh." In fact, let me find it should be in the prior passage in chapter 11. Let's
Right. I think that
see.
he had tried to get them together twice and he refused to cooperate, so he couldn't pawn it off on them being together.
Yeah. Says she returned to her house after doing the deed with David in chapter 11 verse 4, and then in verse 5 it says the woman conceived and she sent to David and told him, "I am pregnant." So David sent word to Joab, "Send me Uriah the Hittite." So she becomes pregnant, and David's like, "Oops, well, we got to fix this then. If that's the case, then probably we need to get rid of your husband and you need to get attached to me."
Okay. All right. Okay. I couldn't get an idea of the order of events. Okay. So they were sort of officially married after Uriah died.
Well, yeah, that's the problem is we're not told of like when there was any sort of a marriage, but I mean, it's kind of presumed that it would have happened after Uriah was dead, and that like whoever knew about the situation would have in fact been part of the cover up.
Okay. Yeah, that was
Because got to
always kind
remember
of
that the king's servants aren't turning the king in. Like that's like biting the hand that feeds you. You know what I mean?
Right, right, absolutely. Well, those aspects were kind of unclear to me. Like, if she wasn't killed, or in some, yeah, like she was
Mhm.
she was either an adulterer or she was raped. One of the two.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think she was raped, and then it was, she became pregnant. Then Uriah had to get killed, and then she mourned. There's like a passing moment near the end of the chapter where it says she mourned for the death of her husband before she was taken into the house of David.
Okay.
But we're not told specifically like when those events happened, like 30 days, 90 days. My guess is that she probably mourned as quickly as possible because David was probably in a hurry to get her transferred over to his house before she
Mhm.
started showing. You know what I mean? Because once she starts
Right.
showing, you know, that's when things get
Okay,
get
okay.
hairy, right? So my guess is immediately after Uriah died, they probably did the minimum 7 days of mourning. Now, in this time period, it would have been customary to do 30 days of mourning, but, like, you could still do a minimum time of mourning for 7 days.
Okay.
Um,
Mhm.
but we're not really told.
Okay, so it's this baby that she's pregnant with that is cursed and killed in 7 days or whatever afterwards.
Yep. Mhm.
Okay, okay. So they go off and they eventually have more children. Like,
I believe so, but I don't, because he had multiple wives. I forget which children came from which wife.
I think, was it Solomon? Am I getting that wrong?
I
Solomon?
don't recall, unfortunately. He's got,
Okay.
at least, like, 6 wives that are named in the Bible.
Okay, okay. Anyway, I'm so sorry. I'm not arguing with you at all. So you need to get to people you are wanting to argue with. So
Yeah, we gotta do some debates.
I thank you for your time, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna.
Bye bye.
All right, we're gonna move on to our next guest. Let me grab just one, two. I got 3 super chats from our friend Dan. Says you and Force together was awesome last night. The way you approached Rebecca's call was absolutely touching. I'm glad she chose that show to call into. Thank you for everything you do. Well, thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. And I think a lot of us felt Rebecca's pain. Like a lot of us that went through deconstruction when we heard Rebecca, like we were taken back to those moments where we were feeling some of the same things. And how does your heart not go out to Rebecca for having that kind of a courage to reach out and talk to somebody about it? And from Deuce says, how do you feel about channels like Breakfast Tacos where they argue with Philbro on their own turf, reveling in the fart sniffing and navel gazing? Listen, I watch Breakfast Tacos. I think it's a fine channel. I leave the philosophy to the philosophy people, though. I try to stay in my lane. But Breakfast Tacos, love him. I think he's dope. I love his presuppositional argumentation for atheism. And Eris says, fun fact in 1920, Manuel Herrick, nicknamed the Okie Jesus congressman who claimed that he was literally Jesus, was elected to the House of Reps, serving Oklahoma for a term. He was a con man as well. I couldn't have guessed. Actually, I've never heard of this particular clown, but listen, there's a bunch of people on TikTok that we've had up here claiming to be like the new Jesus or the resurrected Jesus. And it's always a hoot. Always a hoot. All right, we're gonna get the layman in here. Layman been waiting in our YouTube queue for a little bit. How you doing, Layman?
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, how are you today?
Doing good. How are you?
Hey, I'm hanging in there.
Cool.
So
So,
go ahead.
Layman, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a god?
I am way beyond 18. I'm a senior citizen in my family. We don't live very long. Got bad genes.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, it's all good. But yeah, I believe in God.
Cool. And any particular god?
No, I believe that most religions believe in something fundamentally similar and superficially different. So
Okay. Do you believe in just one god or multiple gods or?
just one, because there would have to be some kind of differentiating factor, which I'm not. I think that would become problematic if I tried to imagine it.
Do you believe in spirits?
I do.
Okay. Do you think spirits are created or eternal?
That's a good question. I think that there's one eternal spirit, and then there's other spirits that kind of are emergent from that fundamental spirit.
So, created or eternal?
Both. So there's one eternal spirit, and then there's multiple created spirits or emergent.
Well, eternally emergent or created emergent?
What's the distinction there?
If it's created emergent, it means it came into being at a specific point in time. If it's eternal, it just means it's eternally coming from the nature of the spirit.
I think it would be according to time, according to you and I, but I don't believe that time is fundamental either, time or space.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, did the spirits always exist? Was
No,
there
they
was
I
there
mean, if you're
was
talking
there
about
ever
the
a state in which the spirits did not exist and the god did exist?
sure.
Okay, that means they're created. Cool. So, what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for this like theistic God concept being true?
I think my inability to doubt it. I consider myself a skeptic. At least I try to. I mean, maybe I'm doing it wrong.
Well, my
I
ability to doubt it then would be evidence that it's not true.
or that we're doubting different things.
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
Because my doubt encompasses all the theistic concepts.
So you believe in the affirmation of a universal negative? Can you substantiate that claim?
No, I said I doubt all of the theistic concepts.
Have you heard all of the theistic concepts? There are
Uh, all
thousands of them.
all the ones I know of.
Okay, so no, that's fair. But you haven't heard of mine. You doubt
Uh,
it already?
I'm already doubtful of what you've told me, so give me something else.
Something else.
I
I mean,
mean,
I did want to interact with your prompt. Your God is imaginary.
yeah, can you prove me wrong?
I don't know if I can prove you wrong, but I know that in
There you go.
psychological terms or in cognitive science terms, something imaginary is going to be some mental representation or scenario not present to the senses, or something that exists in the mind's image making capacity. And that is not God for the majority of people who believe in God. You can't really make an image of God in your mind. It's something you've never really experienced with your senses. So I can imagine an apple, namely because I've tasted them, I've held them, I've smelled them. I can dream about things that I've experienced on a day to day basis, but God would seem to be very resistant to that kind of categorization.
Oh, I can imagine a God. Not even hard. I've been doing it like all my life.
What does he look like?
Well, which God? The immaterial God or the biblical God? Because the biblical God has hands, face, feet, so on and so forth. He looks just like a human.
The biblical God does.
Yeah.
Well, the biblical God, it says, I think the biblical God says, God is not a man that he should lie, nor the Son of Man that he should
I
repent,
didn't
something
say he
like that.
was a man.
Oh,
He looks like a man.
you mean he can take on the image of man? Yeah, of course. I believe that he's done that with you and I. Believe that you and I are a part of the masks of God. That's emergence, in
Oh,
my view.
so you believe in the Bible?
I do. That's one of the wisdom
So
traditions
you're
I pull from most often.
so you're a Christian?
I'm a Christian mystic. So I mean, I believe in all of the mystic traditions. So that would be Sufism in Islam, definitely Buddhism, Hinduism. Like I said before, the
You
majority of the
you
religions are
believe in
fundamentally
Islam
similar.
and the Bible?
Sure, yeah. Sufism was the teachings of Ibn Arabi, so it would be different than the Islam that you're probably familiar with.
Okay, so not all Islam, just a very like specific type of Islam.
Yeah, mysticism.
Okay, and do you think that the Quran is completely true or just partially true?
Unfortunately, I haven't read the entire Quran. I'm trying to memorize the all of the names of Allah right now as a study, but yeah, I think that there's a lot of wisdom to be gleaned there.
And you would probably say the same about the Bible. There's like some true stuff and some not true stuff in the Bible.
Yeah, and I think it's I mean, a lot of different perspectives. The Bible is a library, of course. It's not just a book you can read straight through like Harry Potter.
Although I've read it straight through like Harry Potter. So what would be like your tool? What do you use to determine which parts of these books are true and which parts are not?
Well, I mean, some of the books are poetry, obviously. Some of them are written to be like real accounts. Others are allegory. So I think if you go to like Bible school, 101, they'll kind of tell you this is prophecy, these are poetries, these are, you know, uh, the gospels and things to be written in those ways. So I try to take them as they're intended to be written. But then I believe Saint Augustine said that God wrote two books: the book of creation, which would be the universe, and the book of Revelation, which would be the Bible, and each one should interpret the other. So I look at the world that I live in and I interpret the Bible by that, and I look at the Bible and interpret the world. It's kind of a codification of my conscience and not a substitute for it.
Cool. So the question still remains to be answered. How do you determine which parts of the Bible are true and which ones are not?
Uh, I mean, that would be up to like historians and
Great.
biblical critics. Yeah,
Okay, so you're just
like
comparing the Bible to
I
reality and you're saying, well, this part seems to match reality, therefore it's true?
well, I'll give you a great example. Like Jesus with the woman caught in adultery. That story never happened, according to
I mean,
the majority of
I agree. I'm just asking you for what your method is.
experts. Like I
Uh,
said, biblical critics,
Fantastic.
historians. Yeah, just
Okay.
like you. No difference.
Okay, and do you believe that the universe is created?
Of course.
Why?
If by the universe you mean space time, because they're not fundamental. There's I think beyond the Planck scale, there's no operational meaning for space or time.
Do
So
you
I
think
believe
there
that
was ever nothing?
no, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, I agree. I don't think there was ever nothing. Okay. So do you believe then that there was some kind of something that was eternal alongside of like the God character? Like
Uh,
what a lot of the Greeks believe, like Plato believed that there were gods, but also that the universe had an eternal characteristic.
an eternal characteristic. I think I have to think about that for a little while. I'm not sure.
Or like
I,
the Babylonians didn't believe in creation ex nihilo. They believed in like a primordial existence prior to creation.
well, I think what's difficult about saying nothing is that what's fundamental may not be a thing. There's a book by Ian McGilchrist called "The Matter with Things." Right? It's like we think in terms of things which are bound within space and within time, but what's fundamental may not be in that categorization, but it still is not nothing.
I agree. Yeah,
Yeah.
if it's not nothing, then it's clearly something. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Do you believe that there was ever a state where there was just nothing except for the God?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and so you believe that the God created everything from nothing then?
Well, God created everything from himself. So God is fundamental, and out of God himself comes us. So scripture, for instance, says,
But God's
in
immaterial,
him,
isn't he?
God is immaterial, correct?
Okay, so he created it out of nothing.
No, he created it out of himself.
What is
I don't believe
himself made of if he's immaterial?
he's not made of, well, I believe that God is fundamentally awareness, pure subjectivity.
What is
As in,
awareness? Like these words have no meaning in the way you're using them.
awareness has no meaning.
No, the way you're using it. Yeah. If you're saying God is awareness, what does that even mean?
The pure subjectivity
What
without
does that
an object
mean?
distinction. I mean, if you ask me what it means, I'm just going to have to use different words. Do
Yeah, I
you
know.
understand?
Yeah, that's why I asked you. What does
Well,
that mean? What does it mean to be pure subjectivity?
have you heard of idealism as a reduction base in metaphysics? Like there's
No,
materialism,
no,
there's
no.
idealism,
No,
there's
we mostly
panpsychism.
clown on Phil Bros here. We don't tolerate them.
You don't tolerate idealism.
No, no, no. We don't tolerate people that think using like Philbro jargon really fast is a good method for argumentation. Like we actually make you use real people words here.
Real people words. So
Yeah, yeah.
idealism.
So let me explain it to you real quick. Like, so I went
Yeah.
to school before I went to Bible college and seminary. I went to school for engineering. I have a whole vocabulary full of electrical engineering words. But you know what I don't do? I never go into a crowd of just normal people and start talking electrical engineering terms because not only is it rude, it's stupid. So I make a point that when Phil Bros come into this space, they use normal people words. If
Norm.
your grandmother doesn't know what you're saying, neither does most of the audience. So if you want to actually get your point across, I like super highly recommend that you stop trying to sound smart by using philosophy words.
I mean, I think saying that my agenda is to sound smart is
I
a
didn't say anything about
violation of
your
the principles
agenda.
of cooperation. I don't have that agenda. I don't want to sound smart. What I'm saying is what idealism is. Idealism is a metaphysical position that says that what is fundamental is not material, but is mental, right? So that
Can
everything
you
emerges.
demonstrate that there's a mental outside of the material brain?
Reduction bases in metaphysics are not demonstratable. It's not physics.
Okay,
It's metaphysics.
then you've not used words appropriately then. If you're saying that mental is fundamental, but the only thing we know about mental things is that they're derived from a brain, then you're just talking gibberish.
Well, no. Can you demonstrate that consciousness is derived from brains? That's, I mean, the
Have
hard
you
stop.
ever witnessed consciousness not inside of a brain?
Consciousness is not something we witness. Brains is something we
Yeah, no,
witness.
we literally witnessed it. We witnessed it happening, and it turns out we've never experienced consciousness anywhere but from a brain.
I think that's a correlation causation fallacy. You're saying
No.
that because they're correlated, that there's a causal pattern. But what you're seeing is about
No,
112
there is a causal
neural correlates.
pattern. There's a causal pattern because we can actually do experiments on the brain and tinker. We can tinker with the actual personality or the spirit or whatever you want to call it. We can modify it. We can modify someone's thoughts, feelings, and emotions. We can even split personalities. When they started doing split brain experiments, Roger Sperry was one of the first to do it. People developed two different competing personalities. Like they were
Hmm.
competing against each other. They disagreed with each other, which
Sure.
just means that personality is a derivative of the brain. Our awareness comes from the brain. To say otherwise, you would need some sort of evidence that pointed to awareness outside of a brain.
I mean, awareness outside or inside presumes a priority in space. Like you're using spatial terms as if you take space very seriously, and that's good. I just don't take it literally. I take it seriously too. I think space is very serious and time is very serious, and we live in space and time. But when you say you have to show that this is inside or outside, it just shows that you're taking space a little bit too literally.
No,
Space and time are data
have you,
compression tools for
have you
human beings.
ever observed consciousness derived from anything but a brain?
No one observes consciousness.
Yes,
We
you're
observe.
doing it right now. Yeah,
I'm
you're
observing.
talking to a conscious being, and I'm talking to a conscious being. We're both talking to conscious beings, and as it turns out, both of us appear to have brains.
We appear to have brains
I mean,
because you
I'm
because
assuming you do. Do you have a brain?
well, I mean, I think if you cracked my skull open, you would see a brain.
Okay, so you do have a brain, right? Yeah. Is it true that like when if we scooped out your entire brain from your brain cavity, would you still
I
be
would
talking to me?
I would stop showing signs of consciousness.
Would you?
But are
Yeah,
we?
you wouldn't be having a conscious experience, would you? Yeah, because
No,
consciousness, this
I said I would.
crazy
I
thing,
said I would stop showing
consciousness
signs of
seems
consciousness.
seems to be a derivative of the brain. Because if we
Well, I mean,
remove the
look,
brain, consciousness no longer exists.
great, and that's a perfectly fine thing to assume. I'll give you a correlate here. If I were to snuff out a fire, a campfire, if I were to throw water on it, snuff it out, I have removed the signs of combustion, right? Like if I uh touch a doorknob after running my feet across the carpet and I get a little shock, I've removed the signs of electrostatic discharge. But just because I've removed the signs of something doesn't mean I remove that thing. Electrostatic pressure can exist without lightning, right? Combustion can exist without fire. And I believe consciousness can exist without brains. Just because brains are what consciousness looks like when it's localized in a human doesn't mean that you have embodied and encapsulated the entirety of consciousness because
Then
you see a
give me an
correlation in
example
brain
of
state.
consciousness existing without a brain.
I mean, the closest thing that I can do as is in terms of if you want evidence for this would be high dose psychedelics. Do you mess around with the psychedelics?
No, I do not do drugs. The only drugs I do are the electric lettuce,
Well, you're
uh,
missing out.
and like some Kraken. That being said, there's been lots of experiments done on like DMT and various other
Yeah.
substances and how people feel like they're having out of body experiences. But in all of the laboratory settings where we've done the experiments, nobody can validate like an out of body experience. They think they are. They really believe they're having out of body experiences, but for some reason they just can never validate it.
All that stuff is cool, and I mean the what people say and things like that interest me a little bit less than what's happening on electroencephalograms, right? So, and that's just an EEG machine since we're going into this. When people do high dose psychedelics, when you have like what's called the heroic dose, which is a lot of mushrooms, right? You go into this state where the default mode network shuts down in the brain, the task centric network shuts down, brain metabolism slows to a crawl, right? You are physiologically the closest to brain dead that you can be in a safe and repeatable situation. And yet, this is the most colorful, vibrant experience that people report having. They say that it's akin to the birth of their first child or like the death of a loved one, how powerful this
Yeah,
experience is,
yeah,
even
DMT
though
will
the
do it to
brain
you.
doesn't seem to be doing much. So is that
No,
evidence that
the
consciousness
brain
is
is
no?
doing much.
Well, this is the closest neurophysiologically we can get to actually brain death. Your brain is
No,
hardly doing anything.
no. When you're giving DMT, your brain is not near death.
I'm not talking about DMT. I'm talking about high dose psychedelics.
Is DMT not part of the psychedelic family?
A high dose, the heroic dose, mushrooms specifically.
Okay,
This
so
study was done in 20.
psilocybin.
Yeah. This study was done in 2012 and continues to be done by the likes of
Okay, so
Michael
when you take
Pollan.
psilocybin, you're saying brain activity is lowered.
Right. Yeah. The default mode network, task centric. Now, this is the reason that people say that they get the agent arena collapse, where they feel like they're one with the room. Like they can't tell that the distinction between themselves and the room that they're in. It's this crazy mode of being. But I mean, look, that's not proof that consciousness doesn't emerge from brains. But look, I
Actually,
mean,
like
if you're
I'm just googling the weird stuff you're saying, and it doesn't say what you're saying. Like I'm looking at articles, it says that it causes chaotic brain activity, and the structured brain activity gets decreased.
I mean, sure. I mean, we could. I mean, I have Chat GPT in front of me. I mean, we don't want to do an inch worth of research, or be fighting on the internet.
I'm not on
Both of us can prove our
ChatGPT.
points that
It's
way.
an article
No,
from
I
nature.com
said I
by like
am.
15 different people, and it says psilocybin desynchronizes the human brain.
What do you think that means?
I just told you. The structured activity, like the normal structured brain activity decreases, and there's an increase in chaotic brain activity, non-structured brain activity, things that
I
might
mean,
cause you to go on a trip.
yeah. I mean, if you'd like, we can. I mean, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of
Yeah.
I'll prove you wrong, you
So
prove me wrong on the internet.
so you haven't done much to demonstrate that consciousness can exist independent of a brain. And
But
but
I don't think.
remember
But
we're doing all this because you described your God as like being pure awareness. And as far
correct.
as I can tell, just to make a claim that your God is pure awareness is a useless claim to me, because as far as we know, awareness is derivative of like a conscious experience stemming from brain activity.
Yeah, but no one can prove that or show much evidence beyond
Yeah, yeah,
112
we
neural
can.
correlates.
Yeah,
Can you give me
until
can you
you
give me
can
the name of some
demonstrate
scientists
awareness
who've
happening
demonstrated this?
outside of the brain, then saying that there's awareness outside of the brain is a useless thing to say.
I don't like so I'm aware, for instance, of your image. So are you saying your image is inside of my brain? It's a transjective relationship. Transjective
Yes.
means
Yeah,
it
yeah. The
it transcends the
photons that are bouncing off the screen into your eyeballs are creating an image. Yeah.
right. And so you're saying my mind is inside my brain getting an image of something outside the brain that is somehow correct. So are you a realist?
I don't
You believe
again, this is not a philosophy classroom. Like when you
I
use dumb
apologize.
terms like are you a
You
realist, are you an idealist? Those are meaningless words to me.
I understand, and that's my fault. But look, when you say it's up to me to prove that
But that was your
consciousness
claim. Your
exists,
claim is that your God is pure awareness, but he doesn't have a physical brain. Then I'm obviously going to press you on why would we want to believe or why would we have reason to believe that there's awareness outside of brains?
okay.
Why?
Let's try it this way. Do brains have a weight? Do they weigh something?
Do you put them on a scale? Yeah.
Okay. Do they have a texture?
I mean, yeah, we can touch them.
You could touch them, yeah. Would they taste like something if you were to eat like monkey brains out in Africa somewhere? Would they
I could
taste like
only
something?
assume brains have flavor.
They probably have flavor, right? You assume they smell like something. Maybe they're red
Sure.
and pink, so they look like something, right?
Yeah, and these are how we interact
Are
with the world, our 5 senses, yeah.
there you go. Now, are any of those senses outside of the mind?
No,
Tho
all of those senses are processing information that's being received and transmitted to the mind.
okay,
Without a
so
mind, you don't get to experience senses.
I'm writing this down here just to kind of show you, right? The brain is colorful, we said. Colorful. We said the brain has weight. I'm gonna write that down.
No, saying
It
the
may be
brain is
heavy.
colorful, I don't think is the right way you wanna phrase that.
I mean, that has a weight, it has a texture, it has a
Mhm.
smell, and it has a taste if you were to dare to taste it, right? What the scientific community is telling us is that everything we just mentioned is only in the mind. So, color occurs. For instance, I have a plant on my desk, a green plant. Greenness is not out there in the world. Greenness occurs as a relationship with photons with my eyes,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So it's
exactly, yeah, our
so,
brain
so
is processing the information from the world around us. Same thing like a camera. A camera can process the information from the photon the same way our brain does.
sure. And so what you're saying is that this colorful, uh, texture filled, smell filled, taste filled thing
What I'm
is
saying is that all the
somehow occurring
qualia
out
that
there in
you're
the world.
trying to describe right now happens in our brain.
But the brain is something that requires qualia to exist.
No,
So how?
the brain doesn't require qualia. The brain produces what we describe as qualia.
But so are you saying that the brain like makes its own color and its own texture and its own smell and it just somehow does that?
No,
Because
it
what sci-
interprets the environment in a way that we call texture and we call smell. These are
exactly.
descriptions of how the brain is interpreting the environment.
So if we're talking about reality, right? Reality is silent. The universe is silent. There's no actual sound. This is the first thing that you learn in acoustic phonetics. There's a sound wave that approaches your eardrum vibrates, the cochlea translates that vibration to electrical signals in the brain, and then the mind produces sound. But
Yes, I'm
the
aware.
universe, okay, good. So the
The
universe
u-
is
the u-
really silent.
the
So
universe in a vacuum is silent. Like the planet
no, the
that we
universe
live
without
on
your ear is
produces
sound.
sound waves. Anytime like you have an atmosphere that moves, then and you have something that can pick up on that movement, we call that a sound wave.
Well, it's only called a sound wave because sound tends to occur when ears are around, but it's really a
Yeah, I
wave.
know. I know.
Yeah.
I agree. It's a wave. Yeah,
Okay.
and
So
still
so
none of this demonstrates that you can have a mind without an actual brain.
hear me out. What I'm saying is you can't have a brain. Like if I showed you a brain, do you think it would have any of the attributes we just gave to the word brain without a mind? Pinkness,
No,
redness, weight, texture,
you keep
smell,
talking
taste.
about the mind as though it's different from the brain. The mind is the part of the brain. Like it's what the brain does. The brain
Wait a
is
second.
producing minds.
Wait a second. Can you smell my mind?
Can you smell the color blue?
No.
Oh, see, there you go. Yeah, you're just making category errors now. Like, can you hear the
No,
number
dude,
2? No, you can't.
bro,
You're just
the
using
mind.
category errors
No,
now.
I'm saying the mind doesn't have anything we just attributed to the brain. So how could you say the mind is the brain?
Because the mind is the brain. The mind and the brain are the same thing. Your mind is inside of your brain. Again, until you can demonstrate that there's some sort of awareness outside of the physical pink lump between your ears, then this argument's silly.
Tell me about I just interviewed you kind of about the brain. You gave me a bunch of properties. Let's do that same thing for awareness. What size is awareness? Since it's inside the brain, what size is it?
Category error.
Okay, so there's no size.
It's a category error.
How about color? What color is awareness? Since it's in the
Again,
brain?
it's a category error.
Okay, so it doesn't have any of these attributes. It's colorless, sizeless, tasteless,
Because,
immaterial.
because awareness is a description. It's not a thing. It's a category error. You keep using words as nouns that are adjectives. Awareness is not a thing. It's something that our brain does. It's a process.
Are you saying awareness is a property?
It's a process. It's something our brain produces.
It's
producing awareness. It's a way our brain interacts, just like a CPU processes.
Okay. The human brain biases experience for human beings, right? It doesn't give us access to the truth. It gives us access to fitness points. We weren't evolved to interact with the truth.
It gives us access to whatever data it has available to it.
No, it doesn't. We would be paralyzed by the complexity of reality if that were the case.
No, you would be paralyzed, not me.
So you think you're?
It sounds like you're paralyzed by non-reality. Your brain is literally paralyzed by this idea of a mythical, immaterial awareness floating around in outer space. I'm not paralyzed by that. You are.
We can get into the ad hominems. I'm going to leave it out of the meta space. What I'm saying is we foreground and we background things in order to exist. You can't pay attention to everything. There are too many facts. Is that fair?
We agree. Yeah, there's subconscious processing happening in your brain.
Okay, so if you ignore the majority of things in order to, like, even if you're listening to my voice, you're ignoring background noises. If you're paying attention to anything visually, you're ignoring other things, right?
So what? Notice how nothing you ever bring up does anything to demonstrate that like awareness happens outside our brains. You notice how I keep asking you over and over and over again to demonstrate that awareness happens outside of brains, and then you just revert to some other talking point that doesn't actually give me that proof.
I already.
Why is that? How about you say something honest and say, I can't demonstrate that awareness happens independent of brains?
I think the first thing that I said to you was that metaphysics is not physics.
So we'll start from the beginning then. Can you demonstrate that awareness happens outside of brains?
No, it's not physics. You can't.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we can move on then. You have no evidence that awareness happens outside of brains.
Neither do you.
So then saying that there is awareness outside of brains is a useless statement. Saying that God is pure awareness, even though he lacks a brain, is a useless statement. It's not sophistry, it's just true. Oh, and he ran. Okay. Whatever. Listen, I don't think he did it on purpose. I don't think he meant to assume the burden of proving awareness outside of the brain. I think he stumbled into that one by accident because he wasn't assuming I'd press him on it. But what a dumb thing to say. What a dumb thing to say is that my God is pure awareness. How could you not know I wouldn't press you on awareness without brains? Anyways, let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Our friend Eros says, I poorly worded my question on the line. I should have said, how is it coherent to tell Adam, you shall die, if death hadn't entered the world and Adam doesn't know what it is, or did Adam know? Oh, this is such a good question. I'm glad you clarified because I've asked the same question before during live streams, which is when, in fact, God tells Adam and Eve that they're going to die, it's a useless statement. They don't know what death is. When it says that you're going to have more painful childbirths, it's a useless threat. They've never had childbirth yet. So like, it's funny, like there's so many anachronisms in Genesis, it's hard to keep count. And Canis says, Leviticus 25, 39 through 46, does the Hebrew text use the wording Eved Ivri and Eved Kanaani to distinguish between types of slaves here. I super chatted this on Skip Talk, but it got missed. I don't know what happened there. But no, so like in the text of Leviticus 25, you've got 3 different words that you're going to find for the slave. So you've got the Amah and the Eved that are listed in Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. But in 39, when it talks about your own fellow Hebrew brethren, it doesn't refer to them as Evids. It says, don't make them serve as Evids, make them serve as hired or bound laborers, also known as Shakir. So it seems pretty clear in Leviticus 25:39 that the Hebrews are hired laborers, and that the foreigners are the Evid and the Amah, and it refers to them as literal property and possession to be inherited to their children and their grandchildren, right? And so I think like having a debate on, well, which word for slave did they use? I don't know if that even matters. Once it says that they'll be your property, the conversation's over. They're a slave, right? It doesn't matter how you interpret the word Evid. And Gaius Husky says, my friend was essayed by a pastor who threatened to out him. Oh, shit, I'm sorry to hear that. Church then blamed him for the abuse, and church people went to vote for a real groomer. The irrational stigma of gay sin empowers real abusers. Yeah, listen, I'm really sorry to hear that about your friend, but it happens a lot. And over the course of time that I was in ministry, I saw a lot of essays get swept under the rug, and sometimes even worse. It's horrible, but it's one of the reasons, like if God's not going to hold his people accountable for this nonsense, there's literally no reason to believe that this God is paying attention to anything. And from our friend Gay Husky says, how do you help a conversion therapist how do you help a conversion therapist travel 100 miles an hour without a car? He's got an answer in the next super chat. A wood chipper. 821 equals a queer holiday. I didn't know that. Well, happy holidays. And that was quite a joke. I did not see that coming, and that was creative. That really was creative. And thank you, Larry Beck, for sending out 5 DZ Debate memberships. I super appreciate that. And remember, if you're subscribed on YouTube or on Patreon or on TikTok, you have access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet. So big W for everyone who's got access to that. I highly recommend making the most of that. And Hank says, mind is a process of the brain, just like walking is a process of the legs. It's an interaction of the components of a system over time. Agreed. Our awareness is it's not a noun. It's not a thing that gets produced. Like, it's not a thing, an entity. It's a process. That's what's being described here. All right, let's grab our next guest. Looks like our next guest is going to be coming from our YouTube queue, and then we'll get our next guest from our TikTok queue, then from the YouTube queue. Jabriel looks like is coming in next. If they can connect. There we go. How you doing, Jabriel?
Doing good. How about you?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Jabriel, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, I'm 18 and I'm Orthodox Christian.
Sure. Okay. So what Philbro argument do you have for your God?
Yeah, so I want to present the cosmological argument for God's existence.
The Kalam?
Yeah.
Yeah. Has this ever worked?
I'm trying it for the first time, so I don't know how it's going to go.
Fair enough. Thanks for being honest. So we'll start out slow then. Just start out with premise number 1 and we'll work through it.
Yeah, so premise number 1 is that the universe that everything that is created has a cause. And everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist.
I hate to be presumptuous, but premise number 1 is everything that begins to exist has a cause. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes.
Cool. And then premise number 2 is usually the universe began to exist, right?
Yes.
So then the conclusion would be the universe has a cause?
Yes.
Okay. There's other versions of it. That's the one that's in my memory. Okay. Now, I think I would disagree with first premise number one. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. It's not that I believe necessarily that you can have existence and no cause. It's just that I think that's a premise that needs supported. I don't think we actually know entirely if cause and effect are fundamental to reality of the universe, but I would say that in most conversations, 99.9% of conversations, I would just grant that to you. And I would say, yes, I'll grant it to you that everything that begins to exist has some kind of a cause. But premise number two is where we're going to get stuck, which is the universe began to exist. I don't have any reason to believe that the universe began to exist, like there was a beginning to it. So I think that's the premise that I would first ask you to support.
Okay, well, I would say that number one, most physicists and modern scientists believe that the universe had a beginning, and most modern cosmology believes that.
No, they don't. Who told you that?
Well, it's common knowledge. That's what they teach you in the school. They teach you the second law of thermodynamics.
It's not.
The
Certainly not
universe is
common knowledge.
gaining high entropy.
It's certainly not common knowledge, no.
Well, yeah, they teach you the laws of thermodynamics in like middle school.
I know, and the laws of thermodynamics says nothing about whether or not there was once nothing.
Well, no, the second law of thermodynamics says that the universe is gaining entropy, which means that there had to be a point in time which it had the lowest amount of entropy in order for it to spread out.
No, that's not the case. The law of thermodynamics that you're referring to just states that within a closed or an isolated system, there can't be a decrease in entropy. Do you think that the universe is isolated or closed?
Yeah.
Right. So that just means there can't be a decrease in entropy, which means it certainly could be that there's a constant amount of energy within the entire isolated universe.
Right, but the universe is expanding. I mean, scientists believe that the universe is expanding, right? So that's what gaining entropy is the spreading out of energy. So the universe...
Yes, the spreading out of energy, not the creation of new energy. Right?
Right.
So if energy is conserved throughout the universe, that means it's not increasing or decreasing, it's conserved.
Well, the second law of thermodynamics shows that the universe is gaining more entropy. So that means that there has to be a cause for that spreading out of the entropy. There has to be a cause for the expansion of the universe.
Again, first of all, you're talking about two different things, right? Whether or not our universe is gaining energy is different than whether or not our universe is
not gaining energy, losing energy.
It's not losing or gaining energy. That's what I keep saying, right? If energy in the universe is conserved, then we're certainly not gaining any energy.
Well, doesn't the second law of thermodynamics say that the universe is losing energy?
No.
So then,
where's it going to go?
Do you believe that the universe?
Where do you think it goes?
It spreads out.
Yeah. So then it's still part of the universe, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess.
Right. Yeah. So like, just because energy is moving to a different location, like it transforms, doesn't mean that it ceases to exist.
Right. But I mean, that doesn't support the idea of an eternal universe though either.
Well, I didn't say it did. I mean, there is reason to believe in an eternal universe though.
Well, my position still stands that most modern scientists believe that the universe had a beginning at the Big Bang, and that it's not an eternal...
They don't believe that.
And that it didn't eternally exist.
Jabriel, I don't know who told you that, but that's not true. That's not what they believe.
I mean, like I could do a quick Google search right now and give you
I actually
believe.
have an actual tally from a recent survey that was done of physicists on this particular matter that was given to me by a physicist who literally went to the conference. Let me put it on the screen. Why is it not showing on the screen? Oops, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like Edwin Hubble, Stephen Hawking. I mean, they all believed in the
Well,
Big Bang.
I believe in the Big Bang too, yeah, but the Big Bang is not a statement on nothing happening or nothing existing before the Big Bang. So, in the latest survey, they asked, in your opinion, what explains? I got to zoom out for a second. What explains the values of physical constants of nature, claimed anthropic coincidences, and then my text cut off. Actually, this was a wrong survey. This is about something else. I apologize for that. I pulled up the wrong survey. These are just referring to the fine tuning arguments. I'll have to get back to you on the other survey I was looking for. But that being said, let's recognize that I think you're about to misquote Stephen Hawking's, and you're also going to forget what he said at the end of his life, which is that there's nothing wrong with infinite regresses.
Okay, so I guess I want to make my position there that I'm not trying to argue that there was nothing before the universe. I'm arguing that there had to be something before the universe in order to cause it to exist.
Yeah, we'll address that. Okay, so here's the other survey. The survey question was, in your opinion, how should we understand the Big Bang? And the first option was an absolute beginning of time with a singularity at its start, and 11% were of that opinion. 6% said an absolute beginning of time, but without a singularity. And then 68% said a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state that says nothing about whether or not there was an absolute beginning of time or not. 68%.
Okay. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I think
so-
there was a consensus, I don't know, maybe 150 years ago, that the Big Bang was, the start of like the universe from nothing. And then, but since then, we've done more science.
Okay, so can I ask you, do you believe that the universe existed eternally, like it doesn't have a beginning, or do you believe that it did?
I do. I think that the universe always existed in some state, even if that state was just like a quantum field. I don't believe that it was only a quantum field, although there's a good case to be made for that. All that being said, I do believe in a cyclical universe, like a Roger Penrose model or Sean Carroll and others have posited various models. And I think that's supported by the latest DESI data.
And so, like, what theory of time do you hold to? Do you hold to the A theory or the B theory?
Oh, neither. I don't think it matters. Not for
okay.
my position, at least.
Okay. Okay, so you believe that the universe is like an eternal cyclical system. So you would appeal to like quantum physics to support that?
No, I would appeal to the latest DESI data that demonstrates that the acceleration rate of the expansion of the universe is decreasing. So every year that passes, it seems like the rate of acceleration is slightly less.
And so how would that point to an eternal universe?
Well, first of all, there's two things. That points to a cyclical universe, not an eternal universe.
Oh, a cyclical universe.
Right, because if it completely stops accelerating over the course of time, then in fact gravity would eventually just pull it in. But that to me is evidence of a cyclical universe. I don't know if it's direct evidence of an eternal universe. But I think there's a couple of reasons to believe in an eternal universe. One is we have no reason to believe that there was ever nothing. And we know for a fact that there is something, right? So if you can't get something from nothing and there is in fact something, I have no reason to believe that there was never nothing. Now, in this respect, you and I agree. Neither one of us believe there was ever nothing. You believe that your God was there, and I believe that the universe is eternal, right? So if that's the case, like I'm going to pick the thing that I know exists. Like I know the universe exists, and there's no actual problem with the universe existing forever, other than it makes theists upset. Versus like the God hypothesis, we have no evidence for the God hypothesis whatsoever.
Okay, so I guess I would try to argue then that maybe since I can't really prove God's existence through this type of argument, I guess I would then try to say that just like how you can't prove that there's meaning behind the words that we're saying, but you just believe that there are, and that we ought to believe that there's meaning behind these words.
But
And if we don't, that we can't have any like productive discourse.
what do you think meaning is?
That's a good question.
Because like when we say words have meanings, which I'll stand behind all day, I agree that words have meanings, but we give the words the meaning. Like we decide what the meaning is. Like if I point at a rock and I say rock, well, I'm letting you know that when I say rock, I mean that thing over there.
Okay. So then, truth. Do you believe that truth is something that we define, or do you believe that truth is something that can be discovered?
Hey man, that's a good question. Okay, so I don't think either of those questions fit because I don't think truth is a thing. I think truth is an adjective in a way. So, for example, if you make a claim or a proposition, and that proposition is in accordance with what we call reality, we just say, well, it's true, right? It's a description of something. So to say that it's a thing that needs to be discovered, I think using that verbiage can sometimes convey the wrong meaning because I don't think it's necessarily a thing that we discover. It's more or less a comparison between what we observe and the world around us. Hopefully that made sense to you.
Yeah, that makes sense. But reality is seen differently by everybody. So when we attach it to this reality that we all experience, is that really objective? Because, or is, in other words, like, is that really a valid grounding? Because this reality is different for everybody. So would it be subjective then in that regard?
Would what be subjective?
This truth.
Well,
The truth. Do you think? Yeah.
So if we're defining truth as propositions that are in accordance with reality, the only way to determine if that is true is by using our brains. Like we have to use our brains to observe the reality we live in and compare it to the proposition, right? So in that sense, you would have to admit that whatever we define truth as, it's inherently subjective because there's no way to know unless we use our brain. Like even doing math is a subjective process, even though we're interacting with something that has like objective value.
Right. Okay. And I guess where I was going with that is like, do you believe that we ought to do certain things? Like we ought to have reasons for the things that we believe in, for example.
Well, I think it depends on if you mean you personally ought to or everybody ought to, right? So for example,
Not everybody ought to.
Yeah. So
Like, you
like
believe that
moral
there are like
imperatives.
ideas that everybody ought to believe.
Well, I guess I would make a distinction between what we ought to do and what we ought to believe. Now, I personally believe that it's dangerous to follow, I guess we'd call them lies or things that are not true. Like it's dangerous to believe things that are not true because then people will act on things that aren't true. Like so if I believed that all red berries were good to eat and I told all my friends, listen, if you ever see a red berry, make sure you eat it. It's good for you. And then someone goes out in the woods, eats a red berry and dies because it was poisonous. Well, that was a false belief that caused a lot of harm, right? So in terms of belief, I do think that like if our goal, if my moral framework is to, if it say like I'm a utilitarian and I want to cause the least amount of harm, then part of my framework would include we ought to believe things that are true.
Right. And like, do you believe that we should have reasons to believe those things, not just believe them for no reason?
I do. Yes. I do agree
Yeah.
because like if we can agree that it's good to believe things that are true and it's harmful to believe things that are false, then in order to make that a reality, that means we need to actually have evidence for what we believe in. But I would concede that like sometimes what we believe in, like certain beliefs have a lot of evidence and some of it has only a little bit of evidence. But I still think that in order to hold a belief like strongly, you need like some kind of an evidence. Like I think you and I both probably believe in some things we would say loosely, like, well, maybe this is true, right? Because the evidence is kind of weak. And there's probably some things that you and I believe really strongly about because we have a lot of evidence for it.
Right. Okay. So my question would ask, do you believe that you're a person that has value
Well,
and
see,
that you're worth preserving?
yeah, I do. I think I have value. And because my moral framework insists that I have value, like I would believe that other people have value as well. But I may have used the word inherent when I shouldn't have. Like I personally believe that I have value because I value me. But if I value me, I know that typically others value each other's life as well. So like for example, like I think this gets into like the moral framework of like human value, right? So like if I don't want to be stabbed, if I don't want to be harmed, then it's in my best interest to live in a society where we agree that maybe we don't harm each other, you know?
Right. So then my next question would be, why is it in our best interest that we shouldn't harm each other?
Because if you harm each other, then you don't exist anymore and then you have no well-being.
If you don't harm each other, then you don't exist anymore, or you don't have any more well-being. So then that's part of my question is like, why should we ought to strive for well-being, and why should we ought to not hurt each other?
Do you want to be hurt?
That's not the question. Why should we ought to do it? Because you agree that we shouldn't. So why
I'm
should we ought
illustrating
to
it to you right now. Like, do you want to be hurt?
I don't want to be hurt, no.
Yeah, neither do I. I don't want to be hurt, right? Do you think that as like two
So why
individuals
should we ought not to it? I don't want to get away from the question. Why should we ought not to be hurt, though?
I'm explaining it to you, okay? So if you and
Okay.
I both agree that we don't want to be harmed, right? Then you and I can both agree that we would probably want to live in a society where we can all agree not to harm each other.
Right, but just because we want to live in a society where we don't want to hurt each other isn't a justification for why we should ought to do it.
It is. Yeah, because
No, it's
morals
not.
it is, yeah, because morals are
If I want
subjective.
to, if I want to go out
So
and kill somebody, does that
just
justify the act?
No. Follow me here. Okay, morals are subjective, right? Meaning, your moral system, like there are things you might consider moral that I wouldn't. There are people who live down the road from me that would consider some things moral that I don't consider to be moral, right? No one really agrees 100% on what is moral and what is not, right? So where this conversation is starting to go, and I know this because I've had it 500 times, is you're trying to say, well, I don't like subjective morals because you can't derive an ought from an is, right? I'm not actually telling you need to do that. I'm not saying you need to derive an ought from an is. What I'm saying is right from the jump street, we need to recognize that morals are inherently subjective and nobody agrees 100% on what is moral, right? So what I think ought to be done isn't the same thing you might think ought to be done. And we're allowed to disagree.
Mm-hmm.
Right now,
So
I get
then,
that's uncomfortable. I get it's uncomfortable to say that there's no objective morals, which means I can't point my finger at you and say you're doing something objectively morally wrong. I get that. It'd be way easier to be able to do that, right? But until you can demonstrate that objective morals do exist, you're chasing your tail.
so you would agree that a murderer isn't doing something objectively wrong when he kills someone?
Again, I don't. You would have to demonstrate that objective morals
Well, I'm
exist.
just asking you, would you agree with that statement? Would you agree that a murderer isn't doing something objectively wrong when he murders someone?
No, the question's malformed. There's no such thing as objective wrong or right.
I know, and I'm agreeing with that. But and so
So
on
then
that
there's no.
basis,
So the question's not.
but
It's
on
not a
that,
yes or no. There's no such thing as objectively right or wrong. So asking me if something's
so you would
objectively right
say
or
no
wrong
then. You would
is a
so you
malformed question. No, I wouldn't say anything because the answer to the question assumes something exists that doesn't exist.
no, well, you would just say no, he isn't doing something objectively wrong when he murders somebody. That's
No,
what you would say.
we'll try this again. Okay, if I said Jabriel, there's an invisible robot right now in my room. Do you believe me?
No.
Okay, cool. So if I said Jabriel, the invisible robot in my room is stabbing my neighbor, is the invisible robot doing something objectively right or wrong?
If it was real, then it would be, but it's not because
Exactly.
it's
If it
not
was
real.
real, yeah, exactly. So if you ask me, is
But
something
that's a false
objectively right or
analogy.
wrong, then I'm going to say the question is silly because we can't demonstrate that objective right or wrong exists.
That's a false analogy because in my analogy, the person stabbing the other person is real. In
Right,
yours, it's fake.
but objective morals
So I
aren't
don't see
real.
how that's a coherent analogy.
But objective morals aren't real. Like if you ask me, is this thing objectively X, Y, or Z? And you already know that I don't believe in objective anything, like there's no objective morals, then asking me if something is objectively moral or objectively immoral is a useless question. I don't believe in objective morals.
So you would say no, right? You
I
would say
would
no, he
say the
wasn't doing objectively
question
wrong.
doesn't match the answer you're looking for.
So you would just avoid the question.
No, I'm telling you the question. You're asking me what's the smell of blue.
No, that's not. So
That's
the
what you're doing.
question is,
You're asking
if
me
you don't, so if
you're
we
asking
both
me
agree
is
that
something
objective
objectively
morals aren't
moral
real,
or objectively
therefore,
immoral, and I'm
person
telling you I
goes
don't
out
believe that
and
objective
stabs
morals
someone,
exist. Therefore,
would
the
you
question is
agree
silly.
that person isn't doing something objectively wrong?
Jabriel,
It's a
nobody
simple
heard
yes.
anything you just said because you were talking while I'm talking.
Because you talked over me. when
No, I was
asking-
talking and you didn't like what I was saying, so you continued talking. And listen, Jabriel, I have a lot of conversations. I'm totally cool with people talking while I'm talking, but I'm just like letting you know ahead of time because I think you've been really nice. I think you've been like really good to talk to. Like if you talk while I'm talking, nobody actually gets to hear you. They just hear me because my microphone's turned up louder than yours. I only tell you that because I actually do want to hear what you have to say. I'm just letting you know that I can't do that and no one else can do it if you do it while I'm talking.
Okay, so my question still stands though. If a person goes out and stabs another person, would you agree that that person is doing something objectively wrong? Yes or no?
I would agree that the question is nonsense because I don't believe in objective right and wrong.
So you would just not answer the question.
I would demonstrate that your question doesn't have a coherent answer unless objective right and wrong actually do exist. You need to demonstrate that objective right and wrong exist before I can say that something is objectively right or wrong.
By not answering the question.
No, I'm letting you know that your question is the same thing as asking what the smell of purple is. You're making
No.
you're asking for something that doesn't exist. You're saying you're asking me, does this thing exist about the thing that you don't believe exists?
That's fine. I don't want to waste any more of your time. I'm gonna get out of here.
But like you don't believe in
nice
objective
talking.
morals anyways, Jabriel. Why do you care? You believe in divine command theory.
Well, look, I believe in objective morality, but
Oh, no,
I'm
you
not
don't.
smart enough to. I'm not up smart enough to prove it. So
I think
But
you are
I tried.
smart, but I don't think if you actually read your book or knew your faith that you would think that you believed in objective morals because like in your worldview, you have to assume that morals change over time based on whatever your God says, which makes it divine command theory.
In a temporal relationship, yeah, but
Yeah. So
I
if
guess I
God
would
can
agree with that.
change what is objectively moral over time, it seems to indicate that objective morals are subject to the mind of God.
Objective morals are subject to the mind of God. They're grounded in the mind of God.
That makes them subjective. Yeah. If they're dependent on God's mind, that means they're subjective, my friend.
Well, in like any law, there has to be one authority that makes it the case. Otherwise, like in subjective opinion, nothing can be justified if everything's subjective. But the fact that it's grounded in God, him being the all just being that makes it just, is what ultimately makes it just objectively. But
that's not what objective
again,
means.
well, what do you think objective means?
It means stance independent of a mind, right? So morals would have to exist independent of God's mind for them to be objective, and they're not. They're dependent on God's mind.
Well, when we say objective, we mean what makes something actually right or wrong when it comes to morality. So it existing outside of the mind of God would mean that it objectively exists, but what makes the morals in the morality right or wrong has to be determined by a mind.
Right.
Otherwise,
so it's subjective.
Well, when we say subjective, what does that mean?
It means it's subject to a mind. In your case, it's God's mind.
So in that case, it would be subjective.
Right, yeah. And now I realize that sounds like semantics, but I guarantee you I'm not doing a semantic argument on you. I only bring that up to say when we have these really silly arguments about objective morals and you want to hammer on me because I don't have objective morals, I'm just pointing out that you don't either. You just believe that whatever God says is equal to morality and therefore you should follow it. But I think this is dangerous. In fact, I would rather believe in objective morals than divine command theory, because in divine command theory, if God tells you to go murder, I need you to go next door and murder the baby next door, well, like the right thing to do is to go murder that baby. Disobedience would be wrong, right?
Well, when I say that I believe in subjective morality, that's only because you just apply the definition to subjective, meaning that it's grounded in a mind. But obviously, the word subjective is more nuanced than that. But
Right,
I obviously don't have the knowledge to go deeper into it.
But do you see the problem with divine command theory? If you believe in divine command theory, which is all theists basically do, if God tells Jabriel that you need to go execute this baby, the right thing to do is to execute the baby, isn't it?
I mean, depends on the context. It's not just as black and white as that.
What context?
I mean, God telling me to go kill a baby, there would be a context in which God would tell me to do that. Maybe because that baby would grow up to be the next Adolf Hitler. So in that case, would it be right? I would say so.
But God's not required to give you the context. You're just required to obey. Like if God tells you to go do it,
well,
God doesn't have to give you the excuse for you to go do it.
Well, when we're talking about a God, we're talking about a God that's good and who's just. And so if he was to give a command like that, it would follow that he would give an explanation for why.
Why does God owe you an explanation? Did he give Abraham an explanation?
He gave him an explanation after the fact.
Exactly. He didn't give it to him beforehand, right? So if God tells you to do something, he doesn't owe you an explanation first, but you do owe him obedience.
Well, there would be a reason why he would do it. Like if God told me,
I'm not questioning that, Jabriel. I'm not saying that God has no reason.
What you're asking. You're saying that he would give you a reason after the fact.
I didn't even say that. What I'm saying is, if God tells you to do something in your worldview, the right thing to do is to be obedient to God's command.
Right, but if God were to give somebody a command, he would do it for a just reason.
But I never said that. Jabriel, I never said that. I don't know why you keep bringing it up. I never said that God would give you unjust commands. I don't know why you keep running away to that. Okay,
never said that.
So in divine command theory, God can tell you to do something and you have to obey, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's just assume that God has a reason. Again, I'm not saying that God doesn't have a reason. Let's just assume that God always has a reason, right? So if God told you, Jabriel, I don't want you to kill one baby. I need you to kill 10 babies. Would it be justified to go kill the 10 babies then?
If he had a reason, yes.
Okay. What if God said, Jabriel, I need you not just to kill 10 babies, I need you to go burn down the orphanage and then like scoop up the ashes and then put them into like a 10,000 pound press and press them into like little baby ash bricks and then like build a shed out of baby ash bricks. That would be the right thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. That's the danger of divine command theory, because now there's nothing you can't justify. The minute your moral system is dependent on God told me, there's nothing you can't justify. You can justify anything. In fact, the Bible justifies raping women based on divine command theory. Do you think that women should ever be raped for any reason ever?
Where does God command rape?
On a
In the
couple different
Bible?
occasions. I think the most famous example is in 2 Samuel chapter 12, when the punishment is given to David for sleeping with Bathsheba. Do you remember what the punishment was?
I haven't read that book in the Bible, but even if God says it in the Bible, it has nothing to do with whether God actually said it in reality.
What
There's
do you
plenty of people who write.
is the Bible true?
Depends which part you're talking about.
The
I mean, not
the part where it talks about David
which Bible.
getting the punishment from Nathan. And God says, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. And he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight, for you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. Like, why would I question? Like, if I'm a Christian, why would I just assume that verse is a lie?
It says, I will take your eyes before your wives.
I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. And then when you fast forward to chapter 16, that happens. Absalom comes in, storms the palace, drives David out, and has an unconsensual sexual encounter with 10 of David's wives on top of the palace.
Okay. Well, like I said, the reason why I agreed to all of this stuff prior is because we assumed that God would have a reason for doing all of those things.
He does have a reason.
Right. And it's a reason that he might reveal later that we don't know now. But right now, he hasn't revealed the meaning yet.
No, he did.
So we could think that he is being a mean, unjust God, but we don't know the meaning.
No, he gave you the reason. It's in the passage. He says, for you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel as a punishment for David. That's the reason.
So that he did that to punish David.
Yeah. This is the punishment for what happened between David and Bathsheba. He also killed the baby that was born between the two of them, God killed.
Okay.
And the baby didn't do anything wrong.
So you reading that passage, do you think that that's wrong?
Yeah. I don't think there's ever a good reason to rape women.
Yeah.
No matter what their husband did.
Yeah, well, I would agree, but at the same time, I'm only human. I don't know that much, but
yeah. What do you think is more probable, that there's a God who thinks it's okay to rape women for their husband's crimes, or that this God is like Bronze Age fiction invented by mankind? It just happens to be that the God behaves like men from the Bronze Age.
Well, at the end of the day, I believe in Jesus Christ. I'm not smart enough to object to all of these arguments that you're bringing up, but
yeah,
if I was more knowledgeable, I would have an answer.
Yeah, listen, Jabriel, I've been giving you a hard time. I think you've been a good sport, and I don't know how old you are. You sound pretty young, but my recommendation to you is, if you're going to be part of this religion, I highly recommend you read this book first. Get rid of the philosophy. The philosophy is not going to save you. All the philosophy does is kick the can down the road, because people who actually read the book are going to like beat you over the head with this book. Read the book and then decide if you want to be a Christian.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to read, so
I know.
I'm gonna
It's a
try
good
to
read though.
read
It's
as much.
exciting. Listen, I can honestly tell you it's an exciting book. It's full of like sex and betrayal. There's like all kinds of stuff. There's murder and chaos and war. Like it's a good read.
Yeah, I mean, there's interesting parts in the Bible, like creation. You know, I'm still not sure how to think of the creation story in the Bible, but
Yeah, I know it's tough.
like,
Well, you're Orthodox, so you guys like part of the Orthodox tradition, not all of them, part of the Orthodox tradition can account for evolution in the faith, just like the Catholics, right?
yeah, probably. I don't know.
Yeah, because the Catholics accept evolution, and a lot of Catholics aren't young Earth creationists.
Yeah, I don't know, but I want to let somebody else come up here because I'm probably been boring your audience out, but I appreciate you having this conversation with me.
Hey, listen, thanks for keeping your chill. I think you're a really good guest. Like, if I don't know if you've watched my channel a whole lot, but we get a lot of really hostile guests.
I have watched your channel, yeah. Actually, I wanted to ask you, do you remember a guy named Bryce J, coming up on your live stream?
From Texas?
He was an Orthodox guy.
Oh no, I don't remember that guy. I talked
Oh
to
wait,
another
no,
guy
no,
named
no, no,
Bryce like
no.
3 times from Texas that wasn't Orthodox, I don't think.
I'm sorry, it was another YouTuber. His name was Fearless Truth.
I don't know.
He was a guy that came up here. He gave the Kalam cosmological argument. But anyway, I don't know. I saw your channel and I thought I'd come up and talk. So
Yeah. Well,
but
listen, man, thanks for coming up and giving it a shot. Keep learning, okay?
all right, thank you.
Cheers. Oh, we had a good time. I got to be honest. He kept his cool the whole time, and I pressed him a little bit. So like he did admit to baby bricks. That was a real thing. But I mean, he kept his chill. He was doing his best. He did good for his age, I think. Let me grab a couple super chats and we'll get on to our next guest. Flux Chandler says a noun derived from a verb is called a gerund. Oh, I didn't know that. I actually like this. Um, I think there's another word for it that is not coming to my attention. I think you can also refer to it as an abstraction. Anyways, this is good information. It says you can have sleep, you can have a walk, you can have a drive. I would argue that consciousness is similar, even if it's not technically a gerund. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think it's difficult because like theists want to exploit the difficulties of the English language, like what we're talking about right now, like having a drive as though it's a thing. They want to exploit that by making consciousness a thing. Lawrence, thank you for the super chat. Says, "Hey Justin, what's the actual Hebrew word and the definition of beating out? What do you mean?" Watching the Ichabod podcast and the host and apologist guest who referred that writing says it smooth out. So, well, Lawrence, I think you're gonna. I think I need a little bit more information. I apologize. Like there's a lot of ways we can go with this particular question. If you can get me a Bible verse that kind of refers to what you're talking about, like beating out grain, or something like that, then I think we can get I put together an answer for you that's helpful. Also, like if there's something that requires a longer dialogue, just DM me in the Discord. I'll be happy to give you a more thorough answer on like on your question because I may not fully understand your question though. But W Ichabod and Jono says, don't grant the first premise, attack the equivocation. We don't see anything begin to exist. We see only the rearrangement of existing matter. I agree. I think I attacked that actually. Nobody on fire. Great to see you. Says Justin, if you drag a Discord server into another, you can sort them into folders. Your list was looking huge as Grace. Listen, I actually don't run the Discord. But now that you've said it, I do have a bunch of Discord servers that I follow. Are you saying I could put the Discord servers into a folder? Let me try that real quick. I've got Discord open. Let me see if I can put it into a folder. Oh, shit. Yeah, look at that. You can make Discord folders. I didn't know that. That's really good information. Thank you for that. And Incredulity, thank you for the $19.99 super chat. Says, thanks for all you do, Justin. Well, Incredulity, thank you for supporting the channel. I really appreciate that. And I am the cheese. Great to see you again. Thank you for the 999. Says all material things come from matter. The universe is material, so its cause must be material. God is immaterial, and we have no evidence material things can create anything. This is such a good point, and we don't touch on it often enough, but there needs to be an accounting for how an immaterial entity interacts with material. Like we have no accounting for that, but it's kind of important. All right, last one for now from our friend Sean Bradley said, thank you for your donation. Well, Sean, shit. Thank you for your donation. I really appreciate that, friend. All right, now we've had Amir in the guest box waiting for a while, so we're going to get Amir from our YouTube queue, and then we'll jump back to our TikTok queue after Amir. Welcome in, Amir.
Hi, Justin. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, welcome back. I think we've talked before, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, we've spoken in the past. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. What's on your mind tonight, Amir?
So the way the show frames it, your god is imaginary, prove me wrong. It makes it sound like naturalism is automatically the default, but if we're being honest, I think both naturalism and theism face the same absurd sounding question: why does anything at all exist? Um, Saying God did it doesn't magically end the puzzle, but neither does saying, nature just is, or an eternal past just is. So the real debate isn't whether belief in God is imaginary, it's whether naturalism actually gives us a better explanation than the God hypothesis. And I'd argue it doesn't.
So what's the evidence for the God hypothesis?
So in the first instance, I think you've discussed this previously with some of the other hosts, that you were arguing that an eternal past is something plausible and that there are no issues as such with traversing infinity. Is that correct? Can I
Sure,
just
yeah. So let's go ahead and give me your best infinity spiel, because I'm sure I've never heard it 500 times.
Well, I mean, the general view amongst cosmologists is that we can't have an eternal past, and
Why?
also there are. I mean, this is the argument that leading cosmologists are making, and also
No, they're not.
mathematicians as well. No, no, they are. I
No, they're
can
not.
list.
So I
Oh,
showed it earlier. I assume you weren't watching. A recent survey on the Big Bang from like actual cosmologists asked about the beginning of time, and the first answer was an absolute beginning of time. Well, let me read the question. The question is, in your opinion, how should we understand the Big Bang? And the first answer is an absolute beginning of time with a singularity at its start, and 11% agreed with that. The next answer was an absolute beginning of time without a singularity, and 6% said, yeah, that sounds good. Now, 68% of the respondents said a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state that says nothing about whether there was an absolute beginning of time or not. 68%, right? So I don't believe we can tie the Big Bang into this conclusion of, well, the Big Bang is like the start of time. But again, it depends on what you think time is. There's a lot of cosmologists that just think time is what the clock is counting, is what the clock does. It's not like a fundamental thing. Although I think Einstein would disagree with that. I think Einstein has this idea that it's like somehow fundamental in space-time. But listen, I'm not a physicist. I'm not going to tell you what I think time is, because I don't know what time is. All I know
yeah.
is I can't see a good reason to conclude that the universe, whether it existed as like quantum foam at some level, like just never existed at some point. Like it had to come into being from nothing. Why would anyone believe that?
Yeah, I mean, just going back to the tally, I'd be cautious with that. As in, cosmologists are a minority, even among physicists, and even within cosmology, the consensus is that that eternal past models are highly problematic. So, saying most physicists or most scientists believe is a bit like polling chemists about black holes. The
But that's what
specialists
you said.
themselves.
You brought it up, not me.
I was bringing up the point that cosmologists tend to be in agreement that we have no reason to believe in an infinite past. Look, don't get me wrong. Some physicists favor eternal past models, as do some cosmologists, but they're speculative and haven't solved the problems of infinities or entropy. Even, Sean Carroll, who's one of the loudest atheist physicists, admits that we don't have a successful model of the universe without a beginning.
But there's no cosmological agreement on whether or not there's an infinite past. And again, it depends on what you think time is. If time is like emergent from material properties, or if it's a property of materialism, then there would be nothing preventing you from just saying, well, yeah, prior to the material existence, there was just what we might refer to as an unending or some sort of permanent state or indefinite state of quantum fields. Like all of this is highly dependent on how we describe time, and physicists can't even agree on how they describe time. So trying to make an argument that like the stuff in our universe once didn't exist, I think you can make that argument without even referencing time.
I do agree that even amongst the scientific community, there is still debate over what time actually is. But the general consensus, to my understanding, is that leading cosmologists on the matter are very much against an eternal past. I mean, say for example,
Why would I
Alexander.
believe that? Give me a
Well, I mean,
survey. Show me a survey where cosmologist says that there's a problem with an infinite past.
I can cite leading cosmologists. Let's just say, for example,
No,
Alexander
I don't
Valencia.
want to hear a leading cosmologist. Cite me the survey because you're saying that this is the leading view among cosmologists. So I don't care what one cosmologist says. I want to see a survey of them.
I can name multiple cosmologists back to back, and I could
I know,
even
but that's not a
quote.
survey. I can name multiple cosmologists that would disagree with you, right? That's why I'm not asking you for the name of somebody that agrees with you. I'm asking you for a survey to back up the claim that cosmology, the field, has a problem with an infinite past.
I don't have such poll. I'm deferring to the expertise
So am
of
I.
estab.
So
Sure, but I think
this is the problem that you and we're gonna continue to run into. Is you're gonna quote your favorite cosmologist, and then I'm gonna quote my favorite cosmologist, and it turns out that they're gonna disagree with each other on some stuff, and then we're not gonna get anywhere, right? So until you can demonstrate to me the problem with an infinite past, or demonstrate that there's a good reason to believe there was once nothing, like I just have no reason to accept it.
if I was able to find some sort of poll or survey amongst cosmologists that specialize in this field, would that change your view?
No, because I don't believe just what cosmologists teach. I also believe in physics. Like there's more to cosmology than just cosmology. Like, or there's more to the world, to reality, than just what the cosmologists believe. You also have to take into account the physics. Like physicists are
Would
important in
you?
this discussion.
Sure. Would you also, therefore, let's hypothetical, if I was to then find a poll that also physicists get on board with this, would you therefore now revert to mathematicians as well? So we need a poll for mathematicians, or are we
Well,
going to ignore
typically
mathematicians'
the
opinions?
physicists and the mathematicians are like nearly the same damn thing nowadays. But no, I don't think, because not all mathematicians like have any training in cosmology or like like quantum physics or things like that. Like there's a lot of people with math degrees that could never really deal with the science the way that a cosmologist or a physicist would. So I think if we found a survey between a large grouping of physicists and a large grouping of cosmologists that agreed that like an infinite past is absurd, um, like I would be inclined to trust the argument.
Okay. So just a hypothetical here. Let's say if we had 100 mathematicians that showed absurdities with an infinite past, um, and one cosmologist that said, no, it's completely fine. You can have an infinite past. Who would you side with?
I would side with the evidence, but I'd be more inclined to side with the larger group than the smaller group, only because I'm not a professional in this field, and I think in order to be honest, like either one of two things has to happen. You have to either defer to the experts or ignore the experts. If you're going to defer to the experts, then you should at least take what they're saying and use it appropriately. If you don't trust experts, then you shouldn't be deferring to experts.
That's fair. And how are you judging who is an expert if you're not an expert yourself?
Education. Like if you have a PhD in physics, you are, like definitionally speaking, if you went to a reliable university, like you didn't go to like Liberty University, then like I would count you as an expert. So if you went to like an actual real university, actually accredited by the regional government or regional body, official from the government, I would grant you as an expert. But like if you're just some schmuck with a bachelor's degree, I'm not really all that impressed.
That's fair. So let's just say we have two cosmologists that have two different points. One agrees that you can have an infinite past, the other doesn't agree. How would you then judge? And they both have PhDs, let's just say. How would you then judge who's more likely to be correct on the topic?
I would judge by which one has a more sensible argument. Now, that's the
And how
problem
would
when
you?
you just hit when you have one guy saying a thing and one guy saying the opposite thing. You have to use your non-expertise to come to a conclusion of what makes the most sense. So if it's just one cosmologist against another cosmologist, and I have to decide which one's right and which one's wrong, first of all, I'm not qualified to do that. But second of all, obviously, I'm going to go with the one that brings the what I deem the best evidence.
Okay. So I mean, just following on from that, you say that tier one, in terms of resolving this particular point, comes from the cosmologists. Tier two comes from the physicists, and tier three comes from the mathematicians in terms of the weight of their opinions. Is that correct?
No,
Right.
I'm
So
not I'm not tiering them in like lists of who's more important.
okay. Then what are you doing?
I'm saying that I'm deferring to the experts, and it seems like the bulk of the experts don't seem to have a reason why there can't be an eternal universe.
So I'm slightly confused. Are you therefore saying that the mathematician, the physicist, and the cosmologist have all got a equal footing when it comes to making claims about whether a past can be infinite or not?
No, I already told you. I don't think the mathematicians matter all that much in this. It's like
So they
Amir,
are
I feel
tier
like you don't
three.
listen to me. I feel like you have a script and you don't actually listen to my words.
I'm listening. I'm just trying to deconstruct what you're saying. So if the mathematicians don't have much of a voice, why are they not tier three in this example,
For the same reason why
hypothetically?
a mathematician isn't an electrical engineer. Yes, electrical engineering has a lot of math that happens, but just being a mathematician doesn't qualify you as an electrical engineer. It's a
Yeah,
specific like field of study.
sure, that's true. But you see, you said earlier that if 100 mathematicians
No, I
were
did
up against
not.
one, you dude, I'm
I
pretty
literally
sure.
didn't. I not once did I say anything about a bunch of mathematicians.
I know. I asked you the question. I asked if the 100 mathematicians were against an infinite past, and they were up against one
No,
cosmologist who said
I think
that
I
infinite
think you
past is
wanted to
possible.
ask that question. I don't think you did. If you did ask that question, I didn't hear it.
You no, you responded to it very explicitly.
No, I did not. If
I,
you've got 100 mathematicians up against one cosmologist, I'm going with the cosmologist.
okay, well, I can almost guarantee that is in direct contradiction of what you said, but we can skip past that. Right. Okay. So the
Okay, so
cosmologist.
so Amir, I don't want to waste another hour on dumb appeals to authority. Do you have any evidence for what you believe in or not?
These are not double appeals to authority. I think you see, look, the problem with a lot of these
Right,
God
but
debates is
Amir,
that
do you have any
we cover.
evidence is what I'm asking for? Because you appealing to your favorite cosmologist and me appealing to my favorite cosmologist is boring for everybody involved. So, we want to talk about the actual evidence at hand. Do you have any evidence we can talk about?
Yeah, and I'll get to that. I
Great, let's
promise
have
you.
it.
Very, very short. Very, very short. Can I just wrap up this one point?
Mhm.
You see, the reason why this is important is that these debates and these dialogues, if one person cannot concede that they are wrong about one particular point, it's very unlikely that they're going to concede on anything else. So even if I present the most,
So meta, you wanna do meta commentary.
what's meta commentary? Sorry.
when you're talking about the conversation rather than being in the conversation.
It was a side point, and it's still intrinsically linked to the main debate, isn't it? I mean, one
No,
of the
it's not.
reasons why.
The debate is not about whether or not you think I'm willing to accept a wrong conclusion about something. The debate is whether or not you have evidence that I am wrong.
We were discussing whether or not an infinite past is sensible under the lens of
Yes,
science right now.
can you demonstrate that it's not sensible?
I mean, there are problems with being able to traverse infinity.
That's what I'm
It's you can
asking
have.
you. I asked you from the beginning of the conversation. Give me the thing that makes it difficult. Give me the thing that makes it absurd.
I mean, so we can go with, say, something like, an infinite past means reaching the present requires completing an endless sequence, which is logically
Wrong.
impossible since infinity has no end.
It's a category error. Wrong.
Why would
You're
it be a
asking me
category error?
if I start at a thing with no starting point, I won't end up here. I agree because you're making category error. You can't start at a non-starting point.
You can't start at yeah. I mean, you can't start at a non-starting point.
Yeah, so like what you're asking me is you're saying I have a circle. Um, at what point in the circle is the starting point? There's no starting point. It's just a fucking circle, right? So when you're asking me, like, if I start at the beginning of infinity, I'll never get to now. Yeah, because it's a malformed illustration. You can't start at the beginning of infinity. There's no starting point to it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a better way. I agree. You can't say starting from negative infinity because that assumes that you're starting from a particular point, and you can't actually illustrate that within infinity itself because there are no starting points. Um,
So
perhaps a,
all moments in time are fixed. So from one fixed point to another fixed point is going to be two fixed points.
Yeah, I mean, even in the absence of so-called starting points, which I agree, it doesn't, it's not coherent with something that is infinite. You can think of it of like a line of dominoes stretching infinitely into the past, where each domino represents a moment in time. And for the last domino to fall, which represents now, then every prior domino must have fallen first. But if the chain is infinite, there is no first domino that can ever
Only if
start the
you
sequence.
are moving backwards. Time moves forward.
So would that not therefore illustrate that
So
there still have?
there's a finite amount of time between every domino. So the domino illustration is the same category error that you did before. You're just putting dominoes in there, but it doesn't actually fix the problem. There's no starting point to infinite. There's no starting point to the infinite domino. The cause of that domino was the domino before it. It's turtles all the way down.
Okay, so g- if things are really infinite in the way that you suggest, then does that imply that every possible configuration of things happens and not just once, but infinitely many times? And so, somewhere out there in the cosmic sprawl, there's an infinite number of you, including one who thinks that the universe is, I don't know, a giant toaster, and another one who worships rubber ducks as gods, and one who spends his whole life debating whether pineapple belongs on pizza. Is that true as a natural?
Only if you believe in a cyclical universe. Like if you don't believe in a cyclical universe, then I don't think that you can have like if we took a snapshot of right now and we assume that the universe is infinite, would it be true that this snapshot would come into being again once sometime in the infinite future? I don't know that to be the case unless you have an infinite cycle of the universe.
So, okay, so under the cyclic universe, it would necessarily be the case that anything in every possible configuration would at some point happen.
That seems to be the case, and I think the Library of Babel, that project, is a good demonstration of why that seems to be the case.
What's the Library of Babel? Sorry.
It's a website where they constructed a database of every possible combination of letters, and it doesn't matter what you search. You can search literally anything you want to, and it'll show up in the Library of Babel.
Is that something akin to the monkey and the typewriter analogy? That if you give it enough time, it will
Yeah,
produce every.
mhm,
Okay.
that's pretty neat. I don't know how they did it, but it's pretty cool.
Do you not think you run into absurdities under that worldview.
No.
Don't get me wrong.
Can we point to what the absurdity is?
Well, so you would therefore think that under this cyclic universe, that at some point there would be a version of you out there with fluorescent pink hair who proudly identifies as a transsexual and whose greatest joy in life is spending every evening tickling his own testicles, and that's
I
supposedly
mean,
supposed to be more.
it sounds badass. I'd go for that. But that being said, just because it's possible doesn't mean, or um, just because there's like an infinite future doesn't mean the thing that you're describing is physically possible, right? So it might be that because of the way physics works, right? That like the gravitational force is always going to be the gravitational force. Just like we don't know if there's a future in which I can have purple hair. It might just be that whatever the characteristic of hair is, it can't be purple. I don't think we know that.
Say that. Sorry, say that last part again. That didn't quite get what you said. Just the very last part.
So I don't know if there's a combination of atoms that you can arrange that would give you purple hair. I'm sure there is. I don't know if it's possible. That's what I'm saying is like the scenario you're describing. I don't know if it's physically possible based on the laws of physics.
Right. Okay. So
But I
it's
mean,
essentially.
anything that is possible, like if there's an infinite cyclical universe, then anything that is possible does eventually happen. Just I mean, that's just logically true, right?
Yeah, I mean that's an important distinction to make. That anything that is physically possible will happen. So in this analogy, the purple hair is as a result of you dyeing it, and that's something that happens in maybe
Sure.
quintillion.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
You could say
and
that in a trillion years, an iteration of me happens that has I've dyed my hair purple. Yeah.
and that's supposed to be more rational than saying that the universe is finite and has a beginning.
Well, I'm just going on the evidence. Do you have evidence that the universe had a beginning? See,
Yeah, I
again,
mean,
you're see, my argument is based on the evidence. Your argument is based on what you don't have personal incredulity for. Like you're just saying, like you're incredulous to this idea, therefore it sounds absurd to you. I don't care if it sounds absurd. I'm asking for where does the evidence point?
the evidence does point towards a cosmic beginning. Even Stephen Hawking, in
No.
his singularity theorems, showed that general relativity implies a cosmic beginning.
Like one of the last things Stephen Hawking ever said in one of his lectures was he doubled down or he doubled back on the infinite regress of time. Even though he famously laid down the argument for the beginning of time happening at the Big Bang, he later went back on himself on it. Like just quoting
I,
Stephen Hawking isn't an argument.
I don't. That's not accurate because Hawkins didn't endorse an infinite regress of past events. His later work with Hartle proposed the no boundary model, where time is finite but self-contained, like the surface of a sphere, and that's not an infinite path. And even Hawking did not acknowledge that virtually all of the evidence points to a beginning.
Yeah,
So
but now
that's not true.
you're just saying, well, the as long as you change the conception of time, you can word it to say that it had a beginning.
No, I'm just correcting you on what you thought Hawking supposedly said as he approached his death. He never was an advocate of an infinite past. Look, and again, when you ask me where does the evidence come from, this goes back to our very first line of debate. Is in I'm going with where the science takes us right now, and I know you had your poll earlier.
But you haven't quoted a single thing of science. What you've said is, well, as long as I quote this one guy that I like, this one guy supports me. That doesn't get you anywhere.
There are lots of people that I can quote: Belenkin,
I know, but there are lots
Alan
of people,
Guth,
Amir, we did this last time.
Sean.
There are lots of people I could quote, right? So just quoting your favorite physicist isn't an argument. Until you can
Uh,
demonstrate that the state of the field, like there's a consensus among these scientists that there was a beginning to time, or for example, that there couldn't be an eternal state of quantum fields. Like you're not getting anywhere. In fact, if I remember correctly, the last time we talked, we wasted an hour doing the same pissing contest of you just wanting to quote your favorite physicists.
I don't think that actually happened on our first debate. We debated something else. You might have confused me for someone else there.
Probably. I talked to a lot of
Need, need,
people.
needless to say, what's to say that your uh, consensus is better than mine? As in, why do you feel like the scientists that you're appealing to hold more weight than the ones that I'm appealing to?
Because my opinion, like the people that I would quote, we have data, like there are observations and data to support the theory.
What observations or data that we have to support the theory of an eternal past?
Okay, so again, this is going to go down to what do you think time is? So what do you think time is?
What do you think time is? I think you're the one making the claim here.
Well, I think time is a property of space time. I just think space time is a web, and I think it existed forever. Because if space time is a continuum and it's just a fundamental reality of space, why would I believe that it has a boundary? Why would I believe that it has a limit?
This is the B theory of time. Yeah.
Well, B theory of time just states that all points in time are equally real.
Right. So therefore, it becomes with no boundary. Um, I don't have a concrete definition of time, and I don't think anyone does. But we have a intuitive understanding of what time is. I'm not saying
Right.
therefore we should.
So
I don't think.
so if
I'm not saying.
matter and energy in the universe is conserved, then I have no reason to believe that there was once none of it. There's no reason to believe that the matter and energy we currently see around us didn't exist at some point. None.
Again, this maybe we're going into. My understanding is that sure, whilst we can say that energy is conserved, and that's the first law of thermodynamics, we understand that those conditions break down as we approach the Big Bang. So we can't say that energy is conserved as
What do you
we
mean? What do you mean we can't say that? Why can't we?
well, because
Where
there's
does it
no
go?
time.
What's creating
Well,
it?
I mean, energy conservation only holds if physics is time symmetric, and near the Big Bang, time itself was beginning or at least radically different. So
That
there's no continuous.
that only depends on what you think time is. If you think time is just what the clock does, then what you're saying is nonsense. If you think that time just a fundamental thing like space time, then you're wrong. If you believe that time is a property of physical matter, then you're right. So again, this argument revolves around what you think time is, and being that we don't have a consensus of time, all we're doing is we're going to go back to quoting our favorite physicists on what we think time is, just like we're going to go back to quoting our favorite physicists as to whether or not there was a beginning to it.
And I don't think we've completely settled this part. Like, how do we know which scientists we should be appealing to?
We don't. That's the problem, Amir, because even the scientists don't all agree. That's the problem with this whole thing. 'Cause what you want to do is you want to say, my scientists are right, your scientists are wrong. That's a stupid argument. That's why I don't do it. Like, you're not going to find me out here just saying, well, this scientist says that, so you should believe it. I don't do that. The reason why I don't do that is because I know there are other scientists who disagree. So it's a useless thing. I don't care that one scientist said a thing. I care about what data do we have, and do we have some sort of a reliable consensus as to what the data means? And you've presented not a single piece of data that would warrant a belief that whatever we call this reality that we're living in, that it once just didn't exist. It was pure nothingness. Not a single shred of evidence points to that fact.
Do we have a reliable consensus at this stage as to what time is from the scientific community?
I don't think we do. I've been way before I was even studying, like, the possible beginning of the universe. I was trying to figure out what time actually was. And this was one of my greatest frustrations, is every single article I read had a different opinion. There's even cosmologists and physicists out there that will tell you time is an illusion. Time doesn't actually exist. It's not fundamental to the universe, right? So if you've got that big of a swing of we've got like 5 different opinions on what time could be, then why would I think that me, a non-physicist, a non-cosmologist, is going to have a solid opinion on what the fuck time is if the cosmologists don't even have a consensus?
That's fair. That's I mean that's a very humble thing to say. So with that admission, why are you so certain of an infinite past if every model of time that we have is
Because time's
contradicting each
irrelevant.
other?
It doesn't matter what you think about time. Like, so no matter what theory of time you hold, there's still no evidence that points towards everything in existence not existing. There's none. It doesn't matter if time's emergent. It doesn't matter if it's fundamental. It doesn't matter if it's an illusion. It doesn't matter what you think time is. We have no evidence that points towards the idea that there was once nothing. Not a shred.
I agree.
So then why would
Um,
I believe there was ever nothing?
I don't think we should take that. I mean, I get that you'd rather say the universe has always existed because at least then you avoid nothing. But infinite regress creates bigger problems, as in you can't cross
But the
an
but the
actual
infinite
infinite.
but the infinite regress is not important to the discussion on whether or not there was ever nothing. I think an internal past definitely is problematic if you're a theist because you want to interject and claim that your God created time, but it's actually irrelevant. Like an infinite regress is not even relevant because there's other models of time that still have no time existing, but also like actual stuff existing, like a quantum field. Of course, then you got to talk about what quantum time is. That's a whole different discussion. But the reality is, like, we don't have to talk about an infinite regress. For example, if you believe that time is purely a property of the material universe, and you believe the material
Mm.
universe was birthed out of a quantum field, then you would say that time came into existence when the quantum field gave rise to material. And so you could literally say that time came into existence. So there's not an infinite regress of time. But even before time came into existence, there was a quantum field. So talking about time isn't relevant.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's where I struggle to get my head around something, is in how quantum fields have the capacity to create time in the absence of time. Um,
Right. And
just
that's the difficulty with time because I if time doesn't exist, then you have to admit that there's no cause and effect in the quantum world.
correct,
And cause and effect requires time, right?
correct.
Right. So if there's such a thing as cause and effect, then there must be time. Now, it could listen, it could be that in the quantum world there is no cause and effect and there's no time. It could be, I don't know. I'm not a quantum physicist. What I do know is that theists are up here running these arguments against the idea that something always existed. And they believe that their God is causing and affecting things, but somehow is doing it without time. That's preposterous.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think see the way I would see it
Amir,
is
what
that
God do
God
you
is
believe in?
not a religious one.
Then why do you
Um,
care? Does your God care about you?
I care in terms of being able to ground my worldview
No,
for
no, no. Does your
intellectual
God care
reasons.
about you?
I don't know. I hope he
You
does.
don't know?
I mean,
Does your God
it'd be
want you to care about it?
I have no idea.
Let's imagine that there was a first cause. Why would anyone believe that the first cause is a God as opposed to some sort of naturalistic phenomenon with a lot less entailments than like a guy up immaterial thing floating around in space?
Well, I guess it's because, I mean, a system cannot fully explain its own creation without appealing to something outside of itself, because self-explanation assumes the prior existence of the system or its principles, which creates some sort of logical circularity.
No,
Um, you know,
because your God explains itself within itself. So that's a logical circularity.
yeah, I mean, both naturalism and the God hypothesis lead in absurdities. It's a case of being able to select which one is the least absurd, because we both would take something as a brute fact.
I
Naturalism would
agree.
assume,
Yes, we both hold to some brute facts. I'm with you there.
yeah,
Right,
yeah,
but the
and
question is, why would anyone assume God is a brute fact?
um, I think at this point it becomes more about Occam's razor, and I think there is greater
Mhm.
simplicity in the God
Mm.
argument with greater explanatory
No, the
depth.
opposite. Because now you've got to explain why your God does anything. Like the minute you introduce a God rather than a simple naturalistic phenomenon that we just haven't discovered yet, something that exists by necessity, you've just introduced a mountain of entailments. Why did your God create anything? Why the fuck does he care? And is it a he? Is it a she? Is there one? Is there 10?
I think that maybe at that point it becomes a matter of temperament because I can see how a naturalist could perfectly respond and say that God actually makes things more complicated. You're
Yeah.
unnecessarily adding something else.
Yeah, because you
Equally,
probably
I think
believe in a God that doesn't like trans people, don't you?
no, not at all.
Because it seemed like earlier in the conversation, you were trying to make a really interesting future scenario that insulted me as a trans person. So I'm
Oh no, I was
assuming
just
that your
trying.
God doesn't like trans people.
If that comment caused any offense, I apologize. I was just trying to illustrate the most absurd scenario that an infinite
It's
universe could
absurd to be
entail.
trans?
I say no, it's not absurd to be trans.
Oh, okay.
No, just to your point, anyway. I just wanted to say that it, under classical theism, the reason why the God hypothesis can be seen as more appealing, according to Occam's razor, is it's the unification of the explanations instead of requiring multiple speculative mechanisms like inflation, multiverse, quantum fluctuations, etc. God posits a single explanatory cause, as in a necessary eternal mind, and it stops the regress. Physics-based explanations often defer to deeper layers like quantum field fluctuations, and then what happens to the quantum field. Whereas God provides a terminus as an ultimate ground of being. And I can't give other reasons, but inevitably, I think which way you sway at that point becomes a matter of temperament and
No,
preference. You can't.
but he involves more entailments. This is like okay. I don't know if you ever watched true crime. This is like the husband that ended up, killing his wife rather than getting divorced. And then when he's in the interrogation, he has to make up a story like, oh, actually, these robbers came in and they killed my wife. Now, he thought that that fixed the problem. That answers why his wife is dead rather than him actually doing it. But the investigator says, you fucked up now. Now that you introduced a robber, you've got a whole shitload of entailments you need to account for. What was the robber doing there? If the robber was there to rob the house, why did he kill the wife? Why are you alive? Why didn't the robber kill you? Did he bother to look in your bedrooms to see if your kids were there? How come all the drawers aren't pulled out if he was looking for money, right? So the minute you introduce something, you need to now have excuses. Like you need to answer the entailments for why that thing does what it does. Otherwise, it doesn't really solve any problems. It introduces new problems. So we have no answer for why your God would create anything if your God is perfect. We have no answer for why your God didn't create other gods. We have no answer for whether or not your God created 100 different worlds, all with life on them, or whether or not this is the only one with life on it. We have no answer for why your God saw fit to create a world with natural disasters that randomly kill 100,000 people a year on average. We have no reason to believe that if your God created all this nonsense, that it has like an afterlife in mind for us, which to be fair is what most people want to believe in God for, is for the afterlife prospect, right? Like there's so many entailments the minute you introduce the God hypothesis that to me, it just becomes less plausible because now rather than trying to solve one problem, we've got to solve 100 new problems.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair point, but I don't necessarily think certain attributes of God need to be explained or scrutinized if it's still the best explanation that we have. Like similar to the
It's not.
analogy that you made. Sorry.
It's not. You're the one that brought up Occam's razor. The solution is the one that doesn't needlessly multiply entities.
Correct.
Right? So the minute you introduce a God, like you've needlessly now multiplied all kinds of shit. Whereas I can just say, like, if I don't know, like if I imagined for a second that there was a prime mover, which I don't believe there was, but even if I did, I could just say, it's just a naturalistic phenomenon. It's just a quantum fluctuation. Boom. Not a whole lot to worry about there. Maybe a couple different questions about how it works. I don't have to explain its motivations. I don't have to explain its thoughts or feelings.
Sure. I mean, I still think positing God as a single necessary mind may be simpler than infinite regress of contingent mechanisms,
Mm,
and that becomes a matter of preference in terms of
no,
which way you.
'cause we've never observed minds outside of brains. So you're now positing like something that we've never observed it to be possible. Why would we believe that there are minds out there without brains?
Um, well, I mean, that question assumes that a mind must be physical, but that's exactly what's under debate. If God
But
exists, his mind wouldn't be a product of matter. It would be the ground of matter itself. And demanding God's mind be made up of, I don't know, neurons is like demanding that the number two weighs a kilogram. It's a
yeah,
category error.
but have we ever observed a mind without a brain?
No.
Right.
But I
So
could just,
then in order to posit that God is a mind without a brain, again, you're positing another thing with zero evidence.
I mean, brains are one way of insatiating a mind, but they're not the only imaginable way. If a
Then
God is a
show me another
necessary
way that it
reality,
happens.
well, I mean, look, I could turn the question around and ask, how can consciousness arise from neurons firing? Saying because it does doesn't really solve the mystery; it just relocates it. So
Well,
both
I'm not
sides
asking
face the
you
puzzle.
how. I'm not asking you how it happens. I'm just saying, have we ever observed consciousness without a brain? You can say anything you want to about not knowing how it works. That's not the question. The reality is we've never observed a mind without a brain. We have no reason to believe that.
We've never observed the mind without a brain. I agree,
Right.
but I
So
don't. I don't think
positing
that
that there's a mastermind without a brain to me would require some level of evidence.
it would require evidence, but I don't think that's the sort of evidence we would arrive at through understanding minds and consciousness, because I don't think
The
those apply to
the
God.
simplicity to saying, "No, it wasn't a mind without a brain, it was just a quantum fluctuation," is a way simpler answer because we know that quantum fields actually exist.
But then the question is, how can they exist as just a brute fact?
The same way God exists with a brute fact. I agree, we both have a brute fact. The difference is I know my brute fact actually exists. I know quantum fields exist.
The thing with God is that you could still give it better explanatory scope because it acted with intentionality. Quantum fields
Why?
don't act with intentionality.
Why?
Why did it act with intentionality?
Yeah.
I'm not
You're
too
just
sure.
introducing new problems to solve. Why did God create anything? Was he
I
lonely?
don't. I mean, even though they are problems, I don't think they're problems that we need to solve. As in, it's like you
Right?
gave an analogy earlier.
So Amir, but look at what you're doing, right? You're saying there's something I can't explain. So I'm going to introduce another entity that just happens to have all these powers that I need it to have, but it also includes lots of other things that I can't explain, right? So you're saying I'm going to explain something by something else I can't explain, which to me just it muddies the water, it doesn't fix anything. Whereas we could just use a naturalistic phenomenon like for the 100th time, like a quantum field, which we kind of do have some explainers for, even though we're still learning.
Yeah, I mean, just a quick analogy would be like, let's just say if someone came into your house and they robbed various prized possessions that you have, you could conclude that robbers are the best explanation as to why those things have gone missing. But you wouldn't need to know who those robbers are, what their motivations were for robbing you, in order to conclude that robbers are the best explanation as to why your possessions have gone missing. So when you ask me the question,
But
why
are
did
you
God
referring to
create
my
anything?
analogy, or is this a new analogy?
I think this is a slightly new analogy.
Okay, because yeah, my analogy was that there was a murder, not a robbery.
Okay, I mean, the say it could be spun in a million ways. Like, if people came into your house and they killed your grandma, hypothetically, you wouldn't need to know who those murderers are or what the motivations were for killing your grandma in order to conclude that, uh, you know,
But
the
in
murder
order to
has.
conclude that it was robbers, I would need information because most robbers aren't interested in killing your grandmother. They're interested in like walking away with your expensive jewelry or something.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you hypothetically found your grandmother, I don't like to use the analogy because it paints a very graphic picture. So we can go back to the example of your prized possessions being robbed. You could conclude that you were robbed without having to question what the motivations of the thieves were.
Well, we know
Um,
what they are. Like if you've concluded that you were legitimately robbed, you already know what the motivation are. They want your stuff. That's what robbery is about.
or rather, who they were. or when exactly they robbed you. I agree.
Well,
In
I
this
don't
case,
think
you do know what their motivations are. I do agree in this example, you would know what their motivations are. That's quite clear.
right, but you
Um,
don't need to like if there's clearly a robbery, you don't need to know the motivations to posit that there was a robbery. But if
yeah,
there was
I
a
mean,
murder, if there's a murder and somebody's saying that the murder was a result of a robbery, now you need to talk about the evidence because you're like, wait, that doesn't fit the model. If somebody wants to
correct.
murder you, the robbery is unnecessary. If somebody wants to rob you, the murder is unnecessary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the point that I was trying to illustrate here is that you don't often need an explanation of something if it's the best explanation that you have. So to ask questions like, let's just say if someone killed your grandma, you wouldn't need to know what their motivations are. If you walked into the room and you saw bloodshed and you saw gunshots, etc.,
Mhm,
you would know that she was murdered without knowing
mhm.
the motivations as why she was murdered. And so I think it's the same thing when you ask, why did God create anything at all? I don't have an answer to that, but all I know is that it's a better explanation as to why anything at all exists.
It's not
That's the
because you have no explanation for why your God exists. Like, so, like saying that I have to explain why something exists rather than nothing, and that's a problem for me. It's a problem for you too. You can't explain why your God exists.
Mm. Justin, I have to say, can I just say, just
Mhm.
completely out of the box, you're an incredibly patient debater and you have a very good temperament about you. I really like your debating style. I am going to give other callers a chance to get on the line with you because you've really given me some food for thought. And I'm going to play back this debate and just go through some of the things that you've said. But really, I'm going to give massive credit to you.
All right. Hey, Amir, thanks for coming to chat with me. I know sometimes I'm a little bit animated, and I think you're pretty calm and level headed. But I appreciate the conversation still. Yeah.
Yeah, have a good one, dude. Yeah. Thank you so much for
All
having
right.
me.
Cheers. All right, friends. I'm going to read just a couple super chats and we're going to move right on to our next guest. We've got a $49.99 super chat from our friend Beto. Thank you so much, Beto. I really appreciate that. Huge W. Says, gasp, how dare you show him evidence? It hurts his baseless claims that he brought up. I know. I don't know how many times I can say it. I don't really care like for appeals to authority. I think sometimes they're helpful, like when you have a field consensus, but like nothing's more annoying than saying, well, my favorite cosmologist says such and such. I don't care. My favorite says the opposite. What do I care? Atlas, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says if I send all my theist family members rocks with googly eyes on them for Christmas, then they will all unknowingly have Doug eyes upon them. Yes, please do. Please do. Shale Doug. I apologize, I'm behind. I am in works with somebody who makes plushies, negotiating how we can do a deal to make Doug plushies. It's happening, friends. Carnage, my friend, great to see you. Carnage says, Cosmic Woo, let's go. Carnage, you know Cosmic Woo is coming. And Carnage also says, okay, I thought Amir, this was going to be infinitely more entertaining. He didn't even arrive at quantum conclusion. Rip my hopes and dreams. I'm sorry. Listen, we could have Amir, depending on what route he was going to take, we could have went down some sort of quantum woo. It didn't go that route. I apologize, but Carnage, there's a lot of time left in live stream. We could still get quantum woo in the live stream. You know what I mean? That's still a reality. And Dr. Pizza, my good friend, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, and then put a baby in the baby brick shed. Is the shed made of baby or is the baby made of shed? It cries for it does not know. That was my first baby bricks. I thought about doing, I appreciate that, Dr. Pizza. I thought about doing baby paste again, but I was like, we really need a new example of things you shouldn't do with babies. And, I was just like spitballing off just right off the dome. And that's what we arrived at. I make no apologies for it. It is what it is. You know what I mean? And Kenneth says, is it true the rapture was invented in the 1800s? No, it's not. I think like the modern idea of the rapture that was invented, more like during the time of Darby, 1700s. But like the idea, like in First Thessalonians, like we're gonna meet him in the sky, blah 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 blah. We're we're in the clouds. That's all there. That's in the Bible. Like there's definitely a resurrection of the righteous in the Bible, especially in the New Testament, where they rise from the graves. People meet Jesus in the air, and then they dwell with Jesus. That is, but the idea that you're going to get, Christians are going to get raptured away and leave behind all the non-Christians, that's a later invention. That's not really a thing that's in traditional Christianity. That was a late invention. But the idea that Jesus would come back and we'd all meet him in the air, that's a real thing. So hopefully that clears it up. All right. We're going to get saying, and then after that, we'll move back to our YouTube queue. Or say what? There we go. How you doing, say what?
Hello. How are you doing? Unnamed caller.
I'm sorry, what?
How are you doing, unnamed caller?
Well, you can call me Justin. Do you want to be say what, or do you have a name you prefer?
Oh yeah, I do prefer to be called say what. I don't know if you're here to share about some ideas, or if you're just here to get paid.
I'm here to
but
debate.
This is going to be
so
fun.
did you come to debate or come to do meta?
I came to debate.
Cool. So how old are you? Are you? Well, I don't need to care. I don't care how old you are. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in some kind of a god?
No and yes.
So you're under 18 and you do believe in a god?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, come back when you're 18. We don't talk to children. We leave that to priests, okay? All right. We'll move over to our YouTube queue. I thought we had one that wanted to talk, but what are you gonna do? He sounded like he'd be fun. He sounded like kind of a weirdo, anyways. So we love weirdos here. All right, let's grab Move I Got This from the YouTube queue. Right now, our TikTok queue is currently empty. We probably got our live restricted on TikTok when I was talking about drugs earlier. Shouldn't have said that word. It is what it is. The TikTok stream is really low right now. So we might have to rely on the YouTube guest queue. All right, let me get our next guest in here. Move I Got This. Welcome in. Move. Move, I think your mic is not connected. Let me see what you got going on here. It looks like you've got a couple audio devices. You've got a Black Hole 6-channel. You've got a Sunstone iPhone microphone. Yeah, we can't hear you yet. Yeah, nothing, no audio yet. When you entered the room, did you pick a microphone? Sometimes just refreshing the browser will fix it. Refresh the browser, see if it'll pick up your mic. If the refresh boots them, we'll just pull them right back up. It shouldn't be too big of a deal. Yeah, suspense, right? He's got like 5 microphones. He's recording this, like he's got the screen recording on. So this is obviously like really important to him. So we'll see what happens. All right, he refreshed the browser. He'll be back in a second. We'll pull him up here in a second. Thank you for the love paint, Nora. I really appreciate that. Friends over on TikTok. Hey, thanks for hanging out with me. I had a bunch of people give gifts. Christina Carroll and Steampunk both giving gifts on TikTok. Thank you for all the love paint, Christina Carroll. I really appreciate that. Guys, if you're not following Christina Carroll, what are you doing? Her live streams are amazing. And Dugald, thank you so much for all the face paint, buddy. Another fabulous live streamer on TikTok. Great friends of mine. And Can Mom and Miss Michelle, thank you so much for the love paint. I appreciate that. A big W. All right, let's bring in Move I Got This again. and we'll try this third time. Trista and Slussy, thank you so much for the paint, and thank you for the butterfly. I appreciate that. All right, move. Let's see if we can get some audio this time. Move. Anything? I got no sound from you, buddy. I don't know what kind of technology you're working with over there, but something's not set up right. I don't show that you have any audio coming in. Like when you talk, your audio bar doesn't move. Oh well. I don't know what to tell you. Call back on your phone, okay? Oh well. Move on to the next one. Let's bring in, is it Fleece?
I feel like I'm looking at things too personal. So to me, it's like the thing is like that. That's what I did. I just kind of reflect on it. I'm trying to look at things too personal rather than just like looking at it how I'm supposed to look at it.
Bro, my life has never been better.
Before-
I'm constructive from that
before-
bullshit.
before-
my
no,
life
before-
has never
before-
been better. I'm free now. I don't give a shit about no God.
I found out why
Good.
these things were happening, basically.
Hey,
So I
Fleece, are
was-
you talking to someone else right now?
I went through
Two
the hard
and two
part.
together.
I went through the hard part.
What is the hard part?
Coming out of Christianity. It's the hard. You haven't went through that yet.
Is Fleece starting debates in real life? Is he in a
You
parking
should.
lot debating
False.
somebody?
You're false bullshit.
Okay, so the hard part is basically to me is like stop expecting Jesus Christ. So I'm already did that. Like I'm not expecting Jesus Christ to come and just.
So that means
stand
you
here.
failed then.
Fleece is
It's
talking
not
to someone
that,
else
just
right
I don't
now.
know. I'm gonna just keep believing on that because that's what basically.
Because that's the only thing that could keep you alive at this point, right? Yeah.
It's
I
not
know.
that.
No, it is that. You feel like this belief.
I feel like you got that
is one of
belief.
the
You got
only
that.
things that-
Because we'll come back to Fleece. Let's get Jesus Freak from the
together
queue. Welcome in, Jesus Freak.
instead of being separate. They didn't study it enough.
Jesus Freak?
Even I can understand it now reading Old Testament prophecy.
What is happening today?
Okay, so here, for example, Micah
Jesus
5,
Freak.
a
Hello.
promised ruler from Bethlehem. Marshal your troops now, city of troops, for a siege is laid against us. They will strike Israel's ruler on the cheek with a rod. But you, Bethlehem Ephrathah, though you are small among the clans of Judah,
Yeah, Micah 5
out of you
too.
will come for me one who will be ruler over Israel, whose origins are
Fleece.
from ancient times.
Okay, well, we'll move on to the next one. Let's try Stars. See if Stars is actually with us. Stars, can you hear me?
Yeah, am I on?
Yeah, you're on. You're a little bit quiet.
Okay.
I can
How
turn
about
your
now?
volume up if you can't get closer to the mic.
I'm as close as I'm wearing a headset, but I don't think it's on.
No,
Does
I
this
can.
sound better?
I can turn you up. Don't worry. I turned your mic up like 255%. They should be
Okay.
able
Is
to
it
hear you now.
happening? Is it easier to hear now?
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah. Everyone watching, let me know if you can if you can't hear them, but I can hear them right now with the microphone turned up, so I think we should be okay. So, Stars, are you at least 18, and do you believe in
Yeah.
some kind of God?
Yes. Yes. I'm in my 30s, and I became a believer in Jesus around 25.
Okay. And what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
The most compelling. By the way, I hear Trump speaking in the background. Is that you?
Hold on. No, that's not me.
That's so. Hold
You
on.
should not be hearing Trump in the background of this call.
Oh, it was my Twitter. That's my bad.
Like I don't,
It's like it was my feed just going like refresh or something. But your question is the most compelling evidence that he exists?
the most compelling evidence or argument for the God of Christianity being true, and I am assuming maybe I shouldn't, but I am assuming that you believe in like the Trinity.
the Godhead, a lot of people call it the Trinity. I would say it's the Godhead. The Trinity isn't specifically like said or translated that way, but yeah, I believe like in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, you believe that Jesus is God, the Son, and then there's God the Father, and then God the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, and I can explain, what I understand of that. Obviously, it's kind of still a bit of a mystery, like, that all three are the same, but obviously there's like analogies to use. But yes, I do believe that.
Cool. So, what would be your favorite argument or evidence for this actually being reality?
Well, I would say that it's probably not something you want to pinpoint one thing on, right? I would say, like, if you're looking for evidence, I think you would want to take more than just one thing into account, because I don't think when people ask me that question, it's like, well, I'll put it this way. I believe that if God himself wanted to appear to you right now, he could. Like, I wholeheartedly believe that. So, and if he doesn't, then that's a choice.
Right.
So,
So, but I'm asking you for your strongest piece of evidence is because we can only analyze one at a time. Like you might have 10 reasons, but we can't talk about 10 at once.
right. So, I'll use one of the pieces of evidence that have like bridged human observation to like spiritual belief. I can't probably use all of them, so I will say like the subject that I'll talk about won't be like the all over encompassing evidence, but I do think it's an interesting point to in perspective. So a little backstory, I'll make it quick. Basically, I was talking with my mother's husband, and he's not really a believer at all. And he was saying, like, he said, well, what came before light? And he's, by the way, a surgeon, and he's now a chief medical officer. So he's a very smart dude. And he's like well read, and he knows his stuff, but he's not necessarily a believer. And he said, you know what was before light? And I said, no. And he says, it was water. And that just like blew my mind, because I went to Genesis and I read, and I was like, yeah, you're right. It says that, God's face was on the face of the waters, right? Saying there was multiple. And so there was something that came along kind of quickly after that. I learned about solar luminescence. And it's when, if I understand correctly, it's like when light is like comes through liquid by sound. And so in the beginning, that's what God says. He said, let there be light. So that would be sound. And then he said that he was on the face of the waters. So basically it just says it was God and the waters, and then like obviously the void of earth kind of comes shortly after that. But in between all of that, he says, basically it's God in the face of the water. He says, let there be light. And then there was light. And so that kind of helps. Like, for example, when I say the word solar luminescence, I have looked for what we have observed to kind of like go and tail with some of these things that are hard to understand. Like, so have you ever heard about that?
Yeah, but I don't see how any of that gets you to God. Maybe you can make the connection for me. What does solar luminescence or sonar luminescence have to do with God?
Well, so like I said, when you ask me like what is my all presenting evidence, that God exists, I think obviously you've dealt with this a lot, I'm sure, is like, well, Christians will just like quote something from the Bible, right? As like kind of as like their defense, or like as their reasoning or as their understanding. You might be familiar with Romans 1:20. It says, for since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse. So I think what he's saying there is like, it's evident that there is a creator, right? That's what he's saying.
Yeah, but I would disagree. I don't think it's evident that there's a creator, which is why I'm asking for the evidence.
Okay, well, the laws, right? So do you believe that they're like laws of the universe, or like laws of physics, or like laws of like reality, like in
N-
any sense?
Not in the way you think. No. I think laws are descriptions of the way the universe behaves. You probably want laws to be prescriptive in that they dictate the way the universe behaves.
Um, well, what I would say is that what I was going to say is that, well, do believe, I mean, there's like a proper flow and ordinance to like reality. So like, you know, and that's what I was describing as like as laws. Like, so you're saying that you believe laws are, say, if you could say that
Descriptive.
again,
They're descriptive,
descriptive.
not
So
prescriptive.
they're not like definite, like, I don't know, how do you say, like arbiters of reality? They're not true constructs. It's just kind of like you're saying they're just like understood like through our senses, but they're not like.
The laws of the universe are descriptions about how the universe behaves. Like the speed of light, which is constant, light isn't traveling at that speed because there's a law dictating that it has to. We call it a law because it always does.
Okay. Um, so I guess I was just going to allude that I believe that the laws of physics and the laws of, certain understandings that we've uncovered, like, because there are some things that are kind of debatable, and then there are some things that are more concrete that are even like held into like, okay, this is true by even Christians. Um, and I was just going to say that I believe that these laws that dictate reality come from a lawmaker, right? So like
But
everything that is and
that's
is
if you think
observable.
laws have ontology, and I don't. I don't think that laws have existence. Right? That's why I prefaced this by saying I don't believe that laws exist in the same way you believe laws exist.
Well, that may or may not be true because I'm not like sold on on all science. I think certain areas is like debatable, but I will admit that I'm like a new time viewer. I was just random. I don't even know what I was scrolling, and I saw your live thing, and I thought I would pop in and have it,
Mhm.
enter the discussion. I will ask you if I
Why did you
may.
pick Christianity as opposed to like Islam or Buddhism?
Yeah, so that's actually a good question. And I'll make this very, very, very long story short. Um, Growing up in America, I knew it from a young age. I was very interested in spirituality, and I will admit I was interested in power. I was interested in truth. I was interested in understanding. Like when I was like 14, I was reading the Tao Te Ching. Then when I was like 16, I read a book about Buddhism, and I remember like almost like tearing up to my mom because she wasn't like this huge practicing Christian, but that's how she was raised. I remember kind of like tearing up, like, "Mom, I think I'm a Buddhist." She's like, "That's okay," and I started finding certain answers that satisfied me through my reading at a young age. And I would say that for me, I specifically like had no interest in learning about Christianity. I was very, very ignorant of what it was and what it represented and what and everything about it. I
So,
kind of knew.
what about Christianity led you to believe that it's true?
So yeah, long story short, as I grew older, I wasn't satisfied with like the completeness of how I understood my worldview and reality through these other religions, and so like I went into I kept searching and I kept going through other religions and trying to like map out what they all meant and what they are like their timelines and stuff like that. And it wasn't Christianity was basically the last thing that I looked at. And I think right before that,
Right, but what
actually.
I'm asking you is what is it about Christianity that would lead you to believe that it's true? Not that is preferable. Like you
Mhm.
can say a religion is preferable. I'm asking what leads you to believe that it's true?
So I will. Okay, so I would love to answer this question. Now, everything I can't say, um, and you can take that for what you will, and I can explain that in a little bit later. But basically, as the last two things that I looked out into was basically like Satanism and then that led me into Christianity. And I would say that for me, the answer is just results. And I know how that comes off, right? It's like, okay, well, obviously, like, what does that mean? And there are some things I would be comfortable sharing in a platform like this, and some things I definitely shouldn't and wouldn't. But I was having experiences that I would later find that were parallel to people in the Bible.
So you think the Bible is true?
Yes. Yes.
Cool. How much of it?
I would say I would say I haven't found anything that I disagree with thus far. I haven't like as a scholar like read every page. You know, I've read a lot, but I can't say I'm a person that's like read every single thing. And obviously, part of it is because some of it's kind of like tedious a little bit, right? But yeah, so I would say the short answer is yes. I believe all of it is true.
Yeah. Would it be problematic if like you discovered that some of it wasn't true?
I think yeah, definitely for sure.
Sure. Let's cover a quick passage. This is Matthew 27. And this is when Jesus gets betrayed for 30 pieces of silver. It says, throwing down the pieces of silver in the temple, he departed and he went and hanged himself, referring to Judas, obviously. But the
Mhm.
chief priests, taking the pieces of silver, said, it is not lawful to put them in the treasury since they are blood money. After conferring together, they used them to buy the potter's field as a place to bury foreigners. For this reason, that field has been called the field of blood to this day. Then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah. Then he quotes Jeremiah. The quotation is, and they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price, and they gave them for the potter's field as the Lord commanded me. Can you find that quote in Jeremiah for me?
You want me to pull it up with you?
Yeah.
So I think I see what you're alluding to. You're saying that that specific text in our current Bible, Jeremiah, isn't revealed,
No. Mm-mm.
right? So, but that wouldn't necessarily mean that Jeremiah isn't true. It just means that it wasn't included in the text of Jeremiah.
That's not
If
what
it's
I'm
not
saying,
in it,
though. That quotation does exist in the Hebrew Bible. Well, more or less in the Greek Old Testament. The Hebrew says it a little bit differently, but the Greek Old Testament, which is being quoted here, this actually does exist. If you have a cross reference in your Bible, it will tell you where it exists. It should be in Zechariah.
so I guess from my end, if like without, let's say, if I'm just like detached from like resources, from my mind's view is that Jeremiah could have said this and it could have been recorded, but for whatever reason, it wasn't included in this Bible. It doesn't necessarily discount that
So,
Jeremiah said it.
so we have no way of knowing what was actually in God's word.
Well, what I'm saying is like, um, so for like example, there's like a story about the archangel Michael having an argument with the devil about the body of Moses, but that recollection is not in the Bible.
Yeah, but I don't like it, when I was a Christian, I wouldn't have thought that that was a true story. Why would I accept it as true?
So you're saying because, well, again, like I'm not like an expert at Jeremiah for sure.
Right, but the
Um,
quotation comes from Zechariah. Like Matthew just made a mistake. He said it came from Jeremiah when it came from Zechariah. It also isn't a really good quote because the quotation that he's pulling from Zechariah is not about a Messiah being betrayed for 30 pieces of silver. In fact, nobody gets betrayed.
well, I mean, Judas did betray the disciples and Jesus himself by turning them in
No,
to the
in
authorities, right?
Zechariah, right? Matthew's saying
Oh,
that this happened to fulfill a prophecy in Jeremiah, right? And what you're suggesting is that there's some version of Jeremiah that exists that nobody knows about that Jesus knew about, which I think is not a great argument, because the problem isn't whether or not we have all of Jeremiah. The problem is that the prophet Matthew just goofed. He quoted Zechariah when he should have been attributing it to Zechariah, not Jeremiah.
So yeah, like I said, if I was detached from resources, like the way I would deduce that, like to fit into my narrative, right? Like with my belief system would be, that Jeremiah could have spoken it.
Why? Why
Because
would I believe that?
Well, I'm not saying for you to believe it. I'm saying like that would be from my point of view is that Jeremiah would have spoken it, and someone else could have also spoken it. Because I
So
don't know.
Jeremiah spoke it and then Zechariah repeated it?
Yeah, I could definitely believe that because that kind of
Why?
that.
Because
because
the quotation from Zechariah is very specific. Do you know what's happening in the chapter where this is quoted?
No, I don't.
So this is a very specific prophecy given to Zechariah, and the goal of the prophecy is to demonstrate the judgment on the shepherds or the leaders of Israel, right? So God commands Zechariah to do a performative prophecy where he takes on the role of a shepherd and then abandons his sheep. And then when he abandons his sheep, he's like, well, if you think I deserve the money, I guess I can take it. If not, I'll give it to the treasury. And he ends up giving it back to the treasury because he didn't actually do his job. But nobody gets betrayed. It's like it's a very uber specific prophecy. I would have no reason to believe that Jeremiah said it when it's the prophecy was for Zechariah to literally act it out in real life.
Okay, so yeah. So I mean, if I were to meet you halfway and I say, let's propose that the author in the New Testament got his book wrong, right? That's what you're saying. Like he would have at least gotten that wrong, and so
Yeah, he got
therefore,
the wrong guy. Yeah. It happens more than once, by the way. This is not the first time it happens.
no, this is very interesting because I'll definitely enjoy looking into this.
Yeah. So
And
mhm.
before I continue, I'm just curious. Do you think you're actually willing to believe that, like a creator exists, or are you
Yeah,
not interested, or are you interested?
I'm interested in believing whatever's true.
True. Okay, cool. That's good to know.
Are you willing to believe that Christianity is not true?
I am unwilling to believe that, and I know that's probably
No
more
matter what the
frustrating.
evidence is?
Well, so again, the evidence.
So you're not open to facts and information then?
No, I am. So that's why I'm saying, like, I will look into like this information. I've never come across this, and I've come across a lot of, I would say like reasons for people to not trust the Bible or trust Jesus or to believe like and I was on the other side of that fence, right? I protested, right? Before I converted, right? So like not only am I familiar with that, but I've also come across a lot of things. You're presenting to me something that no one's ever shown me or at least, brought up that something like this could have been gotten wrong. So, but to answer your question of whether or not I'm willing to deny my faith, it's like this. I know most people in the world, if they could say, if God, if you exist, showed to me right now, right, and then make the demand, and then like he reveals himself immediately. For me, it wasn't an immediate, but I eventually was satisfied with the evidence that I got. Like
Well, the evidence
so
can't be the Bible. The Bible is demonstrably untrue. Like, not only does it just get stuff wrong, like it just straight up lies to you about all the prophecies Jesus fulfilled. He didn't fulfill any prophecies. Zero prophecies. Unless you can show me one. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is one that he fulfilled. I'd love to see it.
and so again, I'm technically, I'm not like a Bible scholar, but I do understand like layman's terms or just like, simple understandings when it comes to those kind of things. Because again, I could, and this is probably hastening my like wanting to be better prepared for a conversation like this. So it's really encouraging to me. But from what I understand, yeah, there was a lot. There would be excerpts from all the different prophets who would talk about him uh, to fulfilling a certain amount of prophecy. Now, the reason why what the Israelites and the Jews say, whatever you want to call them, at a certain time, is that he didn't fulfill all of them
None of them.
and such.
Not a single one. And even the ones listed in the New Testament, most of them aren't even prophecies. Like they're just random out of context quotations from the Old Testament. Like if I asked you to define for me, what is a prophecy? Like in the most basic fundamental understanding of what a prophecy is, what would you tell me?
I would say that, just asking me off the rip like that, what is a prophecy? I would say, um, I don't want to say a prediction. I would say a prophecy is, well, yeah, an accurate prediction, and that I would say a prophecy is an accurate prediction, and the source of this accurate prediction would be from God.
Sure. And how do you know when a prophecy is being given?
Sometimes you don't. So like there was
Sometimes you don't.
it's like, so for example, there was one of the Pharisees or Sadducees that was it says in the Bible that he didn't realize he was prophesying, and he said it was better for one man to die than the whole nation. And I think it says there,
Oh,
like in parentheses,
no.
it was like the high priest of that time, that was the acting high priest, and I think it says like he didn't even know he was prophesying, like.
If you already believe the New Testament is true, right? But if you're a Jew living in the first century BCE or the first century CE even, right? What is a prophecy? Like
Right,
a
I
prophecy
answered.
because it's telling you about the future,
Right, yeah,
right?
I would say an accurate prediction that will like 100% happen, and the source being from God, because I do believe there's a
Mhm.
parallel counterfeit to prophecies. Like I think that's called divination.
Yeah, but how do you know if someone's prophesying? Because the Bible tells you in Deuteronomy 18, it says if it proves to be true or it comes to pass, it
Right,
is something that is from the Lord, which means it's something you must be able to, first of all, know is even being predicted. Like a prophecy can't just be anything you want it to that is vaguely familiar to something that happens later. A prophecy is a form of speech where God says this is going to happen. Wait, and the Bible's full of them, hundreds,
correct. I
right? So,
I agree.
so like when I go to like some of these passages, like a famous example is Hosea 11. It says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that I called them, the more that they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols." That's not a prophecy, is it?
When I was in Israel, I was a child. I loved him. Out of Egypt, I was called my son. The more they were called, the more they went away. They kept sacrificing bells and burnt. Um,
It's
I
about the
think that's talking
Exodus.
about what's transpired, right?
Yeah, it's about the Exodus, right? It's in the past tense.
Hmm.
Yeah, now Matthew says this is a prophecy. Matthew says in chapter 2, like 14 and 15, he says that when Joseph and Mary went to Egypt, it was to fulfill this prophecy. It says, um, Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son. But like, if you're actually reading Hosea 11 in context, it is not talking about a Messiah. It's not talking about anybody escaping and going to Egypt. It's actually talking about the Exodus event in the past tense. So like Matthew's literally just making stuff up because Jesus didn't fulfill any actual prophecies. Like he has to do the sharpshooter fallacy.
Which scripture of Matthew is that? I'll look
It's
at it.
Matthew 2, 14 and 15.
Right, I would agree. I think like my interpretation of reading that is right away, let's see, they kept sacrificing the bells and burning offerings to idols. Well, just loosely, right? It says when Israel was a child, I'll bring up what you brought to me.
See, this is why I asked you, are you willing to be convinced that your religion is not true? And this is where the gymnastics start, because you're actually not willing to look at this text and be real with it. If I had to
No,
guess, you're going to turn yourself into a human pretzel trying to say that this non-prophecy is somehow still a prophecy.
I think I know what you're saying, and to some degree, I wouldn't say I wouldn't use those words, but yes, like from my point of view, what I'm viewing is an opportunity to learn more about what it meant, right? And so from your angle, it's like, well, this couldn't mean the same thing, but I'm willing to find the bridge that I can't maybe correctly identify right at the moment. So if I read that at rip and I was like, maybe that doesn't seem like that adds up, I can at least concede that I don't understand.
Sure, right? But if it
But what I'm
doesn't
saying
add
is,
up,
but from
then
my
why
point
would
of
you
view,
give Matthew the benefit of the doubt?
well, for example, well, to answer your question, maybe you didn't exactly ask, but it's like, why would I continue to defend and like take the path that I've chosen into this belief? It's because again, I've already been satisfied with the answers I've received when it comes to the context of like every single thing that's written here. I believe what you're giving me is an opportunity to learn more, but I can't say from this moment that I'm so fragile to say like, well, I'll have to throw everything that I think out the window.
No, I
I
didn't
have
say
to take
that. I'm not
right. I'm
saying you
just
need to deconvert right now. I'm just saying I think the honest thing to do is to admit that Matthew's making up prophecy where it doesn't exist.
It was Matthew 2:14-15. I was going to bring that up.
Yeah. It's actually pretty clear what's happening if you read Hosea 11. He's recounting the past events as an indictment for why they're going to be punished in the future. Because if you keep reading, he
Okay.
says, "Yet it was I who taught Ephraim to walk. I took them up in my arms, but they did not know that it was I that healed them. I led them with cords of human kindness, with bands of love. I was to them like those who lift infants to their cheeks. I bent down to them and I fed them." And then here comes the indictment. "They shall return to the land of Egypt and Assyria, shall be their king, because they have refused to return to me. The sword rages in their cities, it consumes their," or so on and so forth, right? So
Right.
the first four verses are clearly recounting the past. This is what happened in the past, and this is why you're about to be punished.
So okay. So this is what I think like off the first rip, right? It says, and so was fulfilled what the Lord had said through the prophet, out of Egypt I called my son, end quote. So he's saying that excerpt from all of these other passages was the singularity, like prophecy, right? Like
Why?
that the
Why would
other
anyone
one.
believe that? Why would anyone come to that logical conclusion? Because it's completely irrational to believe that everything in this chapter is about the Exodus and what is leading up to God's punishment, except for that one line is talking about future events, even though it's in the past tense, just like the rest of the indictment.
So right. So why would yeah, so I mean I can agree that it would be hard to understand why would God have this written all out as a specific scenario, but then have this person in the future interpret that one sentence out of this whole excerpt
Yeah.
was part of a future prophecy,
And
right?
he
That's like
wouldn't do it. That'd be silly and irrational.
okay, and I would possibly I wouldn't maybe say silly, but I would say like it wouldn't be the most logical deduction that people
No,
make, right? Like
certainly not. Nobody,
so
nobody in their right mind would read that passage and think, "Oh, this is a prophecy about the Messiah hundreds of years from now," when it's clearly about the nation of Israel. This is a quotation from Exodus chapter 4, verse I think 422, when he says that Israel is his firstborn son and he's releasing them from Egypt.
So to go over what I think is happening here, I do believe that things can mean more than one thing. And to just kind of
Yeah.
like put it in, like, so for example, I think
So
like
it's got
certain
two
words.
meanings.
Right, and I was gonna
Why?
use like the rectangle and square kind of interpretation where like one is only one of them, but the other one is both of them.
Why would I believe that this has a separate meaning that's completely divorced from the original context?
So, so if I'm looking at it, and again, I can't say that I know the mind of God completely, or like even like a high percentage of. But if I'm looking at the interpretation of why out of Egypt I called my son, so from Matthew, from the author, like he is believed to be writing and speaking, and well, mostly like writing this right under the Holy Spirit's like guidance, right?
No, that's what I'm
So
contending. No, I'm demonstrating that he's not. Like, you're giving him the benefit of the doubt that even though what he's doing is illogical, you just have to accept it. I'm saying, no, you shouldn't do that. Like, if someone's giving you an illogical
well, so
prophecy, what the rational thing to do is say, that's illogical. I don't believe it. Because if you saw this in the Quran, you wouldn't accept it as true.
well, I I don't want to. Oh, how do I say this? I wouldn't. I know what you're saying,
Well, let me ask you a
but
question,
to stay
Stars.
on.
If I showed you in the Quran a bunch of prophecies, right, or a bunch of prophetic writings, and then I showed you here it actually came true, but the only way those prophecies ever came true is if you attribute a secondary meaning to them that's divorced from the original context. Would you believe me when I told you that Muhammad fulfilled a bunch of prophecies?
Well, I mean, that all really depends, right? I mean, it just depends. Like, and
Yeah,
so
it
I don't
depends
think
on
that's.
what you've already bought into, right? It depends on it. I already believe that Christianity is true. Therefore, I just have to accept whatever it gives me. Same reason why if I talk to somebody in Islam, they're well, I already believe that Islam is true. It doesn't matter what the Quran says, right? So that's I'm just pointing out like there's when I talk to Christians, and I sorry to pigeonhole you into a category, but when I talk to Christians, like they're really willing to accept anything the Bible tells them just because they already believe in Christianity rather than starting with, well, is the Bible true?
Well,
And then if the
okay.
Bible is true, should I be a Christian?
So I hear you. If we focus on this one example you've given me, I think this is a good one to discuss. So again, it does say, "Out of Egypt I called my son," right? So it's saying that singular line of throughout the whole excerpt of talking is a hidden like single prophecy. Like we would have to say it's a hidden prophecy.
Nah.
So
Why? Why would I believe that?
no, I'm not saying what to believe it. I'm saying to meet me halfway, like, and say, okay, because again, the author in Matthew is saying out of Egypt I called my son. He's only referencing that. He's not referencing all the rest. So
I
if you
know
were to include, but
because it
let me,
would prove him wrong.
well, if, well,
This
well,
is
sure,
called cherry
exactly.
picking. That's when you ignore the part that is inconvenient for you and you only quote the part that you can twist to mean what you want it to mean.
Right. And I can understand, like, because, again, I think like when we're using like human logic and deduction, it'll take us very far. But if we're crossing into like the spiritual understanding of why God would have chosen to hide a single sentence out of an excerpt of of a story and say, so because from God's point of view, and if this is correct, right, if this lines up, and we're just going to use this, like this one you're showing me right now, from God's point of view, he's allowed to use a single sentence and declare it a future prophecy and hide it amongst all the rest of the
Right,
scripture. So
but you would need to
let me offer a reasoning though.
first
I'll
determine
offer.
that that's the logical conclusion, right? No
Well,
one's
I'm going to
asking
offer.
about God's ability. We're asking if you're reading the book, what's the most logical conclusion? Like, what's the most logical reading of this text? And the most
So
logical reading of the text is clearly that it's a callback to the Exodus.
I think, and so I think part of the ongoing narrative, especially mostly right in the New Testament, obviously in the Old Testament, is that if we rely on our own faculties,
That's what you're
that
doing.
will. Well, no, what I'm saying is I'm including, the perspective of what God could have meant here, right? And
But
so
how did you determine that the New Testament's interpretation is true? Did you rely on your own faculties?
I believe, well, no, I included the idea that God exists, right? So you're including the idea that God doesn't exist,
No, I can
I
grant you that
believe.
God exists. I'm Jewish now. Convince me that I should be Christian and not Jewish. Because if I'm Jewish, I'm reading this within the context it was
Are
given.
you actually Jewish or just not really?
No, what I'm saying is you don't have to be an atheist to make this argument. Anybody could make this argument that's not a Christian.
But what you're saying is okay, like even if you were, the smartest person, say you had the highest IQ and say you were the like most profound, wisest person, it would still be a stretch to say, because he said, "Out of Egypt I called my son," we have to include all the rest of the passages because that's not what they're referencing. I think what you
No,
don't like is
what
that.
I'm saying is that words have meanings and grammar has meanings, right?
I
So
agree.
when I read Hosea 11, it's clearly calling back to Exodus 4:22. It says, "Then you will say to Pharaoh, thus saith the Lord, Israel is my firstborn son. I said to you, let my son go that he may serve me," right? Then you get to Hosea, and Hosea is about to make a damning indictment on the Israelites, saying, I'm going to send you fuckers back to Egypt, right? He starts out
Mhm.
with the indictment or with the reason for the indictment. He says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt, I called my son. That's what happened in the Exodus. God called his firstborn son out of Egypt. And then he says, the more that I called them, the more that they went from me. They kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. Exactly what happened after the Exodus. They almost immediately made golden calves. So, but I have no reason to look at this passage and think, oh, there's a hidden prophecy just in verse 1. Why would any person in their right mind do that?
So yeah, I'm because I'm right now, prayerfully thinking, I would call it, right? And I think part of the context that we might be missing here, for because I forget sometimes there's a lot of viewers here, is that again, and I know if you don't believe, you have to meet me halfway through, which is to say hypothetically, right? Because you're not going to agree with the things I say, but hypothetically, from the Bible's point of view, uh there's like legions of fallen angels, and there's a Satan, right? So he is like trying to disrupt God's plan. And so when you look at what's happening in the background of things that we can't see, what we learn over time is that there's like an angelic war, and they have capabilities that are like beyond human comprehension a lot of times. And so so when I read this, and when I'm prayerfully thinking of why this would take place, it's because I do believe a fallen angel exists that is leading a rebellion, and that he's trying to overthrow God's plans. And one of his plans would be to stop the birth of Jesus Christ. And so if God is having someone speak in the Old Testament, and only one of those lines is a hidden prophecy, that would make it hard for even a supernatural angel who is, leading a rebellion and a war against the creator to decipher. And so, and I know that's like maybe from,
So,
in your realm.
how would Satan stop the birth of Jesus if it was part of God's divine plan? Can Satan do anything to thwart God's will?
Ultimately, no.
No. So if God wants Jesus to be born, he'll be born.
Exactly. So right. So like why?
So
So exactly, because that's like the mystery
prophecy
of
doesn't need to be hidden from anyone.
Well, it does sort of, because like for example, like different kings would have their own wise men and astrologers, and people who would practice divination and stuff, and they could figure out things through what's called, like, I would say, like an improper channel, right? So they're not going through the proper channel, not going to God, and so they're doing it through other means. And so people are still trying to figure out and disrupt his
Right,
plans.
but why
And
would God need to hide prophecies from Satan? Not only just from Satan, but hide them from all of his people as well. Contradicting himself on what is a prophecy. Why would he have to hide it from Satan? Satan can't stop him from doing what he wants.
so, I mean, I only understand the relationship of like, you know, the devil and God mostly through the scripture, and obviously there's been possibly personal revelation, but I necessarily won't include that, right? So, um, why would let me preface this: I don't know all the answers as to why God makes his decisions, right? There's like lot. I mean, that's even Christians day to day ask, why did you allow this, right? And that kind of like can be
Well,
a disconnect. But what I'm
why would
saying is,
God allow Satan to live anyways? If Satan's this bad, like he's so
Mhm.
evil that he can like thwart God's plans, why didn't God just off him?
Right. So I don't think he can ultimately thwart God's plans. I do think
So what's he
that
doing
Satan will.
then?
I think Satan will continue to try. Well, I think in the madness of who this fallen angel is that he thinks that if he can just disrupt one little speck of continuity to the creator, then he wins. Like all he has to do is find
But
God messing up one time, right?
yeah,
And then like that's the gambit.
but he can't
And
win.
so
God can never be defeated by Satan. So what's even the point of keeping Satan around? Why does God even let him live?
and I think right, and I think right now, afresh, what I'm thinking is that it's a lesson.
A
It's like
lesson
yeah, like it's a lesson for
for
the
who?
angels and for humanity. It's a lesson
For
for both.
humanity?
For both, yeah. I think it would be. It's like an ongoing lesson that,
What's
like,
the lesson?
I think part of the lesson is like, yeah, again, that you can't defeat God, whether it's through like active rebellion or unbelief,
But
right,
what do you
or
need
whatever
Satan for
spectrum.
that? So, for example, I mean, you could just not have Satan at all. You could just demonstrate that Adam and Eve sinned. They couldn't obey God. And you could do all the demonstration you need to just with
Mhm.
humans with no Satan. You don't need a satanic figure, roaming around, prowling like a lion for who he might devour.
Well, and I know what you're saying is like from a narrative, like someone making this up, like they don't need to include that, and I would agree. Like you wouldn't possibly need to include that. You probably would, like even coming from an angle of like someone has people have collectively mass deceived, like the world with Christianity, that they made up stories and interpretations and so on and so forth. But, I do think that the truth is that there is a fallen angel rebellion that, leaked over into humanity. So I wouldn't say it's hard to answer your question like why would you need that. So back to your question is like why would God allow it? I think that's part of like a great mystery a lot of people want to know, and I think the best answers we get is through some parables. Is like whenever like the wheat and the tares is like when the servants who are represented as angels tell the master who is represented by God, hey, someone planted wheats or excuse me weeds or tares amongst the wheat, should we uproot them? And he said, no, let them grow together. Lest if I uproot, the weeds, then it'll destroy the wheat. So you have to let them grow into harvest. And so that doesn't necessarily, I'm not saying that explains why he allowed it, but I think it's like I think there's not, I think there's more than one answer. I think
Is
like,
God not powerful enough to put an end to Satan?
oh, absolutely. I believe he is.
Does he want Satan to be ended?
Does he want Satan to be ended? Yes, I would say yes.
Okay, so he wants Satan to be ended. He's capable of ending Satan.
Mhm.
He knows what Satan's going to do.
Right. Yes.
So why doesn't he end him?
Again, like that's part of, I don't think, I would be very careful of any Christian that would tell you that they have the complete answer to all of that, because I think part of all of that mystery is guarded. Like I think like I can know so much that I would know and I could be satisfied. There are some answers I remember looking for, and I mean, this is just my personal, life, but I remember trying to seek an answer, and I remember thinking, "Oh, I don't want to know that," because I thought maybe that route could be harmful to my psyche, just knowing too much. But that's not what we're talking about necessarily. Well, kind of, but what I would say
Well,
is
what I'm
it's
trying
like
to figure out is if God wants Satan gone and he has the
Mhm.
power to eliminate Satan, why does Satan still exist?
Well, so one of the like for example, one of the things like that it says that God appreciates is a person's faith, right? And so like we as people, we have different qualities that we're looking for in a partner and a friend. And we probably don't necessarily look at someone like, oh, this person has so much faith in me. Like it might even be like a push, out of sight, out of mind, like category for most people, honestly, right? So I can't presume to know what God exactly wants all the time, but it does paint a picture that there's like a substance and a quality or a character stat that he prefers over all else. And
Yeah, but what's
that,
that got to do with Satan?
well, because you're asking why he exists, and so or why he lets him exist and why he doesn't crush him. And so the adversity of Satan's plans and people to follow him, and for most of the world to have the spiritual happenings go unseen, right? There's that stat quality called like faith, right? That people are bolstering and that are leveling up, I would say, in a gamer sense,
Sure, but
that
what does that have to
he
do with
is
Satan? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
right. So you're asking why doesn't he stop Satan, like immediately? Because I've wanted
Just
to know that right away
lock him
too.
up.
So exactly right. And so I'm explaining that so like God is like farming, right? Like when you're playing a game, you're farming for something. Like it's like it seems like God's like farming faith, right? It's like it's a character stat or quality in a person that he wants to bolster up. And part of how we bolster up
But
that faith
I'm
is
not
when we trust.
disagreeing that God likes faith. I'm asking what it has to do with Satan.
Right. So you have to. So okay, so I'm gonna start again. Satan is creating adversity and he's creating troubles. And so when
So
he creates those
there'd be
hold on.
no temptation, trouble, or adversity without Satan? We wouldn't
I
have free
think
will?
no,
Isn't
no.
free will the cause of adversity? And
I think the best way to is like he amplifies it like by an unseen like by
God
so
wants
much.
to amplify our sin?
No, he doesn't want to amplify our sin.
I thought he wanted to farm faith.
Right. So what I'm saying is that Satan presents an opportunity, right, for us to resist him and to trust God.
But we can do that without Satan, surely, right?
I think well yeah, so like if I like try to think of what a world looks like without like demonic and like fallen angel interference, it would probably be a lot less amplified. I think we would still experience a lot of the same like greed, lust, sloth. I think we would like still experience a lot of like negative qualities that human naturally tend to like, you know, t- drift towards like when it comes to like we like seeking distraction or pleasure.
So this is
But I
like
think
like the guy who's like, tells his significant other, I love you, and then when she doesn't say I love you back loud enough, he has to slap her around, make sure she screams it at him. It needs
no,
amplified.
because yeah, I don't think God's slapping his believers around. It's
Do you,
nothing like that.
do you think Satan's playing patty cake down here?
I think, Satan is furthering his goals for world domination.
But no, Satan's God's tool to amplify the
So
the
yeah,
faith.
okay, so like that's from the highest perspective. Does Satan think that he's a tool of God? Probably not. He probably doesn't understand himself as like this, this tool because that would only
But
infuriate him more, right? If I
is this
told if
God's only method? Is this the only method he has of amplifying people's faith?
I wouldn't presume to know because I
Well,
believe
because if not, then this is awful lot of carnage for nothing. And
well,
if this is the only way to do it, then you're admitting that God's not all powerful. You think people in heaven have faith?
I'm not admitting that God's not all powerful. I wouldn't come to the same deduction and conclusion as what you just said. Um,
You think people in heaven have faith?
have faith. I don't think it's I couldn't necessarily probably explain. It's like they just like it's like just knowing, right? It's like people in
So,
heaven have a knowing, right?
but heaven is the most desirable state, is it not?
Right.
So God's most desirable state doesn't include any faith farming.
You know, and it's hard to presume the activities that we'll do in heaven, everything, like, because we 100% don't know the activities. So, like, you know, I've talked to people who believe in Christ who say, like, we'll be learning more, and then I've heard people say, no, we'll already know everything we need to know. We won't be learning. So, I'm probably more in the camp that we won't be learning necessarily, like in the same sense that we understand. Like, it won't be like this, like we have to study or like stuff like that. Like, we won't need like you know, like to drive a truck you need a CDL, so you have to go through a course. Like, I don't think it's going to be that way in heaven.
Do you think
So
that based on the activities of Satan, sometimes like babies die?
like directly, like he's actually the one that's coming to like destroy them. I think sure. I think it can happen, and I think most of the time it's indirectly and subtlety. So like,
Do you think that babies need their faith farmed?
no, because
Seems
if
like
it,
a like
well,
a
like
really it's like bringing
I think babies are
bringing the
innocent.
wrong tool for the job. It's like
Well,
bringing a
no, because
backhoe to plant a tulip bulb.
so again, I'm just speaking based off like in fresh real time, my thoughts out loud with you.
Mhm.
Um, you have to understand, I'm not going to say, there are times where I say I know, and I'll be careful to say things like that, especially in this is probably recorded. This is probably, you know, this is in front of an audience. Like, so, but no, I don't think that babies like, and when I use that you know, analogy, sure, maybe it doesn't extend to like, you know, when a baby dies, like that's obviously tragic.
But not to God. That's
No,
necessary in God's worldview.
no, it's so yeah, like part
So
of
the
like
babies
the
die unnecessarily? In the God world, babies don't need to die, but they do anyways?
well, so in God's perfected heaven, right, there is no more death and there is no more crying, there is no more arguing, there is no more sin, right? So anything that has to do with like death, destruction, and deception won't even be available. Like, there's just it'll be like coded out, say this, right? Like, it'll just be like you won't even be able to think of it, right?
So God
It's
doesn't want
perfection.
people to be hurt or harmed or suffer.
Correct. I believe
But
that's his
he does
intention.
it anyways.
Like, you mean he allows it?
Well, he causes it. He created Satan.
Well, sure. Yeah, he created Satan and he knew he was going to fall before he did. He watched him fall, and then he will be eventually, if not already, kicked out of heaven. And then obviously he's going to wage war on the earth through people and so on and so forth. So, like, you're asking me, I guess, like, well, let me put it this way. I don't have all the, I don't think anyone does, right? Like, I don't think anyone's going to fully understand a God who could create everything. So let's just like take it there for a second. Like, if we meet halfway and you say hypothetically God created everything, I think you can humbly say like we both don't know how to maintain a reality like this. Like, we don't know how to maintain this. We don't know how to create it. Like, if we just don't, right? So we have to then like conceive that gap between like our understanding and the understanding of a creator who can like create all this.
Yeah, but
They
why would
obviously,
if I believe in the creator, why would I believe in the creator of the Bible? This guy's makes no sense at all.
well, I think he makes sense. I think the sense that he makes we can hurt people's feelings and people can disagree with the decisions that he's made, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. Why create your own enemy?
Why create your own enemy? I think so. Like, I mean, I think part of that is called, well, the mystery of iniquity, I think, refers to why would the most blessed, beautiful, awesomest, closest to God angel like rebel to him, like, and then make war
Well,
with him? So, like, I think
that's not
that's
in
what.
the Bible. People want that to be in the Bible, but it's not. That's not in the Bible. That's
That's
a
not in the
misreading
60.
of Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28. Jesus said in John that Satan was a liar and a murderer from the beginning.
That's very true.
So he was never a good guy. He was created to be a bad guy from the start.
So, and that could go into like, yeah, that's very interesting, right? Because obviously the narrative of him being a fallen angel, and then like if he was perfect in all his ways, obviously like if we discount and say that he was, if the Lucifer reference wasn't a meaning towards Satan, then why would he be a murderer and a liar from the beginning? Again, I can look at it from the lens that God knew what was in his heart.
Lucifer's not about Satan, though.
You're saying that, right? I'm saying discounting the one that was talking about Lucifer. You're saying that we're talking about the one where it says that the devil was a liar from the beginning.
Yeah, Jesus
Right,
said
and a
that.
murderer. Right. Yeah. So why would he create his own enemy? Like, I guess I really don't have the answer as to why, that would happen, because again, like, I can't create all of reality, so like I have limited understanding and faculties to like, and I can't necessarily always depend on human logic or even just like my viewed experience, because like it's like explaining Wi-Fi to people like hundreds of years before us would sound like witchcraft or something, right? So I think like when you look at that kind of gap, like trying to explain, if you had a time machine and went back 500 years and you were trying to explain to the smartest people in the world, say you could supernaturally gather them up for a meeting, and you could perfectly explain Wi-Fi, like we could only imagine how difficult of a time they might have believing that. I think there could be people willing to believe, and so, but that's kind of like, okay, so like in that scenario, like if you go back 500 years to explain Wi-Fi, it's like, how do you get through to them? They have to have a willingness to believe. Now, obviously,
So there's
you
a
could use
reason you
that.
just don't know what it is.
You mean about like why Satan would be created?
Yeah, you're basically what you're saying is there must be a reason. I just don't know what it is.
Well, yeah, I think it's more than one answer. But I think that some of the answers that I've
You can say I don't
concluded,
know, but Stars, you know that
yeah,
that's a
yeah,
perfectly.
I would say mostly, I wouldn't be able to give a sufficient answer
No.
to a non-believer, probably.
I'm
I
gonna.
would think. I would
Can
think.
I approach one more topic before we move on? Do
Yeah, of course.
you believe in one God or three gods?
I believe in one.
Is Jesus God?
Yes, correct.
Is he 100% God?
I believe that Jesus on earth took the form of a man, but yes, that was God living as a man. I do believe that.
So Jesus is 100% God.
Yes, I believe that Jesus is God in the sense that, right, like the limited understanding of the Godhead. Some people call the Trinity nowadays. Like, so when it says like he sits at the right hand of his Father, I think he's God in the sense that God has shared his complete ultimate authority with him,
So
which I think they're
is
the
he
same person.
100% God or not?
Yeah, I'd be willing to say he's 100% God.
Okay, is God an identity or a category?
An identity.
Okay, so that means Jesus is 100% identical to God?
Well, no, I wouldn't necessarily say that. I would say, like, the best way to understand where I am now is that the Holy Spirit, Jesus, and the Father are all one God, but he reveals himself through different functions.
So parts. God has parts?
I mean, the best way to understand that, I would think, yeah, if you just want to use a simple word, I think parts, yeah.
So Jesus is not 100% God, he's part God.
I wouldn't say that he's part God. I would say that he's 100% God, like the way that God reveals himself to us through different, like again, through like when Jesus says that when he leaves, he'll leave behind the Holy Spirit, and if he doesn't go, then the Holy Spirit won't be able to like come to the world. And which he says like he'll be living and indwelling within believers, being the new temple and stuff. I think that's the same God. Like, so the way that I've once thought of it, and this might be very childish,
So is
right?
the Holy Spirit part of God too?
Well, yeah, I think like, I don't know if the correct word is the semantics of the wording of calling saying part God. I think the Holy Spirit is God, right? Because it says that he will say what he will tell you what he has heard. I think
Is the
it's
Holy
just like a
Spirit
function.
100% God or part God?
Yeah, I think it's like it is God. Like it's okay to reverence the Holy Spirit and know that it is God, equal with God. So it's like, to me, I guess what's coming to my mind right
So the
now
Holy
is like,
Spirit is 100% God?
well, I guess what's coming to my mind is like if you did like a close up on my hand and you're like, is that, is that stars? And I would say, yeah. And you say, well, is that a part of stars? I say, well, yeah, right. But it is me. That's my hand,
Right.
right?
So that would be a part. Your hand would be a part. So your hand wouldn't be 100% star if star is an identity. Right? That's why I asked you, is God an identity or is God a category? Because if it's a category, you can have multiple gods.
Well, maybe, he could be both in the sense that I haven't thought about, but I do believe that yes, the Holy Spirit is like our functions are like, our properties of that same God revealed through a specific function.
Okay, so to be God, you need the properties of God.
Okay.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, to be God, you would have to be God, right? I mean, to
Well,
say you would have to have the properties of God would kind of be like
yeah,
self-explanatory in that regard, right?
because if
Like
you're
if
100% God, whether it's a category or whether it's an identity, you would need 100% of the properties that make God a God, correct?
right.
Okay, so Jesus had all the properties of God then.
Well, Jesus on earth, for example, like if that, or you're saying like Jesus right now in heaven. I think Jesus on earth he had purposely allowed himself limitations.
So Jesus on the earth didn't have all the properties of God.
I think indwelling with him, but he decided to cut off some of those I would say powers. Like not all of them because he did many miracles, it says, right? But I think as far as like being overwhelmed in a human body, and as well as like, part of his mission of what he would do, like I don't think like when he was like a kid, or like say when he was a teenager, I don't think he was like simultaneously Jesus running around hearing not only everybody's thoughts but like their innermost like closeted desires, like which I think God can. So no, I don't I so in some ways I think he limited himself so that he could experience being man, but he also allowed himself uh availability to the Godhead.
So Jesus did not have all the properties of God then.
No, okay, like I said, I think he did, but he limited himself.
So he did have all the properties of God.
Well, it says that God is spirit and not flesh. So again, like I mean, it's kind of like it's not
So
like
God the
it's a
Father didn't have all the properties of God? Because if all the properties of God includes having flesh and God is a spirit, that means God the Father isn't even God.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Again, I'm trying to be precise in how I understand this, and I think is like there was like some limiting function. So like a truck can go say like 90 miles an hour, but most of them will be put like governors on them so they can't reach over 70 miles per hour. I think like in that analogy, Jesus had a governor, right, that would like limit his capabilities.
Right, but
And I think that was self-imposed.
I think what you're trying to do is say that Jesus didn't have all the properties of God, but there's a reason for it.
No, he had all the. So, like, I think God himself
So
was in
Jesus was
agreement with
all-knowing?
himself. I think he limited that himself while on Earth.
Yeah, but was he all-knowing?
Not while, yeah. So I think, and I think on Earth he was most likely limited.
So God
Like,
changes? He's not immutable?
well, no, I wouldn't say that was necessarily like, because so like, okay, I know what you're saying. Like, no, he doesn't. I don't think God changes like the Bible says. Like that, he just doesn't change. I think it's well in the like in the construct of his character and his decision making. So like, he didn't do this, and it was like, oh, that's out of character for me. That is like Jesus and being a man on earth represented it like as like basically a divine union of being man and God at the same
Sure,
time.
but one of the properties of being God is that you're all-knowing, and you said Jesus wasn't all-knowing because he limited himself, which means he changed one of his properties. So he's not immutable.
Well, I know what you're saying, and I don't think it's as easy as to deduce it as that. It's I wouldn't make the same deduction. I wouldn't say that makes him like whimsical or like able to be changed. I think again like it would have been in the confines of his already defined character that he just like expressed through Jesus. Because that was like the point of Jesus, right? Is to express who he would be as a man.
If God decided tomorrow that he's going to transform himself into an apple for the rest of eternity, like just an apple, nothing more, would he still be God?
And be like non-interactive.
Yeah, just an apple. He for the rest of eternity.
Right. I would say I don't think he would do that, and secondly, I think that like if he did do that, then
I'm not saying he would. I'm saying it's a logical hypothetical, right? So if
Right.
God decided tomorrow that for the rest of eternity I'm just going to be an apple, nothing more, nothing less, just an apple, is it still God or is it just an apple?
I think honestly, I think it would undo reality. But
I didn't ask you about the effects. I said would he still just be an apple?
if he turned himself into an apple and you said he's non-interactive like for eternity, like for the rest of eternal
For
existence.
the rest of time, he's literally just an apple.
Yeah, that's almost like right. I think that would constitute. I think if he did that, then he would make himself a liar, right?
No, I didn't ask if he's a liar. I said if he did it, if God said for the rest of eternity, I'm just going to be an apple. I'm going to grow on a tree. I'm going to fall to the ground. I'm going to rot and decompose into the earth. If he did that, is he still God or is he an apple?
Well, yeah, I think then I think I want to say then he wouldn't be God if he decided to.
Thank you. You would say he was God. Now he's an apple because his properties are identical to being an apple, right? So somebody must be identical to their properties, which means to be 100% God, to be identical to God, you must have all of the properties of God, which means if Jesus didn't have all the properties of God, you could say he was God before he manifested on the earth, but while he's here on the earth, he's not God because his identification is not that of a God.
Yeah, and I think it seems like there's some truth to that, because Jesus always talked about being a servant to the Father. So I think, like I said, I would be careful on how I describe Jesus being not a God, but I would say again that the Father indwelled in him with the full properties of God, being God, right? So he had all the availability, but what it seemed like is there was some sort of like pre-agreement, like you're going to be on earth and we're going to not exercise our full power through you, meaning like like he could read. I think he if he's fully God, he could be omnipresent. So I mean that means he could literally be everywhere at once, which he couldn't, right? And so I think what you're presenting is like to Jesus' own testament is like
Right,
he said, why call
if the properties of God changes, then that thing is no longer God. Like if the properties of God are now identical with an apple, then it's no longer God. If the properties of God are now identical to a human being, well then that thing, that human being is no longer God. You can say that God is animating it like it's God's meat puppet, but
Hmm.
that thing, that body is not God. You can say it's part of God, but it's not 100% God. It's just part of God.
So, and I guess I want to know what do you mean what do you mean by that? I guess like or I guess like, and I'm saying this like not in a, I don't want you to interpret like any kind of
No, I think you've been kind.
passive aggressiveness. I want you to like what's your point? I guess is what I want to know.
So my point is I'm running through the gambit of various heresies. So the problem with the Trinity is abundant. Every time you press a little bit, the Christian is forced to retreat into one of the heresies that was rejected by the church or the multiple churches to hold on to the Trinity. But the Trinity is logically incoherent. There's no good way to
Well, yeah.
salvage it.
So I believe in the description of I I won't go. I don't think we have enough time to go into all of that right away, but I will say like the Bible specifically calls it the Godhead. That's why I'll never use the word Trinity. Like I don't say that word specifically. I'm not necessarily going to be like a lot of typical, meet and greet Christians that you'll find, I think, in ways that I, was believed, in different ways. So I think it's a tough thing to understand, and
Mhm.
that's, and but here's something about my personality. I think I know I'm very smart, and I know that I'm gifted in a lot of ways, and that's Ripley's believe it or not for all of you listening, right? You guys don't have to believe it. Um, I at myself had to reach conclusions, humble conclusions that I have to be comfortable for either not knowing now, meaning that maybe it'll be revealed to me later in life, or not knowing until I'm in heaven. And then the step further is like possibly never knowing. So, like, those humble conclusions is just kind of the inevitability when talking about an all powerful creator. Now, when you were speaking about earlier about how one of the authors might have gotten a prophet wrong, in the wrong book. That's very interesting. And what you've done is encourage me is to be on that path to look that up is what I'm going to do. As far as the verse goes, is saying, "And my son will be called out of Egypt." Again, I can't properly explain why God would play, would hide himself from his enemies on earth and spiritually. Why would he would need to do that? Part of it could be just that's the reason why he can't lose, is because of his method. Um, but I wouldn't say that that was enough to convince me that that was like an error, because they did only quote one sentence, and I know that your deduction would normally be correct, I would think, out of like every other situation, but I think that it's difficult to compare our reasoning skills with an all-powerful, all-knowing, holding all of life and sustenance at the same time. I think our minds are just, there's such a gap into understanding their decision making that I think the humble approach is to come to certain conclusions at times and say, well, the truth is I wouldn't know, because we don't know what it's like to be creators of all of reality. So we don't understand that mind,
Yeah,
and
but
that's
if you
part of.
can't understand God, then you have no logical reason to pick this God over any other God concept, right? So like if we're going to be choosy about what God we believe in, then we need to pick the God that makes the most sense. And when I look at this God makes no sense. I would much more like believe in like some sort of like Norse paganism before I believed in this God. This God's crazy.
Well, would you respond to, like, for example, who was it, Paul? He was persecuting and killing Christians until Jesus came to him supernaturally. So, is that something that you're willing to accept in your life? Should God want to give you like a supernatural? Is that something you would desire? Like, because you say you're after truth, so I think then if whoever's in control, like if you're
If
willing to believe someone's in
the
control,
Norse pagan gods appeared to you tonight, would you convert to Norse paganism?
so in my walk in faith, no, right? Because
Yeah,
I'm
so
told
you're
to
asking me
well,
to be open-minded, but you're not willing to be open-minded. See how that
no, no, no.
works?
Well, I'm gonna explain. There's a difference between you and I. You wouldn't test the spirits and ask if Jesus Christ is Lord.
I would. I was a Christian for 20 years. That's
Oh,
why I
well then
know that the
perfect.
Bible is false.
So yeah, I was, and I wanted to compliment you and say, as the last guy did, you're very, well studied and you're actually very patient. I very rarely have ever come across people willing to be on the other side of me and not invoke a lot of emotion. So obviously, that I'm just going to give you props to your conversation style and your understanding, um, and compliment you on that. But I will say that something I've noticed that is kind of, kind of upsetting in a way, but also you seem to have a lot of reasons to not believe, and I don't believe that I myself can convince you. And I guess, again, when I just literally again was scrolling and found you and thought it would be interesting to participate. So with all of that being said, I found it kind of disheartening and sad to me. Like I was someone who wasn't raised to believe that. And again, I will be very selective on how I reveal how I became a Christian. But basically, again, I prayed and I sought spiritually, and I got my responses and I got my experiences, um, which those are reserved for like, I don't even like talking about it on the phone with people, right? Those are like for one-on-one conversations that I would reveal people, that I trust and if it's appropriate. But with that being said, I've just noted I found like a lot of people who were brought up in the church don't believe anymore, and a lot of people that I've met that are believers were like didn't believe until they were like me, like in their 20s or so. So don't know really what's going on there. And I will say that I, as a believer and seeking to be God's friend and a wretched sinner, and who's trying to repent and get better, I've walked in the churches that are absolutely like not, in my opinion, correct or teaching what's correct or feeding people what's correct. So I'm not sure
Yeah, we hear that a lot.
you what
I
you
think every Christian we talk to thinks every other Christian's doing it wrong.
No, I don't think every other Christian is wrong. I'm saying there are times I've went into churches that are, because I wouldn't say I would definitely not say that. Don't count me in, and that's not the statement I'm putting
I'm
out.
just messing with you. Listen,
But
Stars, you've been really nice. We've got some people waiting in the queue for a while. I want to try to get into the mix. But listen, I appreciate the cordial conversation. I thought it was a fun conversation. I thought you were very polite. I think you represented your side as best as anyone else could. So, I mean, you deserve a lot of credit for coming up here and answering some very difficult questions, questions that you probably didn't know you were going to get asked when you got up here.
no, like I said, I'm gonna walk away with an exciting zeal to investigate. And obviously, I know you if even said harshly, like I'll do mental gymnastics and like turn myself into a pretzel, which I get it. I remember when I get it, but I think I'm walking away happy, and obviously you hear this a lot. I'm gonna pray for you, brother. Yeah, you hear that so much, right? So,
Mhm.
but yeah, man, I love you guys. I didn't read the chat. Hopefully, you guys weren't too harsh.
Don't read the chat. Whatever you do, Stars, don't
No,
do that.
yeah, I was reading it earlier, and I was like, I better not look at it while I'm talking to him because they will fry me, right? So,
We're
otherwise,
heathens.
yeah, there's other people in there. I just want to say, lastly, you know, what I would say is, um, if I may, I'll end on one last thing, and it'll
Mhm.
probably be a verse right here that I have pulled up that I remember to. And you've probably heard this. You say you've been a Christian for 20 years, so and I'll read I'll read the New King James. It says, and it's just one little excerpt, right? But it says, because the foolishness of God is wiser than men, and the weakness of God is stronger than men. I'll just say that would be my ending Bible verse of the night for myself to represent what I want to get across to you, and how I feel is that because even the foolishness of God is wiser than us, and so all these things that don't make sense, and even the weakness of God is stronger than men. All these things that don't make sense, I can only gather my answers through prayer and personal revelation through interpretation and through the Holy Spirit. But obviously, that, and you've heard this before, I'm sure. So that would be is what I'll leave with you guys today. So thank you for letting me on here.
Have a good night and come back in the future.
Oh yeah, I'll continue to listen. I'm free. So.
All right, cheers, friend. Well, W stars for being nice. He waited in the queue for a bit. Let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest up in here. Sonus, my friend from Argentina. Great to see you. Thank you so much for the 500 Argentinian dollars. He says, I believe Jesus was just a man. I actually agree. Said, but what was his end game? He wasn't a king, so what was he? The man trying to accomplish. Rock hard for Doug. Well, Sonus, thank you so much. And I actually agree with you. Here's my opinion, right? I think Jesus was a zealot. I think he was influenced by the Qumran community. I think he literally thought he was the Messiah. I think he literally had this weird interpretation from the Dead Sea community that the Messiah must suffer, which you can find in the Dead Sea Scrolls. One of the Messiahs must suffer and die. And he literally believed that he was going to rise from the dead. And then when he rose from the dead, he'd do Daniel chapter 7. All power and authority would be given to him. He'd conquer all the world, and then all the rest of the prophecies would come true. Isaiah chapter 11, Isaiah chapter 2, Ezekiel 37, Ezekiel chapter 40 to the end, New Jerusalem, so on and so forth, right? And then he did the dying part. He got the dying part right, and that was the end of it. But dying's not special. We're all going to die. Robin, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, how can all good God create evil? That's the crazy thing. He just can't be all good. That's my read of it, right? Unless good is necessary. But unless evil is necessary. But if evil is necessary, then that just limits God's ability. God can't be all powerful. Daddy Todd or Zaddy Todd, thank you for the 1999. Says your pretzel looks delicious to the taste and very desirable. A reference to Genesis. Says my fellow ex-Mormons will get the reference. Hey, I appreciate that. And hey, big W to all the Exmos out there. I'm in your corner. LA Silver Surfer, thank you for the $5 super thanks. I really appreciate that. And last one from our friend Cryptic. It says, you told him that Christians turned themselves into pretzels, and then he married a pretzel and raised a beautiful family of pretzels. Well, it did seem that he did some bending, but you know what? That's what happens when you're getting asked these difficult questions. Oh, I missed one more. Let me grab one more from our friend Fierce Interaction. Great to see you, Fierce. Thanks for being here. Thank you for the super chat. He says, in the beginning was clearly a prophecy of Jesus' birth. You got to read it in context. I missed that part. Thank you, Fierce. Great to see you. All right. We're going to try to get move I got this back into the discussion. Hopefully his hardware is working. We'll give it another shot. Move, it works.
Excellent. I went on my phone.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on with the other hardware, but the phone seems to work okay. So Move, do you believe in some kind of a God?
Jesus.
Cool. And what would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
You didn't ask me if I was 18. I'm hurt.
Well, I got to be honest. Your hairline looks a little bit like mine, so I'm assuming we're both over 18.
Yeah. For me, the greatest evidence was I've healed dozens of people in the name of Jesus, but obviously that's not any good for you. But the Bible would be another one. That would be one I would take too.
Sure. Can you illustrate how the Bible would demonstrate the Christian God being real?
It's a masterpiece of how God's plan is put together through the Word. It's both hidden and told to you straightforward. It's like he hid the truth in plain sight.
Yeah, I understand you believe that, but like if you're talking to, let's imagine you're talking to a Jewish person in the first century, how would you convince them that the New Testament is true?
Start going through right from the beginning, like when Adam and Eve, they ate the fruit. God told the serpent, I'm trying to keep it down to a nutshell without preaching for a long time. God told the serpent, you shall bruise his heel, but he shall crush your skull, which is a promise of a savior. And I think they believe the same thing. They believe that a savior is going to come and save them. But I would tell them, I said, listen, have you ever read the scriptures? Because you guys completely blew it.
Oh, I
mean,
disagree, actually. I think the Jews actually did read the Bible, which is why they rejected Jesus, because if you read the messianic prophecies in the Hebrew scriptures, Jesus didn't do any of them. When you read the prophecies in the New Testament, most of them aren't even prophecies. They're just random out of context quotations. So, like, why would I believe that Jesus is the Messiah when he just skipped over all the clear messianic prophecies and we're left with all these out of context quotations?
I'm not too detailed on like the prophecy stuff that you're talking about,
I can
but I
illustrate
would
if you want.
um it will probably I was listening to the other guy, you know, was going over there's some other things that we can talk that we can take it on to like God creating evil, this and that, about David. You can ask me some of those questions and I can definitely get some answers. I can go look at some of your other videos on the prophecy stuff and take a look at that and then come back with the answers on those.
Sure. I mean, David's a popular topic, right? Do you believe that that justice has like an objective definition,
Yeah.
right? How would you define justice?
Just like paying somebody back for some kind of crime or something like that, something basic. You know, you get caught stealing, maybe you get fined or go to jail for a little bit.
Sure, sure. Okay. So the general idea of justice is that you kind of get what you deserve. If you do a crime, you get punished for your crime. If you do good things, and you reap good rewards, right?
Hmm.
Sure. Now, would it be just if, like a king or a president or a leader of a people group did something bad, and then you punish the people for what the king did?
Now, I know where you're going with this. If God did it, it's a system that is set up where the curses come. Like he's sitting there telling you, hey, listen, king, don't do this or something bad's going to happen. And so God has set it up. So for that to work like that, where the curses happen.
Yeah, but did the people commit the sin?
Now, that's what sin does. It creates victims.
Oh,
So,
does
like,
God
say
did God
if
set
you're
those
driving drunk,
parameters?
uh, if there's like a straight verse, I'm not thinking of anything off my head, but that's how the Bible's written. Like it's like a puzzle to solve.
No, no, I agree. Yeah, the Bible does have this idea of divine retribution on people who didn't commit crimes, which is why I'm trying to bring that out. So, like in First Chronicles 21, we have this really interesting story of David who takes a census, which is apparently a sin. It's not listed in the laws of Moses that you're not supposed to do it, but it seems there must have been some understanding from David that he wasn't supposed to do it, because in verse 8, David said to God, I have sinned greatly in that I have done this thing, but now please remove the guilt of your servant, for I have done very foolishly, right? So David takes the census of Israel, and because of it, God sends him a choice of three different punishments. He's like, listen, here's three punishments. I want you to pick one of them, and then I'll do it. And the punishments are 3 years of famine, or 3 months of devastation by your enemies, or 3 days of pestilence by the Lord.
Hmm.
David didn't like this. David actually says, I am in great distress. Let me fall into the hand of the Lord, for his mercy is very great, but let me not fall into human hands. So David's like, I can't even decide. So God then decides for him. He sends the pestilence. Says, so the Lord sent pestilence on Israel, and 70,000 persons fell in Israel. So God killed 70,000 people for the sin of David.
Hmm.
Was that fair? Is that justice?
That's the system that's set up.
Yeah, but was it justice?
It's not like God was punishing them. It
But
was a
they
system that's set up. He told them
but
like
they got
not to
killed
do it
for it,
because something
right?
bad's going to happen. Yeah, but what happens when they die? What happens to people when they die?
Well, we're not talking about the afterlife. We have no idea if they went to heaven or hell. We don't know what they lived in their
I know.
life, right?
I know. I know what
So
happened to them.
ask no, you don't know what happened to them.
I definitely know.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Do all Jews go to heaven?
Everybody goes to heaven.
Oh, you're universalist.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So do you think that suffering in this world is good or bad?
Good.
You think suffering's good?
Very good.
Is there suffering in heaven?
No, as far as I know.
But if it's good, why isn't it there? Isn't heaven all good?
Uh, in heaven, there's not going to be any sin.
But is there goodness?
Yes.
Is suffering good?
It's good in the purpose that we're going through right now. Yes.
So if suffering's good, why isn't there suffering in heaven?
I don't know. There might be some kind of, some level up, but there's no sin in heaven.
So if you suffer for somebody else's crime, it's good?
No,
Okay, so this wasn't good what God did then.
this is a system that God has set up.
I didn't ask if it was a system. I asked if it was good.
Yes, it's good.
Oh, so it is good to punish people for crimes they didn't commit.
The system's good. The
So-
sin is bad.
Yeah, I'm not asking about the sin, though. I'm asking about the meaning of justice, right? So it is good to punish people for crimes that somebody else committed?
I don't think God was punishing them per se. I think that's just what happened. It's like if you got drunk and you went driving, you crashed to a family and you took the family out. It's a system that God set up. God has this whole system up where he could sit there and just wipe out sin and just turn us all into robots. There would be no sin. But there's a purpose for sin. There's a purpose for destruction. There's a purpose for suffering. You're building character and you're learning good and evil. When Adam ate the fruit, he ate the fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, but this doesn't actually answer the question. I'm not asking about the story. I know the story. I'm asking
Yeah.
about whether or not it's just to punish
Yes.
people for somebody else's crime.
Yes, it's just.
Okay, so
yeah.
does justice have one definition or two definitions?
What you're trying to get at is like what you don't realize is when you die, you go straight to heaven.
Right, yeah, but does justice have one definition or two definitions?
I don't know.
You don't know?
It would depend.
You think justice has two definitions?
I don't know. I've never had that question asked before. I don't know what to tell you.
Because we started the conversation and you gave me the definition of justice. It didn't even seem difficult. Now it seems like you're not sure what the definition is.
No, it's you got the justice and then you got the system.
Okay,
You're
we're
in a simulation. And that's how the simulation works.
Okay, troll. Just try not to troll too hard. We're going to talk about definitions first. Okay, so let's go to the definition of justice. I'm going to put, I don't know if you can see it. I'm going to put a notepad up to keep track. So the definition of justice that you stated earlier was that you get what you deserve, right?
Okay. All right.
Okay. Now you're saying there's a second definition of justice, which
I never
is
said that.
Okay, so there's one or two definitions.
I don't know. I guess there's just one.
Okay,
As far
so
as I know.
if you get what you deserve, then who
Yeah.
deserved the penalty for the sin?
Who deserves heaven, you're saying?
No, who deserved the penalty in 2 Samuel 24 for the sin that was
What penalty?
committed?
If they died and went to heaven, where's the penalty?
I'm not asking about heaven. I'm asking about whether or not you deserve to be punished for something.
Like for instance, where God says that the Father will not pay for the sins of the Son, and vice versa.
No, I'm asking you if it's just for somebody to be punished for somebody else's sin. If what happened in 2 Samuel 24 wasn't a punishment, that means God's system of justice is entirely arbitrary. He just randomly picks and chooses who's going to suffer before they die.
It's a system He's got set up.
I didn't ask you if that's a system. I'm determining whether or not it fits the definition of justice.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is just then to give people what they don't deserve.
From the context of the system.
I'm not asking about the system. I'm asking about the definition.
Well, you're sitting there trying to narrow it down to where you're not.
I'm trying to narrow down the definition to something meaningful.
You're taking a piece of the puzzle and saying this is the definition of the puzzle.
No,
that's not the definition of the puzzle.
I'm not defining the puzzle. I'm defining a single word.
Yeah.
That's all I need to know is the definition of one word.
And if somebody dies and goes straight to heaven, then how's that punishment?
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about the definition of a word.
Then where's your punishment? Where's the justice? If there's no, if they're getting basically rewarded,
they're not getting rewarded. They're getting punished for David's sin.
They're going straight to heaven. Where's the punishment?
They're getting punished because they're being slaughtered by the angel of death.
Everybody dies.
Do you think being slaughtered is like fun? Is it a good time?
You go straight to heaven. Yeah, you're gonna die anyways.
So then you're pro-abortion.
No.
But you send them right to heaven.
Yeah, they'll go right to heaven. That's right.
So then what's the problem?
It's still sin. It still brings curses.
But the suffering's not bad.
Suffering, they'll learn one way.
You're doing a good thing.
If that's how you see it.
No, that's what you said. You said it's
That's not what I
good.
said. You're sitting there
You,
just trying to
you
twist
said
things.
it wasn't a punishment when God killed all these people. It was a reward. That's what you said. Those were your words.
No, you're sitting there trying to narrow it down.
So
like
God
they're being punished.
rewarded these people by slaughtering them.
No, it's not a reward.
Okay, so it's not a reward. So is
I'm
it a
saying
punishment?
where's the punishment? If they died, they went straight to heaven. Where's the punishment?
I'm asking about them dying. Everyone dies. I'm asking
Yes,
about their
everyone
mode
does.
of death. Do you think being slaughtered is a good mode of death or a bad mode of death?
It's good, and it's good and bad.
Okay, so it is good and it's bad.
Yep.
What part's bad?
You die early.
Okay, the dying early part. What about being slaughtered? Do you think being slaughtered is good?
And no, you have to sit there and look at the big picture.
I'm asking you. Do you think being slaughtered is good? Do you think it's?
Do you think going to heaven
Do you
is
think
good?
you're having it? I'm not talking about going to heaven. I'm talking about being slaughtered.
Everybody dies.
I didn't ask about dying. I asked about being slaughtered.
I
I'm
know
going
what
to
you're trying to
die.
do. You're trying to pin it down, but you can't pin it
dying.
down.
Me
You got the whole-
dying
you
is
gotta look at
different
the
than
whole
me
picture.
being slaughtered by the sword.
God
Do you think
says,
those
"I
are two
create
different
good
things?
and evil."
You think they're different things?
It'd be better if you die in your sleep, but
But
everybody's
do you
gonna go
think
to
they're
one right now.
different?
What do you mean?
Do you think being slaughtered by a sword or in war or in some other bloody manner is better than just dying naturally?
No, death's death, I guess, but it depends.
That doesn't
just
answer
bring
the
upon yourself?
question. Are they the same thing?
No, they're one's dying in your sleep and one's dying in war.
Yeah, one's pleasant and one is not pleasant, right?
How do you know that?
Do you think being chopped up by a sword is pleasant?
I've never been chopped up by a sword. I have no idea.
Do you think it's pleasant?
If they chop your head off, you wouldn't. It'd be
You can't
better.
conceive of being chopped up by a sword as being good or bad? The
I've
lies
never-
you have to tell yourself to get up here on this stage is wild. At least the last caller was honest with his pretzeling.
So yeah, no, I wouldn't want to be chopped up with a sword.
Right,
I'd
and why
rather die in
not?
my sleep.
Why don't you want to be chopped up by a sword?
Because I imagine it would hurt.
It would
Unless you
hurt,
get-
yes. Is pain good or bad?
Pain is both good and bad.
Yes, and when is it good?
It's good when you're like learning and stuff like that. I
Right,
guess
when
going
it's-
through this process.
Yeah, pain is good
Sure.
when it's necessary.
When you're going through this process of being developed, your character develops.
Right. So pain is good when it's necessary, right?
I guess this is necessary.
And pain is bad when it's unnecessary.
Well, some level of pain's necessary, I guess.
I didn't ask that. I said, is pain bad if the pain being caused is unnecessary?
I don't know.
You don't know if unnecessary pain is bad? Do you need someone to cause you unnecessary pain to know if it's bad?
No,
Do you want to be unnecessarily harmed?
no,
Why not?
because pain is bad. How about that?
I agree. Yeah, being in pain is bad. We consider that to be a bad thing.
It would be an evil God to create pain, wouldn't it?
No, it'd be an evil God to create unnecessary pain. That's the difference, right? Because you want
I guess it's necessary.
It's not necessary
How do you know that?
because God's all powerful, which means God could have clicked his fingers and sent them all to heaven without all the unnecessary suffering.
Well, everybody is going to go to heaven.
That doesn't
But-
answer the question. You keep evading the actual topic. The topic is not about whether people go to heaven. The topic is about whether or not God causes unnecessary suffering prior to going to heaven.
If there's a purpose to it, it's good.
What's the purpose?
Purpose is developing character into the image of Jesus.
They're
into
dead.
the image of God.
They're not developing
Huh?
character. They're being slaughtered.
The process is not going to be finished on this part of life.
So you have to develop further in heaven?
I guess so.
So what the hell is the point of this?
Learn good and evil.
But we can learn good and evil from the other side, can't we?
Guess not to the same level.
So babies who die in the womb and go to heaven never have to learn good and evil?
They learn. I imagine they learn through everybody else.
But not to
Everybody
the
else
same
is
but not to
all
the
at
same
once.
extent.
If we're all one in Jesus, then we all
Do
learn
you
together.
have to experience it to know it?
I guess so. I would
Okay, so
assume
then the babies who die and go to heaven don't really know good and evil. Which means knowing
No.
good and evil is not necessary anymore.
If we're all one, then we all learn together.
We're not. We're
Both the
certainly
good
not
and the
all
bad.
one. If we're all
We're all
one, then
one.
only
If we're
one
all one in
person.
Jesus,
Then only one person ever has to suffer. If we're all one, only literally one person ever needs to suffer, and then we all learn from it.
can you demonstrate that?
No, that's based on
that
your
is a
logic.
fact.
You said that
No, that's
you
your
said that
logic.
babies who go to heaven don't need to suffer because we're all one and they can learn from other people suffering. And if that's the
All right,
case
so
and we're all one, that means literally only one person ever has to suffer and we can all learn from that one person suffering.
why would only one have to suffer?
Because we're one. That was your argument.
That's not my argument.
You
We're
said
all
it.
one. We're all learning.
Okay. Listen, what's your name? I can't keep calling you Move.
Mark,
Mark, I have one of two theories. You're either a boring troll or you're just a liar. I'm hoping you're a troll right now.
no, I got you painted in a corner.
You didn't paint me in the corner. I'm
No,
demonstrating
you're
the
trying to focus
the
on one little
logical
piece.
folly of the words coming out of your mouth, and you keep running away from your own words.
No, you're trying to put words in my mouth and ask
No,
loaded
I
questions.
literally
You're not trying to
quoted
understand
the words
whatsoever.
out of your mouth. You said that the babies who go to heaven don't need to suffer because they can learn from other people who did suffer. And if that's the case, if they're doing that because we're all one, that means if we're all one, we only need one person to ever suffer, and we can all learn from that one suffering example.
No,
Those are
that's
your
what you said.
words.
That's what you said.
No, that's what you said.
No, that's the words you're trying to put in my
Okay,
mouth.
everybody put a 1 in the comments if you literally heard this guy say that the babies who go to heaven don't need to suffer because we're all one. They learn from other people's suffering.
It's like going through a
There's
boot
a
camp.
lot of ones here in the comments. It's almost like
Yeah, imagine they're
you're
all
a lying
ones because that's all
liar.
they're in there. I know how those. I
Buddy,
know how those
you've never
conversations
seen a
go.
boot camp a day in your life. I know that.
That's how boot camps are.
Have you been to boot camp?
Jesus boot camp.
So no, you haven't been to boot camp. You're not the type of person that needs to give advice about boot camp. You have not an ounce of discipline. You can't even keep track of your own words.
I have a Jesus type discipline, Jesus type of knowledge.
No, you don't. You have nonsense. You're a troll.
No, you're just sitting there. You don't want to talk about it. You don't want to hear it. So you sit there and
There's no way that guy's real. I can't believe somebody's that dumb. He's got to be a troll. All right, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll move on to Bob. We got another super chat from Carnage. Says, have you considered that God may well be all good? Not so much. And we're just a bunch of oversensitive little crying babies who are offended by everything. Carnage, stop it. Now Carnage is trolling me. I don't appreciate that, Carnage. Still love you, though. And Dalton, my friend, good to see you again, says, hey, bro, have you read Dr. Richard Carrier's book on the historicity of Jesus? If so, what were your thoughts? I have not. I actually do own the book. Denise sent it to me. I apologize to Denise for not reading it yet. I promise I'm going to get to it soon. I haven't read the book. I'm familiar with quite a bit of the mythicist arguments. I don't find them to be at all persuasive. That being said, listen, I'm always open to being wrong. Maybe when I read the book, I'll be like, oh shit, these are really good points. Maybe I should be a mythicist too. But given what I know at the present moment, like everything in my head at this moment in history, I can't find a good reason to be a mythicist. You know what I mean? But again, like there's a lot of people who have read Richard Carrier's book and other books like from Bob Price, and they've been fully convinced of mythicism. Maybe they're making really good arguments that I just don't know about. That being said, I personally believe there's a good reason why mythicism is not taken seriously in like history or biblical studies. There's so many passages in the Bible that don't actually make sense if Jesus is completely fabricated. It just doesn't make sense at all. Also, you just have to say that everything Paul ever wrote was a lie, which is kind of problematic, right? Either Paul met with the disciples or he didn't. Anyways, let me move on to our next guest, and we'll see where we go. And we've got time. It's 10:55. We got time for another guest, I'm sure, before we do super chats. Bob, welcome in.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Bob, are you at least 18, and are you a believer in some kind of a God?
Yes. Yeah, I'm 18. Well, older than that. Yeah, I'm 46. Yes, I do believe in God. Yep.
Sure. And what kind of a God or gods do you believe in?
So yeah, I mean, I grew up Catholic, And like I said, I'm about 46 now. So about like 15 years ago, if you asked me if I believe in Jesus, I would say yes. But I would also say like my Muslim neighbor across the street, good guy, good family. I would say, he's trying to do good. Sure, if there's a heaven, he's going there too. That was the kind of way I was. I was kind of like Catholic, but forgot a lot of things about Catholicism. So probably about 15 years ago, I had Jehovah Witnesses knock on my door, and you know how that goes, right? So they came and they had a Bible supposedly, and they were trying to get me to become a Jehovah Witness. And my wife's like, shut the door, throw out the material, and all that kind of stuff. But I said, hey, listen, let me look into my Catholicism. Let me look into you guys. So they came again next Saturday, knocking on the door. Of course, I totally forgot. Long story short, they were coming off and on to my house for 5 years, and I would procrastinate it into actually looking into this kind of stuff. And but I was so mad that I was like, you know what? I'm googling something today. So I think that night I googled. I work with a Jewish woman, and I'm like, oh wow, she's a great coworker. And I'm like, wait, they don't believe in Jesus, and we do. Either we're both wrong, or somebody's right. And the first thing I googled was a rabbi who believed in Jesus as the Messiah, and he gave some points at the particular time. And then it hit me. It's like, wait a minute, I can actually, as a believer in a religion, talk to another person of another religion and trying to find truth between what's going on here. So that was kind of the start of my journey. So now, 15 years later, um, I'm heavily into Christianity. When I listen to you and other people on these podcasts, it's like, oh my goodness! First I'm thinking like, wow, these. No offense, I'm thinking these people are doing a disservice. If hypothetically, if I'm correct, it's not good what you're doing. But then I'm like, wait a minute, this is actually wanting me to, like you mentioned, David and the pestilence and the killing and stuff like this. It's like I got to revisit that. You know what I mean? So you're actually making me more um, wanting to investigate further and know if the Bible is true, if it isn't, to really know the material.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's certainly part of the goal of the channel is to get people to read the book and critically analyze the book.
Yeah,
It's certainly not my goal to turn everybody into atheists. That being said, there's some stuff in the book that is difficult, to say the least. Um, so we were talking earlier about the Trinity. You may or may not have a conventional view of the Trinity. We talked a little bit earlier about prophecy. I don't know what your view on prophecy is. We touched a little bit earlier before you got here, I think, on whether or not like the Bible has errors in it.
right.
Um, do you believe that the Bible is inerrant?
So yeah, just backtrack a second. Yeah, on the Trinity. As a Catholic, I guess as a bad Catholic, I would call
Oh, you're
myself.
still a Catholic.
No, no. I mean, when I was Catholic, I was a bad Catholic, meaning that I didn't know I was bad Catholic, but I didn't understand what the Trinity was. I remember being in Catholic school in 8th grade, and someone said Jesus was God, and I asked the teacher, who wasn't a nun, it was just a normal teacher. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Jesus is God? So even as a Catholic in the 8th grade, she said, yeah, he is, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense. But that was like, it was 8th grade, and it is what it is. It's not like I had the internet or anything to invest further. My parents didn't know, how to respond back. So we didn't really get a lot of our questions answered. But then, when I became a believer, I watched a video on YouTube called the Trinity Debate. It was between a Jewish person who became a believer in Christ, who knew the Hebrew supposedly inside and out, and another evangelist who knew the Greek pretty well, James White and Dr. Brown, and
Yeah,
they were.
I know the pair.
Oh, you know
I've
the
seen the
video? Okay,
debate.
yeah. Oh, okay. So, I mean, based on the debate, right? Not saying if Christianity is, let's say, in this point, is not true or false, but
So
them.
I guess
Do you think?
I'm
Go
trying to
ahead.
figure out, are you Trinitarian or no?
Yeah, based on that debate and prayer, because I want to have my mind open to what's truthful, because I am fallible. I could become a Jehovah Witness, or I can become something that could be false, or I could be in something that's false. So I that made me a believer in the Trinity after that period, after that debate.
Okay, so you do believe in Trinity. Cool.
Yeah.
So what would be a compelling argument or a compelling piece of evidence that would warrant a belief in the Trinitarian deity and the religion known as Christianity?
Well, I think, no, good question. So I can just tell you from my experience. So, you know, when I was looking to see what's truthful, right? Because I wasn't putting, maybe I had some bias against Catholicism, who knows? But I was kind of just trying to look at and weigh things to see, okay, well, the Jehovah Witnesses saying they're truthful, Catholicism saying they're truthful, right? Mormonism say they're truthful. Why are they? Does anybody stand out with any kind of evidence or logic that's maybe pointing to this particular group of people that they're true, right? So when I had understanding that the Bible teaches that God is one, right? The Bible goes over where Jesus claims to be God and the Holy Spirit claims to be God, but it's when you're reading it, it also tells you, point number 3 is that Jesus is not the Father, and the Father is not Jesus. And there's your culmination of what the Trinity is. If you take one of those out, like for instance, if you take, Jesus is not one, then it's polytheism, right? So all 3 of those together, to me, incorporate the Trinity, and it's a good way of also teaching
So God
Jehovah
has
Witnesses.
parts?
I don't think it mentioned it has parts, right?
So is
I mean,
God a
a
category
part
or an
is
identity?
you mentioned parts, where the number 1 rule is God is one. So I won't look at that as a fundamentally from a part standpoint. If it's saying that God's one,
So is Jesus 100% God?
I would reference now when you say 100% God, right? So this is this talk right here is fascinating, but it's also talk where theologians and people of all people have been discussing this stuff for centuries, right? Um, so the fact is, when you say, is Jesus 100% God? I could just say what the Bible tells me, and it says that it's referring to Jesus as God.
Right. So Jesus is 100% God, not part God. Like he's not a demigod.
Oh, okay, right, right. No, I wouldn't. No, yeah, definitely not a demigod. So it wouldn't be like God the Father and Jesus are 2 separate gods.
Okay. So Jesus is 100% God.
I would say Jesus the Son, Jesus is God. Yeah.
100% God.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say he's 56% God. I would say yes. Now the part is when, okay, well, go ahead. I'll let you continue.
Okay. So if Jesus is 100% God, we need to ask ourselves, what does it mean to be 100% of something?
100% something. I just want to throw this at you. I'm sure you've heard it where, when Jesus was, when he made himself lower and became a human being, a slave, servant, um, he's considered 100% human
Mhm.
and 100% God,
Yeah.
right? In my theory in math, that doesn't make sense to me.
And it
But
also doesn't make
then
sense because the Old Testament says in 2 different locations that God is not a man.
God is not. Oh well, God, well, yeah, right, and again, right, and then even when it says like no one has seen God, right, and when you've seen Jacob wrestle with God and he saw God's face, I'm like, oh my God, this is
Another
this is a
contradiction.
contradiction. This is when you first start reading the
There's a
Bible,
bunch
it's
of
like, oh my
them.
goodness. But when I'm reading it and I'm saying this is a contradiction, no one's seen God. Could I still be misinterpreting it? Could you
I
be
don't think so.
misinterpreting it? Is there any chance you could be?
No, because we know what God is. If
What
Jesus
is God?
is 100% God, then literally everyone who ever met Jesus saw God. Also, if he's
Okay,
talking about the past, then he's lying too, because in Exodus 24, the 70 elders of Israel, along with Moses, Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, go up on the mountain and they see God.
I see the back of them, right?
No, no, no. Moses does in chapter 33. But
Okay,
in Exodus 24 doesn't get a lot of love. I'll actually just pull it up real quick because I don't think
yeah,
it's one of those stories that gets read a lot.
okay,
But it's an
yeah.
interesting story. says Moses and Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, and the 70 elders of Israel went up on the mountain, that is, and they saw the God of Israel. Under his feet there was something like a pavement of sapphire stone, like the very heaven for its clearness. God did not lay his hand on the chief men of the Israelites. They beheld God, and they ate and they drank. So they certainly saw God,
Okay.
right? So when I think Jesus and John both state that no man has seen God, and they're both wrong.
Right. So I just, this is good that and I have a quick question for you, if you don't mind.
Mhm.
So you come from and I just heard about this whole deconstruction method, probably, not too long ago. And you mentioned you were a Christian for 20, 25 years, and tell me if I'm explaining this correctly. You deconstructed your current beliefs of critical thinking, and a deconstruction brought down the foundations of your faith because you clearly see it differently, or maybe from a better perspective of logical sense. Is that it? Is that a good
I studied the
interpretation?
Bible and I asked myself, is this book true?
Okay.
And it was full of so many things that were not true that
Okay.
eventually I had to leave the religion. Now, I wasn't an atheist right away. When I left Christianity, I still believed in a God for a while. But
Hmm.
the more I thought about the existence of a God, and the more I looked into science and just did some logical, rational thinking about the spirit world, the less it made sense, and the more I was leaning towards atheism until I finally just became an atheist. But to leave Christianity was pretty easy because the Bible just says things that are untrue at every turn.
Hmm.
And I think for me, the nail in the coffin is the messianic prophecies. There's a lot that hangs on those. If you read the early church fathers like Origen and others, they hang a lot of weight on this fact that
Mhm.
Jesus fulfilled all these messianic prophecies. But
Sure.
if you just read the prophecies listed in the gospels, almost none of them are actually prophecies. The ones that are certainly didn't get fulfilled by Jesus. And then they skip over all the real prophecies. There's actually a bunch of messianic prophecies that are in the prophets. They just ignore them. They just pretend they don't even exist.
That's funny. Yeah, I heard there was at least, the ones I know, of course, everyone knows kind of the main ones, but supposedly there's 300. So I'm guessing they're including the ones what you're talking about, the prophets too, when they say there's over 300
Yeah,
prophecies.
only if you ignore the context and ignore the fact that they're not actually prophecies. They're just anything in the book that sounds vaguely familiar to something else, they're just calling it a prophecy. That's not how prophecies work. I've actually got a list myself. If I'm just taking vague, out of context quotations
Hmm.
from the Bible, I've fulfilled a
Right.
shitload of prophecies. So Psalm 26, verse 4 and 5. I do not sit with the worthless, nor do I consort with the hypocrites. That's why I kick trolls. I don't sit with those goons. I fulfilled Psalm 26, 4 and 5.
Nice.
Right? See how easy it is to fulfill prophecy as long as we can ignore the original context of the verse in which it was given?
No, I gotcha. So when I was in my mind thinking at point, because I went back and forth. I don't think I got to the point in my brain where when I was searching, I was an atheist, but Zygas movies was heavily critical against religions or whatever. It made a lot of sense when I was watching it, and one of the things, of course, they bring up the illustration stories of Jesus where other mythological gods had, similar comparisons. And then I watched a debunk of that, and, where maybe 100% of those mythologicals, they added some stuff to make it appear was closer to Jesus. Anywho, um,
I didn't actually watch that movie because I knew it was going to be full of some nonsense.
okay,
If you found some stuff in that movie that was nonsense, I actually believe you on it.
okay. Yeah, and my whole point was, I was just like, oh, well, maybe, to a certain extent, me thinking that Christianity is true, maybe I'll give the same effort to Islam, because I've worked with some Muslim people, and they're saying, of course, Christianity and Judaism is to a certain extent historically their foundation, and here's this other prophet coming in, he's the final word. So I'm like, maybe I'll just give some time into Islam a little bit, and try to figure out you know maybe if I'm now too gun ho for Islam, maybe it's just my mind just gearing toward whatever that comes to it. Maybe I shouldn't trust my instincts. But anywho, studying, that religion was quickly, I can determine that I didn't have the same path as that. And even studying Jehovah Witnesses, their religion to a certain extent, I could clearly see that when you're having a conversation with me, I feel like I'm you talking to a Jehovah Witness, right? Where I'm thinking, oh my goodness, these people are in a bubble. They can't look at other material. They can't do lots of stuff. They got
So
to stop listening to me. But go ahead.
I'm with you. Like you're
Yeah.
saying, like you've analyzed the situation and if you come
Hmm.
to the conclusion that this is the best way to look at the text, and you think that this particular text is true and the other ones aren't necessarily true. But I can't seem to find a reason why I would believe that Christianity is true unless you've got something that I should know about.
Sure. So for instance, like, just a small comparison, like when I'm talking to my Muslim buddy, and he mentions that, hey, hey, there's miracles in the Quran, and he says, there's a foretelling of, Muhammad in the scriptures, and he's trying to give me, from his viewpoint. Now, he could be right, let's say, but the things that he's saying, those things, I investigate them, and they fall short very quickly.
Yeah,
Where
but I'm not asking about the Quran. I'm asking about the Bible. What about the
right,
Bible and Christianity would lead me to believe that it is true?
right. So the prophecies, and I know you mentioned that when you read them for straight what they are, they're not conclusive of really what you think they are. To me, reading from the first time, and it's not like I had like a person like hovering me like this is it, or trying to pinpoint me or brainwashing. It was just me doing my own research, and I concluded that, and not heavily study where these like when you there's people that go to Israel, right? I'm sure you heard of them. The people that go to Israel and read people of the Old Testament of Isaiah
Isaiah 53.
53, etc. Right? But I mean, the first instinct is, oh, this is the New Testament talking about Jesus. Now that's just a
Yeah,
conversation, right? These people automatically think these are just people that never heard Isaiah 53
it's
that they're Jewish.
because it's like the foundational like teaching within Christianity that this is talking about Jesus. But I actually know a bunch of Jews and they're very familiar with Isaiah 53 as am I.
Hmm.
And like first of all, I have no reason to believe that Isaiah 53 is about a Messiah, much less
Hmm.
Jesus.
Hmm.
But even if it was about a Messiah, it
Hmm.
wouldn't be Jesus.
Okay. I mean, like, we'll probably agree to disagree on that point.
Right, but so like this is I think this is the problem that we run into with a lot of Christians, especially with Catholics. Is they can't actually point to any prophecies that Jesus fulfilled other than Isaiah 53. Like there's nothing they can point me to that Jesus fulfilled in the original context except for Isaiah 53, but like I'm intimately familiar with Isaiah 53. In fact, it's like the one passage I talk about every single live stream I'm on. I mean, I there might be one or two here where I didn't actually talk about Isaiah 53 and how it relates to the Bible, but very few of them. And the reality is, if you're reading this thing in context,
Mhm.
the suffering servant is the nation of Israel during the Babylonian captivity, specifically the righteous remnant from the nation of Israel. And he tells you 8 different times leading up to chapter 53 the prophet it tells you that the nation of
Mhm.
Israel is a servant and that God's getting ready to vindicate them by releasing them
Mhm.
from the Babylonian captivity. In fact, the last thing that is said prior to Isaiah 53 is God saying, "Get the fuck out of Babylon. It's time to go." So, like, I'm getting to 53. I'm like, why in the world would I look at chapter 53 and think that the servant is anybody but the nation of Israel?
Right, and I get your point, and I just want to make this one point of where I'm at. And trust me, I'll definitely, when I'm reading the scriptures again, reading Isaiah 53, reading these prophecies again, and knowing, okay, where are they getting this from? Just listen to both sides, basically. I mean, that's the best thing you can do, right? Listen to both sides. People who are saying that this prophecy is not about Jesus, and these people are for Jew, like good Jewish and Christian debates are pretty good for all that kind of stuff when they get down to the Hebrew or to the Greek, etc. But my point is, like, when you read Genesis and when Abraham, takes Isaac up to the mountain, and Jesus is saying, "Hey, go up there, kill your son, sacrifice him for me." And Abraham, goes ahead and is going to do it. You know what I mean? And starts to lay down the knife to Isaac on the mountain, and then God says, "Hey, I'll provide the sacrifice." Right? And then you
For
see a ram
Abraham.
for Abraham. Who did I say?
You didn't
Yeah.
say it for
So
anyone yet. I'm pointing out before you get there that the ram that is caught in the thicket is for Abraham.
so in that aspect is I see correlation to where it was attested to Abraham for his faith. You know what I mean? Faith is very important, and it demonstrated number one. Of what's Abraham willing to do? For your faith, how far are you willing to go to know that you are a believer?
But what's it got to
Right.
do with Jesus?
So that aspect of him, going to kill his son, I think it has strong relations to God giving his son up and giving him his up, so where he stopped Abraham,
Why?
but
Why would
God
you
allowed
believe
his
that?
son. Huh?
Why would anyone believe that?
Why would anybody believe it? So me just
God said that
subconsciously,
no man can die for the sins of another in the Old Testament.
no man, correct. But when, um, hypothetically, I mean, you have to be like in my brain. So hypothetically, Jesus is greater than everybody, correct?
But is he a
Hypothetically,
man?
if he existed, right?
Jesus
Hypothetically,
is 100% man, 100% God, right?
right. So
Did
hypothetically,
Jesus the man or Jesus the God die?
I don't think God, the spirit can die. I believe he has, his human quality had to die.
That's right. Yeah, Jesus' flesh theoretically died, which
Right.
means the
Right.
man part of Jesus theoretically died for the sins of others, which is a contradiction of what God says in the Old Testament. It says no man can die for the sins of another.
So I'll take your point there, but the fact is, would you agree that if Jesus is on a scale and the rest of the world's on the other scale, do you believe Jesus weighs more than that?
No,
His
actually,
value.
no, I think it's actually kind of a worthless thing because like the general idea of sacrificing Jesus is that like it's so significant that a man lived a sinless life, and because this man lived a sinless life, he was a worthy sacrifice. But if he was God, the fact that he was sinless is meaningless. God can't sin.
Did you hear the story of when somebody compares with the resurrection? I think it's a king story, right? There's a couple of versions of it, right? Where the king says, "Hey, somebody's been stealing the fruit or whatever the case might be, and whoever gets caught gets executed." And they find out. There's one story, it's his mother that they find that's stealing it, or the other one's his daughter, right? I'm not necessarily know the whole king, but anyway, just picture. Let's say it's his mother, and his mother stole the fruit or whatever. And so as a king, if he says, "Oh well, it's my mom, guys, just let her go. It's cool." You know what I mean? Let's not do anything, with her. Or, you know, as a king, he's supposed to execute his own mother for stealing, right? So either way, he's in a bad situation. So what he does is he says, "Okay, so he gives the order to his mother to be killed, to be whipped and killed, right?" So he goes, so they tie her up, whatever the case might be. The two soldiers are there, ready to whip, waiting for the king to go ahead, give her punishment for what she did. So what he does is he goes and he lays himself on top of his mother and says, "Do it. Start the whipping." So he's taking
Now,
the beating
I
for
hate to
his
interrupt you,
mother.
but why is anybody being killed for a theft? An arbitrary punishment for theft, isn't it?
In my theory, yes, but I mean, we
You
can
think?
change the story to anything. What would you like?
Yeah, but you think that the
that
punishment should
she's
fit the crime, right?
right.
Right? Do you
In
think
my
I've done
theory,
anything
yeah.
that warrants being murdered?
But we could change the crime up to anything that might be deserve a whipping to a severe punishment. We could say a whipping, like if they happen to die, they die. But let's say
No,
it's
I'll take the
40
whipping.
lashes.
I don't mind. I'll take it.
Okay, huh?
I'll take it. I'll take the whipping. I don't mind.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
it's his
I'll
mother,
pay the price
right?
for my sins.
But it's his mother,
So
so that's who's going to get the whipping. His mother's going to get it.
listen, I
He
love
loves his
my
mother.
mother, but like,
Yeah.
listen, if she steals something, she's got to pay the restitution, not me.
So me in my case, I would take the whippings from my mother if she's elderly and she could possibly die from the whippings.
Is Jesus elderly? This is the analogy, right?
But yeah, it is.
The person
is.
saying the whip, well, Jesus is not elderly by any means.
I just look at it as, and I just want to make sure I'm staying on point and answering your question is, the whole theory of Jesus, why you don't think he's died. You talked about justice before, right? I deserve justice for being a wretched person, right? I deserve justice,
A
right?
wretched person for what? What do you do that's
Right.
so terrible?
I don't care to share it on here.
Do you think it deserved death?
Do I deserve death?
See, this is kind of the
Me
problem with
personally,
the
no. I'm not
whole.
God, though. I'm not God. No,
Yeah,
I'm
but
with you.
if you're not
So
God, God would know that the wages of sin should be proportional to whatever crime you committed. Like if you stole something, you should pay restitution for the thing that you stole. He shouldn't have made the punishment for every crime ever the same thing, which
right.
is death. That's not justice.
So what if I could do this, right? Just give me this 1 second where, let's say I had the power to take over your hosting site here, and I
That'd be the
booted you
best.
off, right? I booted you off, and I said, you know what? I'm changing the title here. I'm changing this. I'm changing everything, and I could let you on from time to time. You know what I mean? But I'm in control.
Fuck, that's a power
Okay,
move,
I'm
dude.
setting the rules up. I'm setting the questions, and I'm setting everything. How would you feel?
I mean, if you did that shit, I'd be a little upset and a little impressed at the same time.
Good answer. That's pretty cool. Yeah, but the being upset is because it's yours. This is your podcast. You're inviting me on as a guest, and for me to stick my finger and say I'm doing this and I'm doing that, it's wrong for me. I'm supposed to be
Right,
transparent.
but so you're suggesting God gets to make whatever rules he wants, but that doesn't work because if God is all good and all just, that means he doesn't get to do anything he wants to. What he does needs to fall in the parameters of good and just.
Right. So with your, you sound well in your interaction. You sound like a smart guy. But we're still, even from your atheistic viewpoint, we're still limited, right? In our limit of understanding. We can't understand everything. Our
Would you
brain's
say that about
limited.
Muhammad? How much of the Quran have you read?
Oh, where did we get with the Quran again? I'm sorry. What happened?
What?
How do we divert?
Oh, hold on. I'll help you understand. How much of the Quran have you read?
Not a lot. Just a lot of information from friends. Information like for instance, like
So
Joseph. Go ahead.
there's a lot of war during the time of Muhammad, and there's a story in the
Okay.
Quran about how during the war, God was upset that there was a people group that got killed that he wanted
Mm,
to get preserved, right?
mm,
So as a punishment, then God actually sent a famine on the people that were following Muhammad for a period of 3 years until finally God answered Muhammad and said, "Hey, it's because you killed these people you said you were supposed to protect. So I sent this
mm,
famine on you people. And in order to fix it, God has them take 7 members of their own dynasty and
mm.
impale them. They put them up on sticks and impaled them as like a
Ouch.
form of blood vengeance."
Okay.
You think that was a good thing for the God of the Quran to do?
I
You
think it
think
was
blood
a good thing.
vengeance is like justice?
Right. So they disobeyed direct orders, justice. I gotcha. Okay, I'm with you. Yeah, I think your points to the other gentleman. I think what God did as far as the with the David and the killing of the. So we're going on that justice thing of what God had particular did, and now I'm judging God, right?
You're judging Allah right now. That's what I'm asking you to do.
Right. So I'm judging the author and the creator. I'm questioning him of why he did something.
No,
Even
I'm
if I
asking
maybe
you to
disagree with
give
it.
me a determination about a story in the Quran is what I'm asking. Do
Story
you
in the
think that the
Quran, right?
story makes sense or not?
I think probably. Uh, I don't know if this sums it up a bit. Uh, Tell me if this sums it up. Like when God destroyed the whole earth, right? He destroyed the whole earth, right? Except for Noah and his family. Um, if I was God, I would have did that. I don't think that's
But
the right way of
I'm
going
talking
about it.
about
I
a
don't have to
story
answer your
in the
question.
Quran where the God of the
Yeah.
Quran is like advocating for blood vengeance. Do you think blood vengeance is a policy that's good? You sure you're not Muslim?
No, I'm not Muslim.
Okay. I'm baffled
Yeah.
why you're defending Allah right now.
No. I'm just defending where at a particular point in my foundation of what's truth, and if it's leading toward, I'm sure you can answer this question. If
Do you think the God of
hypothetically,
the Quran is real?
hypothetically, if Christianity is real,
Well, hold
would you be a
on.
Christian?
Do you think the God of the Quran is real?
No.
Do you think the God of the Quran sent the angel Gabriel to give revelation to Muhammad?
No.
I'm confused why you can't critically analyze one story from the Quran.
Because I think it's maybe it's like a gotcha moment.
There you go.
But sure,
Yeah. You're trying to get ahead of the argument, aren't you?
maybe a gotcha moment. If I say no, you might say,
'Cause
okay, well, what about when God did this? I
in
mean, that's
reality, you don't think blood feuds are good. You don't think we should go around impaling members of people's household just because the person in the household commanded something bad?
I wouldn't go that way. No,
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
right? I wouldn't
Yeah,
flood the whole earth either,
yeah, neither would I. Seems
right?
like a pretty petty thing to do. Also, it's kind of silly too because God's all knowing, which means He knew He was going to have to flood the earth and kill everybody. Which
Right.
means He literally could have just started with Noah. He could have skipped the entire horror show and just started with Noah if he wanted to.
Right, but looking back on that, right, when when they're talking about like the end times, right, it says, hey, when the world ends or whatever the case might be, if it happens, right, it always illustrates back to the days of Noah, right? So I think, can I throw this illustration at you? And this is where my brain is. You can say, dude, you are way off on this one. I look at it as, the Bible does say that this life is temporal, right? It's temporary. It's like a mist, right? And it is in a sense, whether God doesn't exist or not, right? Time is flying by like anything, right? And if there isn't an eternity, right? And let's say, to backtrack a little bit, let's say the angels were real and supposedly a third of them fell away, right? Well, why did they fall away? If God is so all knowing and all powerful, why would you have the guts to turn away from that and listen to somebody like Satan, right?
Maybe it's not true.
No, this is just hypothetical for a
Maybe
second.
it's a silly
So,
story and it didn't actually
right,
happen. That's why it's
right.
a weird question.
But the story to me is profound, me personally, because it says that a third of the angels left. Well, maybe they didn't know how really great God was. So for us as humans, right? Number one is we don't hold accountability a lot, right? We point the finger at people all the time. Um, we blame other people
Well,
for maybe our
maybe
own
they knew that
accountabilities.
he's not good. Maybe they knew he was a punk. Maybe they knew
So,
that he would like have women get raped for the crimes of their husband.
right. So just stay with me for a second here. So the fact is for us as humans, right? We have to see the whole picture, and I believe this temporary
Do you
our
have the whole
world,
picture?
from the beginning to end, God knew what was going to happen from the beginning to
Yeah,
the end.
but do you
It
have the
was
whole
written in the
picture?
Bible, and it's going to come true. And so when we're in the afterlife, when you're in the afterlife and I'm in the afterlife, hypothetically, if it's true, we can look back on it and says, "Wow, this God knows everything." We're told He
Yeah,
knows everything, but we
yeah,
still don't know that.
and that's why you
But
should
if it
you
comes
can. That's why
true,
you should convert to Hinduism today.
oh, why?
Because you're gonna get to reincarnation, you're gonna realize Hinduism's all true, it's all gonna make sense.
I'm going, okay. Okay, so if I'm
So,
reincarnated again,
you're just saying that we're gonna find out that it's all true. We could say about
right,
anything. I could just say, "Listen, all the nonsense that you find in Hinduism, it'll all make
right.
sense later." Right?
No,
Like,
no,
what
that
you're
wasn't
asking
my
me
point.
to do is set
No, that wasn't
aside
my
my
point.
logic and my reason
No,
and set aside my capabilities of
I
reading
never said that.
because one day
No,
it'll make sense.
no, that wasn't my whole point. That's my whole point of why I become a Christian. My whole point was, why is God doing all this? Right? He's doing all this to show us, not to become believers or Christians, to show us of how powerful He is in the end. right? I'm not telling you to become a Christian because this is what's going to happen. That's not why I'm a Christian, because, hey, God's going to do this at the end. No, yeah, that's a
He
horrible
has to
argument to give
murder a bunch of
somebody.
babies to show us how powerful he is?
You can use that as a reference. I looked at it as from beginning to the end, that he knew in Revelation and everything that was going to happen, and it came to fruition.
Yeah, but does he need to murder babies to show us how powerful he is?
Does he need to murder babies? I don't know. I'm not God.
Then why does he do it?
Why does he do it? So, some questions I don't know.
You know this God endorsed slavery too, right? Like, have you read the book?
I've read a good amount of it. Some things I've read like maybe 20 times, and someone brings them up to me, and I'm like, I didn't know that was in there.
Yeah. Did you read the part where he tells the Israelites they can own slaves?
Yes.
Yeah. Was that good?
Well, I look at it like this, where at that time being, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But the fact is where Jesus says there is no slave,
So
there's no
slavery is
female,
good?
there is no Jew. So it
He
like
also says there's no male or female, but you obviously don't
right.
believe there's no male or female, do you?
I believe there will not be a male or female. Right? For right now, there is a male and female.
No,
Right?
the
And
text that you're
on our human
referring
world.
to is referring to the equality of the peoples, not the fact that the people don't exist. He's not saying that slaves don't exist and male and female don't exist. He's stating that they're all equal in the eyes of God.
I think we'll all be the body, right? We'll all be together,
Yeah,
the body, he'll be the head.
yeah, including
Right?
slaves.
So well, I think more like when I read, a little bit of the Quran, I learn about that. They're more of a slave or a servant to Allah. I look at the Christian where we're a
Yeah.
family.
No. The Bible says
He's our father.
that we're slaves to God. Paul himself, on like every letter, calls himself a slave to God, and he exhorts the Christians to be slaves to God. God himself
I
in
think
Leviticus
we
25
should
says that
in this
Israel
earth. We should.
that the nation of Israel is his slave.
Yeah, I think I should strive toward that on this earth, but
So
in the afterlife, I'll be part of his family. I'll be a
God's
child of God.
primary metaphor for his relationship with mankind is that we're slaves. Like this
So
guy
you're saying he
loves
doesn't?
slavery.
You're saying he doesn't mention us as his father or call him his father, and we're not children of God. We won't be children of God. The Bible doesn't mention any of that.
Says we're both. We're his slaves and his children, just how children have to obey their parents as though they were slaves as well.
Do you think that's a good thing?
I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think anyone should be a slave. You think slavery is good?
Well, apparently, I think because, cause and reaction, I believe that there is no Christianity and the
Yeah, but do you think
resurrection.
slavery is good?
I believe that there still would be slavery in the United States.
Yeah, but Bob, do you think slavery is good?
You know the answer to that. Come on.
So
Who's going to say slavery is good?
how come God just never said slavery bad?
Because God has never said slavery is bad. So I believe that slavery had to become a part of our system,
Had to?
right?
Why?
Our earthly system, right?
Why?
I don't. I mean, I think it was embedded in us, right? I mean, if you look at any historical civilization, right? India, China, like we are masked in slavery. I mean, that's
How
if
many
anything we can
slaves
come
did the
from
Egyptians
history.
have when they left Egypt?
How many slaves the Egyptians had?
How
I
many
don't
slaves
know.
did the Israelites have when they left Egypt?
How many slaves did the Israelites leave when they left Egypt? I'm going to say that at the particular time, them together in the desert, maybe they didn't have any. I don't
Probably
know.
damn near zero. They were all slaves, weren't they?
Right.
Right. So they didn't have to own slaves. God could have said, "Hey, you know how you guys don't have any slaves right now? We're just going to keep it that way."
Okay. And what do you give your first name?
Justin?
Justin. Okay. Okay. I'm Bob. Yeah. I mean, that's if Justin was God, I mean, like, and if I did it, I probably wouldn't have slaves either. Like I said, there's a lot of things that I probably wouldn't do, but based on hypothetically, if Christianity is true,
It's not.
I'm going to put my trust that this is the right way of doing things.
But not only is it not true, it's morally horrific. Like that's the whole point. Like in your worldview, you have to accept all the morally horrific parts of the Bible because you're like, well, fuck, it's true. I have to accept it. But like the reality is, you can't even demonstrate it to be true.
Well, I think so. To answer your question, maybe to hit the point across, like, so for instance, do you think it's good for marriage for the husband to have one wife and to stay with that unit and raise a family?
Actually, I think it's good. God doesn't.
Okay.
God allows polygamy.
Okay, you think it's good. Okay.
God commands it.
So
Just so we're
so
clear
so
on this.
so that aspect of it is, so you're saying
Like,
that
do
Jesus
you?
didn't say it was meant for man and woman to be
Do you
together.
think polygamy is good or bad?
I think overall, I think polygamy is not. I think a marriage with one man and one woman is better.
I think marriage between 1 or 2 consenting adults, shit, even 3 or 4 if they're consenting is fine. Now, me personally, I don't wanna have multiple wives. I don't even know if
Meaning,
I don't
oh
even
hell
think I
no.
wanna have 1 wife. But my point is very clear though, which is
Okay.
that the God of the Bible disagrees with you. The God of the Bible is okay with polygamy.
When you see the whole picture of the Old Testament and New Testament and the culmination, I don't think
I've read it,
at the
every last
end
word.
times. So you think at end times that we're gonna have slaves of slaves in the afterlife? That's God's
Actually
permanent goal.
actually, if you read Isaiah, that is exactly, what he's declaring in Isaiah, give me a second, 14? The beginning of Isaiah 14 talks about the restoration of Israel. In fact, let me pull it open. Says the Lord will have compassion on Jacob and will again choose Israel and will settle them in their own land, and the aliens will join them and attach themselves to the house of Jacob. And the nations will take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel will possess the nations as male and female slaves in the Lord's land, and they will take captive those who were their captors and rule over those who oppressed them. Certainly you don't think this came true yet, right? This is obviously some sort of thing that's going to be fulfilled later when all the nations are joined to the Israelites, as it says in the book of Ezekiel.
But wouldn't that correspond to the contradiction of there is no Jew, there's no Gentile?
No, because that's not what that
Why?
passage is referring to. The passage isn't saying that Jews and Gentiles don't exist. If you read the rest of the New Testament, they clearly do exist.
Oh, of course they exist, but they're gonna seem like one's not higher than the other.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying here.
Right.
The
But
Jew and the
this
Gentile here are not equal. The Jew is going to be joined with many foreigners, but those who oppressed Israel will become their slaves.
okay.
Which means God never intended to get rid of slavery. It's a reward. God is rewarding Israel and the
Okay.
foreigners who joined themselves to Israel with slaves.
Okay. So maybe so is that justice for the people
I
that oppress them?
I don't think slavery is ever justice because the child born into slavery didn't do anything wrong,
Okay, I'm with you.
right? But God's totally cool with it. In fact, God talks quite openly in Exodus and elsewhere, like in Leviticus 25, about slaves, like child slaves.
So you're thinking from beginning and the Bible, we're gonna say Yahweh wants kids to be slaves. That's what you're getting from it.
What I'm saying is God tells you explicitly that you can own slaves. He's going to give you and bless you with slaves. And not once did he ever say that slavery was bad.
So for instance, you know, go back to the Quran for a second, right? You know, when I'm dead, there's a possibility I can have 72 versions. I can have these white little angel boys be my servants, right?
Sounds
Sounds a
terrible.
little hokey, but they're in agreement with that. Like a you know a Muslim person be like, Bob, you're correct, right? I don't think through the image of time where Christian believers were happy that we can't wait for to have our oppressors be our slaves. I
Wait, do
don't
you
think
think
that's.
that getting 72 virgins in the afterlife is good?
Do I think it? I think it sounds pretty made up from a man-made religion.
But no, but
That's
you
what I
don't have,
think.
but you don't have the full picture yet, Bob.
I
When you
don't.
die, you'll understand.
Yeah, I don't think I came across that way.
But
I
what
don't
I'm
think I
what I'm
came
saying, Bob,
across that
is
way.
you're taking the worst parts of the Bible and you're saying like it's okay. God has a reason. You'll understand when you get the full picture.
No,
But
that was the other guy. That was the
you
other
would
troll.
you
I
would
didn't say that. That was
never
the other guy you had on the call, not me.
you'll
I
never
didn't
do
say
that for the
that.
Quran.
I didn't say that. I said that there's more passages than that particular one. We got to put them all together. I'm with you. You know what I mean? But the thing is, like, okay, then when Jesus came, why didn't he stick to the laws? Why didn't he say,
He
okay,
did.
so Jesus wanted us to
Yep.
stone a woman in adultery. He continued that going on forward.
Well, first of all, that story is not original to the Bible. That story was added in the 5th century at the earliest. That's not a real story that is
No,
original
I'm
to the
talking about the
Bible.
law.
Yeah, I
I'm
agree.
talking about the law.
This is what Jesus said about the law. He said, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So doing the law makes you great in the kingdom of heaven.
Okay, so the law is to get circumcised, correct?
That's part of the law, which is contradicted by Paul. Paul says if you take the marks of circumcision, Jesus Christ is of no use to you.
So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, Paul and Jesus contradict each other.
So it gets, is Paul, like you would say, another zealot that kind of wanted to start his own religion
I
and take
think
something from it?
I think Paul is sick. I think he's sick in the head. I think he fell off his horse, bumped his head, had a near-death experience, and spent the rest of his life trying to sort out his near-death experience.
Interesting.
But you can't doubt that he contradicted Jesus on the law. Jesus said the
So,
law is in effect until heaven and earth pass away, and that the person who does the law is good. The person who does the law is great in the kingdom of heaven. Paul comes along and says, "Nope, uh, you don't have to follow the law. I don't even have to follow the law. The law's been done away with. It's been abolished."
but when Jesus came, right? Like, why were the Pharisees mad at him
Because
at
he
times?
claimed to be the Messiah. He wasn't a Messiah. He committed
True.
blasphemy. He claimed to be a king. He
Okay.
wasn't a king. And then on top of that, the other thing was he poo-pooed on the oral law. Jesus did not like the oral law, and the Pharisees did like the oral law.
Right. Yeah. And so there were some things that he did, right? That like he healed somebody like on the Sabbath, right? Like to them that was a no, right? So
Well,
he's
if you believe that story to be true, I think that's fictitious. But
well, we can't cherry pick.
well, I am cherry picking. I'm
Well,
reading
you think the whole
the
thing is false, right? I mean,
well.
what you just read there, everything's
No,
false.
no. What I'm saying is, like, when I'm reading the New Testament, like, I'm treating it like I would any historical book, where, like, I'm willing to grant that the historical stuff happened. When it comes to the miracles, so you got to prove that that stuff happened because I got lots of ancient historical texts that claim miracles happened. You can read Cassius Dio, Tacitus, Suetonius, all the Roman historians. They talk about all kinds of miracles that happened. Vespasian healed somebody by spitting in their eyes, making
What,
them see again. So like
what's
all
your
I'm
thoughts on the
saying,
resurrection? On the supposed resurrection?
I think it's
What's your theory
nonsense.
of what happened?
I think it's nonsense. I think that he was crucified. They probably
Hmm.
threw him into like an open grave pit with a
Mm,
bunch of other criminals, and then
right.
I think somebody came around and pretended to be the resurrected Jesus. And this only sounds crazy if you don't know history, but if you actually read history, there's a lot of people that pretended to be resurrected individuals
Hmm.
through impersonation. And some of them not even on purpose. Actually, there are some people who claim to be resurrected, and it seemed pretty clear they were just dead, and that they were just seeing other people that looked like that individual. And like, shit, is he still alive? I think the best example of that is Aristeas. Aristeas was reportedly dead and came back to life and was seen by a multitude of people. You can read in Herodotus, Pliny, Apollonius, Diodorus, Plutarch. all of them talk about this guy named Aristeas who went into a fuller's shop, died. The body went missing, and then he appeared later alive to people on the road, right? And then they even made a statue of him and made a cult around this guy named Aristeas over in Rome. So like we've got lots of stories of like supposed resurrection accounts, and some of them through like a vision, and some of them through imposters. So like a popular imposter would be Nero. There was a handful of Nero resurrection imposters.
Gotcha. So, I mean, so of course, the Jesus, we'll say allegedly resurrection, is is the great tide toward Western civilization, right? So, I mean, I understand there's a whole bunch of other ones that you mentioned, but this one kind of sticks out a little bit,
Why?
right? You don't think Jesus is one of the most influential person in history?
Whether he's influential has nothing to do with whether or not the story about him is true.
Right, correct.
Muhammad's
So that's why.
influential, but you don't believe Muhammad's story.
So that's why there's more specific, toward the Jesus resurrection than the other ones that you mentioned, right? They didn't make the cut,
Muhammad didn't make the
right?
cut.
What do you mean he didn't make the cut?
Muhammad's the second most recognized figure on the planet after Jesus.
Okay.
So, like, just being influential is meaningless to whether or not your story is true. Do you believe that Muhammad split the moon in two?
No, and I think most Muslims are coming to think that he didn't do that either.
No, not the ones
But
we've talked to. Trust me, we talked to
oh,
Muslims here, and
jeez,
they
I
believe
think
he
some
split
of
the
them.
moon in two.
It's most of them are coming out now saying, "Okay, I'm done with the miracles. No miracles in the Quran. All this stuff."
I've
But
never met one that said that.
oh
Everyone
yeah,
we've ever talked to on the stream
and
claims
this
that
one,
the
yeah.
Quran is full of miracles. Muhammad split the moon. It's
Oh,
okay to
jeez.
marry 9-year-olds, so on and so forth. All of them,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But this is kind of beside the point. The point is someone being influential over the course of history has nothing to
Mhm.
do with whether or not the mythology around that person is true.
Right. No, I agree with that. I was just talking about, you were mentioning, this whole resurrection thing isn't something new. I'm saying that we're talking about a person that resurrected that's kind of main known throughout the centuries. So meaning he
So
made
what
the
though?
cut, meaning he's more known to say the claim of the resurrection than anybody
So what
else
though?
that claimed it before.
But why does it matter if they know? That's not meaningful to whether or not the story is true.
That is true. But if it is true, right? The fact is that this is
But it's
going to
not.
be it's going to be known. Well, I mean, that's your opinion.
No,
But
something being true has nothing to do with it being known.
right. So for instance, if a resurrection is a miracle and somebody was resurrected and it was supposed to be linked to something of significance, don't you think more than it would hold out longer in centuries and be a testimony to people and people would write about it?
No, people didn't write about it. That's the problem. Christianity was spread by the sword, just like Judaism. Yeah, just like Judaism and Islam. It was spread by the sword.
The first
It's
two
not because it
centuries,
was
it
so
was spread by the
convincing.
sword.
No,
Christianity was spread by the sword.
I didn't say the first 2 centuries. I don't know why you added that to my statement. That was
Well, I
that
added
was
to it because
dishonest, Bob.
okay, well, I was dishonest to say that.
I didn't say
that
in the first 2 centuries Christianity was spread by the sword. I said Christianity,
okay.
like Islam, was spread by the sword. Obviously referring to the history of Christianity.
So Christianity didn't grow in the first 2 centuries?
Not very big, no.
Okay. So
Not
it's
even into the 3rd century. Even into the middle of the 4th century, it was being heckled by heretics like Julian the heretic emperor.
so it's your viewpoint that the sword made Christianity grow.
Yeah, it's obvious. Yeah, because they literally went about conquering the world for Jesus, and they wrote about it.
Who?
The Catholic Church wrote about it.
Who were the people that were
They
conquering?
literally issued edicts allowing them to go and conquer other people's lands and take slaves. They issued edicts telling them to go and murder heretics who didn't adhere. They issued edicts saying that everybody in the kingdom literally had to convert to Christianity. Even in the 3rd century, they were issuing edicts to forcefully baptize Jews.
Okay.
It's been a religion of violence all the way up until the 1800s. In fact,
Well, except for the
not just a religion of violence. Hold on. It's been a religion of repression. I'm holding in my hands. This is a 3-volume series, thousands of pages in this 3-volume series of literature that was literally banned by the Catholic Church for a period of about 400 years. This is the Librorum Prohibitorum. They were literally banning science. They were banning people from literally saying things. If you were found with one of these pieces of literature in your hands, you would be executed by the state.
So let me answer you this. So we agree that the first 2 centuries was not by the sword, correct?
No, not until it was taken over by Constantine.
So in that aspect, do you think that the first 2 century peoples were adhering to the Bible, or do you think the 3rd and 4th plus on the people that conquered by the sword were adhering to Christianity?
They didn't have a Bible. We have no
Okay.
Bible in the first 2 centuries.
Okay, the Bible that we have today, right? Do you think that the 3rd and 4th century? Okay, why the change? So
What change?
why the 3rd and 4th centuries? There's apparently a change, correct, from Christianity to this now sword and converting other people to be
Nope.
Christians and forcing it.
No.
Right, there was a change, correct?
The only change that happened was that the actual government adopted the religion and forced it on people, which is the whole point I've been making. What you're trying to say is that Jesus resurrected because the religion is insanely popular today. It's insanely popular today because it was forcefully spread by the sword for hundreds upon hundreds of years.
That's the first time I'm hearing that. Now I know Catholics did conversions and they did a lot of stuff from that Catholic side of things with Constantine. I mean, do you really believe Constantine was a Christian?
No.
Okay.
His mother
Okay.
was, his predecessor was, Constantine was not. He was an opportunist.
Okay.
It's irrelevant. No one's
Right.
listen, no one's asking whether or not the early Holy Roman Empire was sincere.
Mhm.
All I'm telling you is that the reason for its spread
Mhm.
widely is because it was spread by the sword. The motivation behind it's useless.
So what is your thinking about, like, in China over the last 30, 40 years of the growth of Christianity
What about it?
within China today? Do you think it's, again, forced on people, or do you think, what are your thoughts there?
Well, the majority of people living in China aren't Christians, so
The growth of it.
what
So
about
the
it?
millions of people that are becoming Christian on an
What
annual
about the
basis.
people that are becoming Islam?
Well, I think via stats, I could be wrong, is via birth rates, not basically of people spreading the word. Is
You
that
know that people in China are adopting other religions, right?
okay?
Okay.
But what's
So
the
just
fastest
saying
growing
that
religion
Christians are
there?
becoming, or just saying Chinese people are becoming Christian is a meaningless statement. They're also becoming Jews. They're also becoming Muslims.
Yeah, I would look at the conversion rates of those religions compared to
But it's
Christianity and
not
how it's
relevant.
being spread.
It's not
Well, it's
relevant to
definitely
whether or not it's
relevant.
true.
That's true. I would agree with that. But back, I think we're hopping around a little bit. But back to the resurrection
I
of
think you're
Jesus.
hopping around.
I could be hopping around. I
Okay.
apologize. Okay, I'm hopping around. um, so the fact is, when you were like, oh yeah, his body just fell into the pit. Don't you think, like, that could have been exposed? Like, why do you think the people of 500 people witnessing them
They
coming
didn't.
back?
We have
So
no
500
testimony
people that
from those
witnessed them.
people. Not a single one of them left testimony.
So why do you think it grew? Like so now it's adversary. Like people are getting
Because
persecuted. Like why follow it?
first century Greco-Roman world loved new religions. They were all about it. Like just read the episode of Mars Hills. They were literally worshiping gods they didn't even know about yet. Like adopting a new god into their religious motif was insanely popular. They found out a new god. Shit, let's make sure we honor that god. They adopted Christianity the same way they adopted every other deity, with open arms.
So let's talk about the early Jewish people from the start, right? So right now, them taking on Jesus as their Messiah was clearly going against their families, the culture at the time,
They
correct?
didn't. That's the problem. The early Christian church was not Jewish. The early Christian church was by and large non-Jewish. That's why almost everything in the New Testament is written in Greek to Greek-speaking people who are almost at every turn classified as being not Jewish. Even in the Gospels, at every turn it says the Jews did this, the Jews did that, and then they have to explain, well, here's a custom of the Jews. If any of this was written to Jews by Jews, they wouldn't have to do any of this nonsense. They wouldn't be saying, well, the Jews did this.
So you don't think Jews started Christianity?
I think there were some disciples, some of them were probably Jewish. After that, it's hard to say if nearly any of the disciples were Jewish. It seems pretty clear that even Paul was unsuccessful in converting Jews. If you read the book of Acts, it says that Paul goes first to the synagogue, he gets rejected by the Jews there, and then he turned to the Gentiles.
That's a prophecy, right? That they would reject it,
was
right?
not a prophecy, no. There's not a single prophecy about the Jews rejecting their Messiah.
Okay. All right. So what about the Berean Jews? Acts 17. The Berean Jews?
Oh, the Berean Jews. What about them?
So they were one of the, an episode where, Paul, he's being Jewish. So he wants his Jewish brothers to become Christian, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he goes there and of course, to tell someone that Jesus is the Messiah, because Jesus is not around anymore, right? So he has to, they believe their scriptures is the word of God. So he goes through their scriptures to convince them that
he goes
Jesus
to
is
the
the Messiah, and he missed them, right?
Yeah, and they don't accept him.
So, well, the Bereans do.
It says some.
Yeah. So, but what did they do? They instead of throwing them out and whipping them, they actually, hey, let's be critical.
Let's actually read it, because I don't think you're reading it. So in Acts 17, he goes to the synagogue, preaches about Jesus, and says some of them were persuaded and joined Paul and Silas, as did a great many of devout Greeks, not a few of the leading women. The great majority of the people that ever converted to Christianity under Paul's preaching were, in fact, not Jews. In fact, it says the very next line, the Jews became jealous. And then what do? They drag them out into the city of the center city, the city center, and they accuse them of claiming another king.
Right. And I mean, like from my point of view, from my thinking is, hey, they were told that the Messiah was going to be rejected, right? Which he was by his people, and then the Jews were going to be a light to all the nations.
Yeah, but you're missing the point, Bob. There's nothing in the Old Testament that says the Messiah is going to be rejected.
There's no verse.
Not a single verse.
Well, of course. Okay, yeah. So you're referencing where in your point of view, that when it does mention a Messiah verse, you're saying, hey, it's talking about the people of Israel.
Clearly about the nation of Israel.
Nation of Israel. So the nation of Israel is going to be rejected by the people?
The righteous remnant of Israel are not going to be rejected by anybody. They're being punished by the nations in the Babylonian captivity. That's the context of 2nd Isaiah. 2nd Isaiah is talking about the restoration of the Israelite people after they leave Babylon. See, I'm reading Isaiah 53 within the context of 2nd Isaiah. I know exactly what 2nd Isaiah is about. I've read it 100 times, right? So when I'm reading Isaiah 53, I'm saying, yes, everything about this makes 100% sense with the context in which it was given. I have no reason to get to chapter 53 and say, no. This one chapter, not even the whole chapter, just part of the chapter, this one chapter is not about the context of Isaiah. It's about something happening hundreds of years later. but only that one chapter. Every last word of Isaiah is actually about the, what's happening with the Israelites. Just this one chapter is not. That's silly.
I don't think it's silly. I get what you're saying because, in the Old Testament days, I'm sure like when they're looking at scripture, they're like, oh, pay attention to this part right here, Isaiah 53. This is the Messiah. This is what's going to happen. Everybody pay attention.
There's no
Like, it's
Messiah
not
in Isaiah
that.
53, Bob.
No, I'm just saying if that were the case,
But it's not.
It's when people
there
look
is
back
no
to the
Messiah
scriptures.
mentioned in chapter 53.
Can you bring it up?
Yeah.
Why are you bringing it up? You bring everything up so quick.
All right, we'll go
Let's
through
read
Isaiah
it.
53. All right,
Okay.
I'm going to demonstrate to you why the context mandates that Isaiah 53 is not about Jesus. And
Okay,
keep
the
in mind,
context. Understood.
keep in mind that my interpretation of Isaiah 53 agrees with
Right.
every single word of the Old Testament. Your interpretation literally disagrees with every interpretation of the rest of the Old Testament. Let's get into it. So
Again, I believe your context is correct.
I know it is, yeah.
Right? I know it's correct. But the
Just
fact
to be
is,
sure, in order to get ahead of the argument, what you want to say is that it's originally about Isaiah, but it's got
Right.
a secondary fulfillment in Jesus. That's what you want to
So
say.
explain that to me. Why is that wrong? Help me out here.
Why is what wrong?
What you just said there. Like, because, yeah, you're right. I'm going to say that, but help me out why that is a foolish way to think.
Thank you. Okay, so we can save a little bit of time as long as you're ready to admit that the primary context of Isaiah is about Israel and that it can only be about Jesus if you provide a secondary fulfillment. The reason why that's silly is because the secondary fulfillment of any prophecy, if you would even accept such a thing, is entirely disconnected from the context, which means it could be anything. This could be talking about Simon Bar Kokhba. Simon Bar Kokhba was another Jewish Messiah that was murdered by the Romans, and he was actually elected and anointed as a leader of Israel. He was a leader of Israel for a period of about 4 years. They even minted coins that called him the Prince of Israel, the messianic title that we find in the book of Ezekiel. And then he was killed by the Romans, right? So this nonsense about, oh, well, as long as you apply a secondary fulfillment and make it about some dying figure, even though it's not what it's originally about, well, that's arbitrary. We can make it about anybody that suffers. Like even in the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's interpretations of Isaiah 53 doing the same thing you want to do, saying, there's another meaning to it. It's also about one of the teachers within the Dead Sea community. One of these teachers is fulfilling the prophecy when he's being persecuted. So like the minute you depart from the original context of the prophecy, it's about anybody.
No, understood. But why, when someone reads this I'm saying hypothetically, and it's happened to a Jewish person, and it said, "Let me read you a verse from the Bible about and they read it, and they said, "Oh, that's talking about your Jesus in your New Testament." Why would they come up with that conclusion?
Because it's all Christians talk about. Keep in
No,
mind,
no,
Bob,
no.
you've been up here for like an hour or more, and you
Okay.
can't name a single prophecy Jesus fulfilled outside of Isaiah 53. And if I polled 100 Christians right now and said, what prophecy did Jesus fulfill? At least half of them could only name Isaiah 53. It's the only thing that Christians will ever talk about from the Old Testament.
All right, I got some more for you, buddy.
Because it's the only thing they
Micah,
actually know.
born in Bethlehem. Come on, I got another one. There you go.
You don't want
Born
that.
in
He didn't fulfill it.
Ephratah. He was born in Bethlehem.
Have you read Micah? Or have you only read part of one verse?
Right. So it's talking about someone else born in Bethlehem.
It talks about an actual ruler. It says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you will come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel." And Jesus didn't rule for even a single minute in Israel.
All right. Well, read the rest of the verse.
Whose origin is from old, from ancient of days. Yes.
Who the heck is that?
It's a callback to the lineage of David, which is why it starts out, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah." Do you know who Bethlehem and Ephrathah are?
It's a certain location in Bethlehem.
No, both of these locations are named after ancestors of David. They're the oldest ancestors of David.
Okay.
So this is a callback to David's lineage, saying that this ruler is going to be from the ancient line of David.
Right. So Jesus was born from Ephrata, Bethlehem, correct?
He was not. No.
What? Where was he born?
He has no lineage. If he has a lineage,
has
it's
no
tied to
lineage.
Mary, and his lineage goes back to Levi. He's not tied to David at all.
Jesus?
Yeah.
Is not tied back to David?
No.
I thought the in Luke the genealogy goes through David.
Nope. Neither one of them go to Mary. They both go to Joseph. So if you go to Luke chapter 3 ends in Joseph, not Mary, the adopted father. I think about verse 21 or so. Let me see. No, I went too far. Shit, maybe it's 31. Oops. Let me scroll all the way down here. 23. Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. He was the son, as was thought, of Joseph, son of Heli, son of Mathat, son of Levi, son of Melchi, so on and so forth. So the lineage in Luke goes to Joseph. And it gets
doesn't
worse,
go
actually.
through David. It doesn't go through David?
It goes through David, but Joseph wasn't the father of Jesus. And it goes through the wrong son, by the way. It says it goes through Nathan, the son of David, and the promise for the Messiah goes through Solomon, not Nathan.
Right.
The promise of a Messiah specifically is said to come from the line of Solomon. Nathan was the brother of Solomon. He was never a king, and there was never a promise from his lineage.
Right. But
which means Luke is completely discounted. It doesn't go to Mary, and it doesn't go through Solomon.
Where does it go through the son of David in Matthew?
Matthew, it does go through Solomon, but Matthew makes a critical error and says that it also goes to Joseph and that it goes through Jeconiah. If you go to Matthew chapter 1, we find that the last lineage before the exile goes through King Coniah or Jeconiah. And if you read, he was actually cursed. Let me grab that real quick. It says, and Josiah, the father of Jeconiah and his brothers, at the time of the deportation to Babylon, after the deportation to Babylon, Jeconiah was the father of Salathiel, so on and so forth. And of course, he ends in Joseph. But if you go to Jeremiah 22, like verse 30 and beyond, we find that nobody from Jeconiah's line is ever going to sit on the throne of King David because he's cursed. It says, this man Coniah, that was his nickname in Jeremiah. This man Coniah is despised, broken pot, vessel no one wants. Why are he and his offspring hurled out and cast away into the land they do not know? O land, 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 hear the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord, record this man as childless, a man who shall not succeed in his days, for none of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah.
Right. So that's in Matthew, and Matthew gives the lineage going from to Joseph's lineage. So is Jesus from the line of Joseph?
No.
The answer would be no, because that's not his dad.
Right.
Right.
And
so
it goes through Jeconiah, who was cursed.
Right. Because it's and he's not from that line, right? He doesn't have a human daddy.
yeah. He doesn't descend from David, and not only does he not descend from David, he never ruled
from the Mary side.
No, he doesn't. That's not in the Bible.
Well, wouldn't you? So if the genealogies are off,
neither one Matthew nor Luke say a word about Mary's genealogy. Luke specifically mentions Mary and her sister as coming from the daughters of Levi, not from the daughters of Judah.
Yeah, from the, we have two parents, right? So one parent was from the Levi, the father was probably from the line of Judah going through this whole series here. So that's why I believe in Luke, it's a lineage through Mary's lineage.
It's not.
But it's still listed from the fathers. That's what I believe.
It's not. No, we'll just read it again. Don't worry. Luke 3:23, if I remember correctly, where we wanted to go to. says Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. He was the son, as was thought, of Joseph, who was the son of Heli. The lineage goes to Joseph.
Well, in Jewish customs, right, since Matthew's a Jewish gospel, more Jewish than the rest of the gospels, right? They have to. That's how you do the genealogy. It's
No.
always by the father.
No. No,
So
you're right that the genealogy goes by the father. I agree.
Right.
We're in Luke, though, by
Right.
the way.
Right.
The genealogy of the Hebrew Bible always goes through the father, never through
Right.
the mother. That's something that develops way later in Judaism, but it's not even required for what we're doing here. He clearly says that Joseph was the son of Heli, and then recounts the line from Heli all the way back, which means it's unrelated to Mary.
Right. I believe he listed Joseph as the father, but I believe it accounts for the Mary's lineage.
Why?
Right? Because
Is
he has
Mary
to
even
come.
mentioned? Where's Mary in here? Where's her lineage?
Well, it's a gospel that you don't list it by the mother. You just don't list it. You list it by
The father,
the
I
father.
know, because your tribal allotment is by your father, not your mother. Your mother's irrelevant to
Right.
this.
But that's
Your
not his real
mother can
father.
only make you a Jew. She can't decide your lineage from your tribe.
Right. Hence the adoption through Joseph. But
Exactly, but he wasn't. That's the weakest connection you can possibly make, is that he was not even born through the line of David, but he was adopted into the line of David. And in the Gospel of Luke, he was adopted through an improper line that went through Nathan, which rules that line completely out. Useless. The line doesn't matter anymore. The other line in Matthew goes to Joseph as well, but goes through Jeconiah, which is also cursed. So neither one of the lineages could result in a valid king.
so they both go through David, which was a prophecy to go through the line of David. Right.
No, the prophecy isn't just about being from the line of David. You have to read the other messianic prophecies. God says it's also going to go through Solomon. If the messianic promise goes through Solomon, that means the lineage in Luke is irrelevant. Just throw it out. Doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't go through Solomon.
I'm not familiar where God says that, so that's something I gotta.
I can read it for you. Don't worry, I'll
Okay,
get
good.
it for you. It's
Oh,
going to
no.
be
We
in
did hop
Chronicles
around.
and
I'll say I hopped around. You were going to read Isaiah 53.
You wanted to talk. You wanted to talk about Micah.
Well, no, because you threw out that no Christian knows any other verse. I just want to let you know I know other verses besides Isaiah 53.
Listen,
But
I'm delighted to show you why Isaiah 53 is not about Jesus. Let me read
Okay.
you the passages. We're going to read First Chronicles 22. Let me pull it up. And God says, "See, a son shall be born to you. He shall be a man of rest. I will give him rest from all of his enemies on every side. Indeed, his name shall be Solomon. And I will give peace and quiet to Israel in his days. He shall build a house for my name. He shall be a son to me, and I will be a father to him, and I will establish his royal throne in Israel forever." So the royal throne in Israel is only established through Solomon. There's no promise ever to establish the throne through Nathan.
Okay. And then what you were saying, based on one of the genealogies, does go through Solomon. And what was your account why he couldn't come through that?
The one that goes through Solomon also goes through Jeconiah. And in Jeremiah 22, God says that none of Jeconiah's descendants will ever sit on the throne of Judah again.
Okay.
And also keep in mind that Jesus never sat on the throne even for a single minute. So the lineage isn't even relevant.
Oh, he's coming, baby.
Listen, you can say it all you want. They've been saying it for 2,000 years. In fact, they've been saying he's coming soon for 2,000 years.
Dude.
It's almost like the word soon has no meaning.
Dude, I think you'll love this. When you get a chance, I think you'll love it, like so many different factors. There's this I saw it on YouTube. There's a movie, it's free on movie. It's called The Harvest. right? You know the movie like God's Not Dead, right? You
I've
heard
heard of it,
the
but I've never watched it. No.
oh man, okay. Well, the main character on there, the priest, he's in this back in like in the early '80s. It's like a real cheesy Christian movie. It's called The Harvest. It's on YouTube, right? You got to fast forward to the scene where he talks about, and this isn't like a huge Christian belief, but it just basically breaks down the years into 7,000 years, and basically that the last 2,000 were for the years of the Gentiles, and that time's almost up. So it's pretty interesting theory about 2,000, meaning like, hey, it's been 2,000 years. It's like, yeah, well, I'm glad it's been 2,000 years because if it was less, I wouldn't be saved if it's true. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
that sounds like
but
a weird
it's
cope though for why he didn't come back because he does say he's coming soon,
okay,
right? And he says in Matthew 16
right?
before all of his disciples are dead.
Yeah, I think that might be not looking into the. You could be mistaken.
I'm not mistaken. He repeats it in
So,
Matthew 24 and in Matthew 10:23.
right, but I meant so. What you're saying, you're not mistaken in. This is what people have been studying for centuries, and then you
Yep.
come along, you're like, nah, I know what it's talking about.
No, I didn't come
No,
along. People have been
that's a
talking
lot
about
of
it for
confidence, my friend.
centuries.
That's a lot of. I wish I had your confidence.
I have
But go ahead,
confidence because I studied this at a professional level. I've got 2 degrees in this field of study. Why do you think I know all this?
why aren't people just left and right just saying,
Bob, because
like
no one's reading it. Christians read the Bible as much as you do. Christians aren't reading this book. They have no idea what's in this book. What percentage of the Bible have you read, honestly?
honestly, I would say probably about 60%.
I would say that's above average from my experience.
Okay.
Christians are not reading this book, and they're certainly not reading this book with critical eyes.
Dude, if Christianity is real, they're not even telling people about Christianity. So there's a lot of stuff that me and you would probably agree with it 100-fold anyway. But hey, that would be the time, right? A prophecy, people would fall away from the faith. Even if they say they're Christian, they're falling away from it.
That's what
You
I
know what
would
I mean?
say if nobody believed
Yeah.
my cult. I would
Yeah.
say it's in a kingdom far away that you can't see, and people aren't going to believe it, and that's supposed to happen.
All right. I like that. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Isaiah 53. Let's read.
Okay. Go to Isaiah 53, chapter 41. We're going to go to the beginning of 2nd Isaiah. When I refer to 2nd Isaiah, that's a specific reference to Isaiah 40 to 55. It's an actual literary unit. We can debate all day about whether or not actual Isaiah wrote it. It's not relevant. What is relevant is that it's a literary unit and it all has one theme. The theme is it's time for Israel, God's servant, to leave Babylon. Anyways, Isaiah 41, 8 through 9 says, "But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called from its furthest corners, saying that you are my servant. I have chosen you. I have not cast you off." Obvious reference because God is saying, hey, you're in captivity here. I haven't forgot about you. It's time to get released. It's time to go home. And then go down to chapter 43. He says of Israel, "You are my servants, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen." I'm sorry, I think I just misspoke. "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen, so that you may know and believe me and understand that I am he. Before me no God was formed, nor shall there be any after me." So here he's even saying there's a plurality of individuals, witnesses in the plural, that are my servant in the singular. So if it wasn't clear enough, and then he says the same in next chapter, 44, 1 through 2. He says, "But hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I've chosen. Thus saith the Lord who made you and formed you in the womb and will help you. Do not fear, O Jacob, my servant, Jeshurun, whom I've chosen." So easy enough. Again, the servant that God chose is going to be Israel. Same chapter, verse 22 says, "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. I formed you. You are my servant. Do not forget me." And 45, 4, he says, "For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel, my chosen, I call you by your name." And then last one for now.
Real quick question. The Jacob and servant, and I'm asking you because I believe you did a lot of research. What's the difference between he's saying Jacob and then he's saying Israel?
Oh, it's
He's
just
referencing.
It's synonymous parallelism. So Jacob and Israel are the same individual, but it's also the same name for the same people group. So when he calls them Jacob and he calls them Israel, that's just it's the same moniker. So in Hebrew parallelism, what they'll do is they'll say the same thing typically twice, but they'll just change up like a designation or an adjective. It's pretty common. You find it in other Semitic languages too. Like if you read the ancient Akkadian, you'll find a lot of parallelism.
Don't make me an Acadian, man.
Akkadian's fun. I haven't. I learned it like what year is it? 2025. I learned it back in like 2010. I have to retake it actually, but
Oh, wow.
it's fun. So, but the last reference I think is the most important. In Isaiah 48:20, God says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." Because again, the overarching theme of Second Isaiah is that God is redeeming his servant Jacob. And when all the nations witness God vindicating Israel, then they'll know. Then they'll understand that Yahweh is the one true God. When he takes this downtrodden and captive people and glorifies them in front of all the nations, they'll be like, oh my gosh, did you believe this thing? That's why it says in
Preach, brother.
What's that?
Preach, brother.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's the thing that's supposed to wow everybody is what
right.
God does with Israel. Not that God had some schmuck hung up on a cross after he was whipped and beaten.
Man, you better be careful, my friend. Just in case you're wrong, you better be careful. Oh
So
my goodness.
when I finally get to chapter 52 and 53, like I cannot find a single good reason to read in a Messiah. There's no reason to. It's just not, it doesn't fit the context. So like if you go to chapter 52, he's still talking about the same thing, right? He says, break forth, shout together for joy, you ruins of Jerusalem, for the Lord has comforted his people. He has redeemed Jerusalem. Because again, the whole theme is like, I'm redeeming my people. He says, the Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God. And then what does that look like? Well, he's telling you, depart, go out from there, touch no unclean thing, go out from the midst of it and purify yourselves, you who carry the vessels of the Lord, for you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go out in flight, for the Lord your God will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your rear guard. He's actually making a comparison with the Exodus now. Unlike the Exodus when they had to go out in haste, he's like, you don't even have to do that. God's going to protect you. I got you, right? So he's saying, listen, it's time to be vindicated. It's time to leave. And then he goes back to another song about Israel being the servant. He says, see, my servant shall prosper. He shall be exalted and lifted up, obviously, because they're being rescued from Babylon, right? And it says, they shall be very high, just as there were many who were astonished at him. So marred was his appearance beyond human semblance, and his form beyond that of mortals.
What's happening there?
Is this road?
So, they were marred?
Yeah. Do you not know what the Babylonians did to them? They literally carried them away with fish hooks in their noses.
Okay.
Yeah. They
for that.
like if you look at what the Assyrians and the Babylonians did to Israel, they even, it talks about it. They literally were like cutting mothers open. And
I heard they were sons of bitches. Yeah, they were nasty, man.
Yeah, they were nasty. They were flaying people alive.
That's insane. And
anyways,
my other atheist buddy is like, why did God want to destroy them all? Why do you want to kill everybody?
Yeah.
That's like,
So here's the fun part. It says, he will startle many nations, and kings will shut their mouths because of him. And we find this elsewhere. If you read like chapter 59 and 60, God talks about how the other nations are going to be so shocked about what happens to Israel that the kings of the other nations will come and bring you their gold and silver.
Why are they calling them he? Why are they calling a nation a he?
Because that's how metaphors work. Every time God talks about the nation of Israel as being a servant, it's clearly a metaphor.
Or a son.
Yeah, exactly. Every time he calls the nation of Israel a son, obviously it's a metaphor, right? The nation of Israel takes on a lot of metaphors over the course of the Old Testament. So anyways, It says, he will startle many nations. Kings shall shut their mouths because of him. For that which had not been told to them, they shall see. And that which they had not heard, they shall contemplate. And this is it really gets fun, right? Because we're talking about the nations, right? About what's going to happen with the nations. And it says, that which they had not been told, they will see. Well, obviously, because they don't have the oracles of God, right?
Mhm.
Right. And this, that which they had not heard, they shall contemplate. So now the very next line of Isaiah is a depiction of those same nations contemplating what they've just witnessed with the Israelites being rescued. It says, who has
Mm.
believed what we have heard? Although I prefer the translation, who has believed our report? But the grammar is a different conversation. We don't have to worry about that. It says, to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? This is a callback. We just read a couple verses ago, the arm of the Lord has been revealed to the nations, right? The Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations when he rescues his people. So I'm reading this, I'm in 53 now, and I'm saying, this is a personification of the nations who held Israel captive, now discussing what they've just witnessed, because what they witnessed should be blowing their mind. Like it should be like the big thing that draws everyone to Yahweh. And then here's what they witnessed. He grew up before him like a young plant, like a root out of dry ground. Well, fast forward to Isaiah chapter 60, and God says that Israel is the shoot that I planted from the ground. It's still talking about Israel. The plant is Israel. It says he
I'm
had
not
no
disagreeing with you there.
Right. He had no form or majesty that we should look at him, nothing in his appearance that we should desire him. And of course, that matches what God says about Israel. They weren't selected because of anything they did, because, because they weren't the best, they weren't the strongest, they weren't the mightiest. God selected them out of all the people to be his peculiar possession, right? It says he was despised and rejected by others, a man of suffering and acquainted with infirmity, as one from whom others hide their faces. He was despised, and we held him of no account. Certainly fits the description of how the Babylonians treated the Israelites, isn't it?
No, yeah, I would agree.
Right, yeah. And it says, surely he is, this is where it gets really interesting, because you're going to like the imagery here. It says, surely he has borne our infirmities and carried our diseases, yet we accounted him stricken, struck down by God, and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions and crushed for our iniquities, and upon him was the punishment that made us whole. By his bruises we were healed. Now, this to me is beautiful. And if you talk to like your average Jewish rabbi, they'll say the same thing. They're saying through the suffering of God's people, the fact that their suffering is going to bring other people to God, that is vicarious atonement. That is what's happening in Isaiah 53, is that once people recognize, like, oh, what have we done to God's people? Oh, it's been done so that we can recognize that God is the one true God. This has been done for our benefit. This is, substitutionary atonement.
So they were wounded for other people's sins?
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's the metaphor here. The righteous remnant of Israel had to go into exile alongside of the wicked members of Israel. Jeremiah talks about this if you read Jeremiah. So like, it's not like God just sent only the wicked Israelites into captivity. It was indiscriminate. God sent indiscriminate people into captivity, and the righteous suffered alongside of the unrighteous, right? But it's through the suffering of God's people, specifically the righteous remnant of Israel, that's going to leave. It says later in the same book and in Zechariah, I'm sorry, not in Zechariah. I have to pull it up. I forget exactly where it's at, but there's a reference about the post-Babylonian Israelites saying that they will do no wrong. Like they're going to be, because it's going to be the ones that come back have been refined. Those are the righteous remnant of Israel, right? So they're being refined in the fire. So anyways, the long and short of it is, I'm reading this and I still have no reason to believe that this is about a Messiah. Everything in this context fits perfectly with the nation of Israel being, substitutionary atoned through their beatings, as you would say, for the nations that are doing the harm. It says, all we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned to our own way. The Lord has laid upon him the iniquity of us all. So same of what I was saying. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth. Like a lamb like a lamb that is led to the slaughter, like a sheep before its shearers is silent, so he did not open his mouth. This is actually another metaphor that shows up in the Bible. I forget where it shows up, but it's a good one. Anyways, oh shoot, I lost where'd my passage go? There we go. So he says, by a perversion of justice, he was taken away. Who could have imagined his future? Yeah, exactly. Who could have imagined his future? Because this people has a future. We're going to get into that. It says, for he was cut off from the land of living. That's exactly what Jeremiah says. When the Israelites go into captivity, they were cut off from the land of living, right? It says, stricken for the transgressions of my people. They made his grave with the wicked and his tomb with the rich, which is because most of them died in Babylon. It says, although he had done no violence, there was no deceit in his mouth, yet it was the will of the Lord to crush him with affliction. When you make his life an offering for sin, he shall see his this is where it gets really good. He shall see his offspring and shall prolong his days. This is another reason why an interpretation about Israel makes the most sense, because Israel had offspring. They were supposed to have their days prolonged after the exile, and they were supposed to be restored. I don't know how we could apply this to Jesus, being that he didn't have any offspring and he didn't have his days prolonged. But it says through him,
I'm his offspring, and he
no,
became alive again.
No, you're not his offspring.
Yes, I am.
No, the Bible says you're an heir with Jesus. That means you're a brother to Jesus.
I'm a brother to Jesus?
If you're an heir with Jesus, you are a child of the Father and a brother to Jesus.
Well, I mean, literally terms of Jesus is God, I'm a child of Jesus as well.
Well, yeah, but if you want to make those pretzels, then I would just say that God impregnated his own mother to give birth to himself.
It's a good pretzel I had, but what was your pretzel? What did you just say?
If you want to equivocate Jesus being the Father, which he's clearly not, he's the Son, but if you want to make that equivocation, then we would say that Jesus impregnated his own mother to give birth to himself.
Oh man, I don't know about that, man.
Well,
I don't know about that one.
Either there's a distinction between the Father and the Son, or there's not.
You have enough wisdom and knowledge of the Bible. You know that was a little crazy.
Bob, either there's a distinction between the Father and the Son, or there's not. Is there a distinction?
There's a distinction, but the fact is they're one.
Is the Father and the Son identical to each other?
Are they one?
I'm asking you, are they identical?
They're two different persons, but they're one.
So that means then Jesus impregnated his mother to give birth to himself. That's your logic, not mine.
Right. But you understand.
See, this is the problem when you want to equivocate between the Son and the Father being the same. They can't be the same. They have to be distinct.
They are distinct.
Okay.
But in certain indications, which I don't understand and the Bible doesn't tell me, when it says Jesus is the first and the last, and it says God is the first and the last, and when God says that, I'm the Alpha, the Omega, Jesus is the Alpha, Omega, only God can forgive sins, and Jesus forgives sins, right? There's a little bit more mysterious to the fact of that, right?
Actually, I don't think it's a mystery. I think it's a contradiction.
Jesus was with God in the beginning, and Jesus was the one who came down.
No, I don't know that. Right? And I think specifically the Gospel of Mark would disagree. I think the Gospel of Mark is an adoptionist gospel.
No, you know gospel. That what the word says. I'm not saying that it's true. I'm saying what the word says.
No, I agree. I'm saying it depends on what you read. If you just read the Gospel of Mark, you would be led to believe that Jesus wasn't co-eternal with the Father. He was an adopted son, just like David is an adopted son in Psalm chapter 2, and just like Solomon is an adopted son in First Chronicles. Because we already read it in First Chronicles. God says of Solomon that I will be a father to him and he will be my son. And in Psalm chapter 2, it literally says that David, today I have begotten you. You're as a son.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So like the most plausible reading of the Gospel of Mark is that Jesus being a son of God is an adoptionist viewpoint, not that he was co-eternal. It's not till you get later developments in Christianity that you end up in a view that Jesus is actually co-eternal with the Father. Like John would agree with you. John would definitely say that Jesus was co-eternal with the Father. I just
I
don't think
know,
it's in Mark.
but in Mark, when he heals, he forgives people of their sins in Mark, and then when John the Baptist is paving the way, and he says that Jesus was before him, right? There's a lot of like, it's not like it's just totally made up in John, right? Like, oh, okay, John. No, it's not true. The Gospels, Matthew, Mark, all the other ones, they give consistency that Jesus has divinity and has
No,
correlation
I
to
don't think Mark
God the
does. No.
Father. All right, start reading Mark 1. We'll read it together all tonight.
Okay.
No, good. Finish reading Isaiah. That was good.
Right. So we're in verse 11. It says, "Out of his anguish he shall see, and he shall find satisfaction through his knowledge. The righteous one, my servant, shall make many righteous." So still talking about the nation of Israel, he will bear their iniquities. Therefore, I will allot him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong. Again, this language of dividing the war spoil comes up in Isaiah about the restored people of Israel. It talks about
Mhm.
how they are going to be victorious over their enemies and they're going to have the spoils of war, which is another reason why I'm reading this and I'm saying this is about the nation of Israel, which is what I said before. The only way you can get to Isaiah 53 being about Jesus is if you
Mhm.
say to yourself, it must have a secondary fulfillment. The first fulfillment must have been in Israel. The secondary fulfillment must be in somebody else.
Why is secondary fulfillment? Why couldn't it be what's to come? So, like, as Christians, right, we look at Moses, we look at the prophets, right, and we look at when you look at like Moses, and then we look at who's the prophet to the right of Jesus when he
Elijah, but this is not even a
Elijah.
prediction for the future, by the way. Just so we're clear, what's happening in this passage is not a prediction
Yes,
for the future.
that's correct, and I'm 100% agree with you. And thank you for illustrating that and going through that. And when I read it, and I believe when Isaiah was writing this to an extent, and for the people that that these are the scriptures, that this was referencing Israel at the time. But when you
Right.
read it, I can't help that says this is also talking about Jesus. The correlation
I
with Abraham
know.
and Isaac, and
The
this
New
and
Testament, sorry to
Moses.
interrupt you, Bob. The New Testament
Right,
wrote their books
right.
in order to get you to believe that this is
Gotcha,
somehow about Jesus. Like they wrote that intentionally. But anyone
gotcha.
could have done that. I could have done that about Simon Bar Kokhba. I could have, if I lived in the first century. Actually, he died in the second century. But I could have wrote a gospel about Simon Bar Kokhba being the suffering servant of Isaiah 53. And then every time after that, when somebody read Isaiah 53 that were part of my religion, they'd be like, "Oh my gosh, this is about Simon Bar Kokhba." Like, obviously, that's an easy win.
Will you agree with this? That for the longest time, for centuries, that they believed that part of Isaiah 53 was written in there, was added to give the impression that that was Jesus.
No.
That was a lot of critics thinking in the past.
No, like if you read the early writings, like the disputation between Origen and Celsus, Origen is combating what I believe is probably a Jewish friend of Celsus in a lot of his second letter, and he talks about how the Jew of Celsus, as he calls it, the Jew of Celsus claims that this passage is about corporate Israel. And we have other passages as well in the earliest days demonstrating that the Jews, like the idea that the Jews interpreted this as about an individual Messiah, isn't really is not really a widely held belief. It seems to be more or less a belief of like the Qumran community. But if you go to like the rabbinic Jews or like the actual authoritative Jewish bodies, they would have read this as corporate Israel.
Hey, one thing I'll leave with you, and again, thanks for the conversation. It's been great. Um, of course, in my mind, I could be biased, but when you were reading that, I'm saying yes, this is Israel. But in the correlation, I know the First Testament says, hey, but it just seems like Jesus says, "The sheep will hear my voice." Like that's what it just strikes me. It's just me. It's my interpretation. It strikes me that I'm going to continue this path. I'm going to do better as far as the Bible, be more critical on it, get more in depth in it. I appreciate you and your knowledge and your training of it and sharing it with me. But one thing that struck me too is just thinking this, right? As far as like the Jewish people, I'm not Jewish by the way, but it always struck me that like when I hear Jewish people talk, they're like, why are people, and this has nothing to do with the last couple years with Gaza or anything. A lot of Jewish people is like, why are we always persecuted? Why is everybody directing their attention on us? Like, why us, right? Since there's such a very small percent of the whole world, like 0.2%, right? Um, and we all, of course, have did the history where many nations have been genocide to a certain degree, and but we all, focus on the Israel people during World War II and all that. Um, but I look at it from growing up, where from a political viewpoint, sometimes like the far right Nazisms, like they have their hatred for the Jews, and then I'll go in a spectrum from the far way left. They have their hatred for the Jewish people, and I'm like, why is this the case? Like, there is something
The
interesting about
left?
that.
Who on the left hates Jews?
So as you can see, a lot of even maybe LBGT, et cetera, they're supporting Gaza and they're looking to Israel as the enemy. Like they're turning
Yeah, because the
Israel to
government of Israel has turned Gaza into an open air prison for the last 7 decades.
right. So, but when you see a set of people
You
where
understand, Bob, you understand that the government of Israel is separate from Jews in general, right?
I can see that, sure.
Like when people criticize the government of Israel, they're not blaming Jews. Like they're blaming the
Yeah, but
government of
when you see
Israel.
protests in colleges where they're stopping Jewish people and et cetera, like we agree, like the Jewish people do experience some form of not going to say racism, but that they're Jewish, right? They don't like they don't recognize the Israel state of the Jewish people in the state. Like there's, I see it. That's
Yeah,
just
but
my
the
perspective. I see it
Israeli
from both
state is not
perspectives,
identical to Judaism.
right? But just Jews alone. But okay, so I have people in other religions that have a good word that tell me about it. All right, I'm just in my personal opinion. Okay,
So
um,
I'm not saying that Jews haven't been persecuted. I'm not even
sure,
saying that they're not persecuted today. All I'm
sure,
saying is that
right.
I think it's wise to distinguish between people who are criticizing the government of Israel between
Right.
those who are criticizing Jews in general.
No, no, I'm with you. But the fact is, what got me is that in Revelation it talks about the Jewish people being grafted back in, correct? Where they reject it, but in Revelation
I mean,
they
I
get
think you're
grafted
probably
back,
referring to the 144,000.
a remnant, etc. Right? Where they get
Yeah.
grafted, and Paul talks about it like, hey, don't think like they can't come back in, right? So the fact is if that's sort of a prophecy, and if Christianity is true, that has to happen.
But it's not.
So if there is a devil, if there is a negative force that wants to go and rebel against God's future, they'll do whatever they can to exterminate those
Yeah,
people.
but Bob, we haven't I don't know how long we've been talking, but we haven't come upon a single reason yet why Christianity would be true.
Single reason why Christianity would be true. So
Yeah.
my best is, I mean, you would disagree with it. Mine was the resurrection, right? So going back on there, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but
Resurrection?
the, the
But
resurrection,
we
correct?
can't
Like
even establish that the resurrection happened. Like if you believe the resurrection happened, then why do you deny the resurrection of Nero and Alcestis and Aristeas and all the other people that resurrected in history?
they didn't make the cut.
But they resurrected.
They didn't make the cut.
So the only people that resurrected the people who got popular hundreds of years after?
No, the fact is the resurrections that that you know
Are you
again.
denying that they resurrected?
Am I denying the resurrections? I don't know they resurrected.
Alcestis was claimed to be resurrected by Epiphanius, Plato,
Hmm.
Apollodorus, Hyginus, Aristotle, Plutarch.
Okay. So based on that, on those things, what does that have to do with me today?
Well, my point is the resurrection is not evidence of anything. We've got tons of resurrection accounts from the time period. And if you're going to be fair to resurrection accounts, then either they all happened or none of them happened. And like
Well,
you're
that's not a
only
correct statement to be.
what we've covered so far, though, Bob, is that you only believe that the resurrection of Jesus happened because Christianity got popular. But
No,
that's not
that
a valuable argument.
my valuable argument is that the people put their life on the line for what they saw.
Have you not met Islam?
No, for what they saw, not what they believed.
They didn't tell us what they saw. We have no first hand accounts.
The Bible.
No, they're not first hand accounts. Luke didn't witness nothing. Luke wasn't even a disciple. Mark
Yeah, but
wasn't a disciple. Mark
no, he
was
talked.
the
Luke
cousin
talked
of
to everybody.
Barnabas.
Luke talked to everybody. He did the accounting. He did a historical
Who?
research.
Name
Luke.
one person Luke said he talked to.
He did an investigation.
With who? Who did he talk to?
He talked to the people that knew Jesus and
Name one.
witnessed them.
Name one person Luke claimed he talked to.
Mark. I'm just messing with you. I don't know.
He didn't say
I don't know. He says he talked to people. He did you do an investigation. You talk to people, correct?
Not only did
Right?
Luke not tell you who he talked to, he didn't even identify himself in the book. Like you just have to take it on faith that Luke wrote Luke. Same with Mark. Mark doesn't identify himself as the author of Mark. You have to take it on faith that he was the author. Matthew almost certainly didn't write the book of Matthew. That's the most incredulous thing I've ever heard. Matthew tells his own conversion story, assuming he's the tax collector, also named Levi in the other Gospel of Mark.
Right.
He tells his own conversion story in the third person without like changing any of the important details other than his name. Like why in the world would you why would you copy your own conversion story from somebody else?
No, I'm with you there. You don't believe Luke wrote Acts?
I think I have no idea who wrote Luke and Acts. It appears to be two different authors based on the textual evidence. It looks like there was probably an original composition of Luke that was then added to at a later time period. There's a good case to be made that part of Luke actually originated with Marcion.
Mm-hmm.
The reality is, not a single gospel author mentioned themselves in the gospel. And the earliest manuscript, P1, the earliest manuscript we have of Matthew's name does not show up at the beginning of the gospel. His name's not in it. The names of the gospel authors show up later.
Right. No, I'm with you. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they didn't write it.
Right. But what I'm saying is it's evidence that we don't have anything from eyewitnesses. Like the internal evidence from Matthew points that it was written by somebody who actually probably wasn't a Jew, because Matthew, even though he quotes the Old Testament, never quotes the Hebrew Old Testament, not once. Every quotation of the Old Testament that Matthew quotes, except for when he quotes Hosea 11, is from the Greek, and Hosea 11 reads the same in the Greek basically as it does in Hebrew, so it's kind of irrelevant.
No, I got you.
So like why is the most Hebrew of the Gospels continually quoting the Old Testament in Greek? Why wouldn't he just quote it in his native tongue?
I don't have the answer for that. But I know multiple people such as Luke, etc. There's a good possibility they knew Greek and they knew Hebrew as well.
No, I agree. They probably did know Greek. They probably spoke Greek and Aramaic. I don't believe for a second that any of them actually knew Hebrew, and I don't think that Jesus knew Hebrew. Like if you read the quotations of Jesus, Jesus clearly bungles the Hebrew. Like in Matthew 22, Jesus quotes Psalm 110 when he says, David said, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. First of all, he doesn't understand that psalm. David didn't write that psalm. And second of all, if he had bothered to quote it in Hebrew, he would know that it doesn't say the Lord said to my Lord. It says an oracle of Yahweh to my master in Hebrew. But when you read it in Greek, they changed Yahweh to Lord as a sign of respect. So when you read it in Greek, it sounds like there are two lords because they changed the name of Yahweh to Lord.
Interesting. That's something I would definitely take a look at.
Which, if you're a Hebrew speaker, the first time you laid your eyes on the Hebrew text, you'd know it's a prophecy to King David from Yahweh, from somebody in King David's court, like Asaph maybe. But if you're reading it in Greek, you might not know that unless you read the whole thing. Once you read the whole thing, it's clear it's a prophecy to King David, and it even comes true in 1 Kings chapter 5.
When you say Greek,
Um,
is it in the Greek Septuagint that has
yeah,
that?
yeah.
So I mean, so who translated the Septuagint? Right, Jewish people, right?
Well, yes and no. So, according to legend, like if you read Josephus and others, there's a letter written by Aristeas, and his claim is that the Library of Alexandria wanted a copy of the Torah. So there were 70 scholars theoretically that translated the first 5 books of Moses into Greek over in Alexandria. The tale is wild because it says crazy things, like all of them compared their copies afterwards and they were identical word for word, which is laughably comical because all the copies we have of the Greek Septuagint differ pretty wildly from each other. I've actually got a critical copy of the Septuagint behind me that shows you all the divergencies. But
Hmm.
so like, and then after that, after the first 5 books of the Moses, we have no idea who translated these works. Were they done by Jews? Maybe, probably. It seems like that's probably the most likely scenario, that they were translated by Jewish people. Were they skilled in Hebrew? Sometimes it appears that way, sometimes not. So, for example, if you do like, if you compare the Hebrew manuscripts to the Greek manuscripts, you can tell that some of them do a really good job of like translating word for word, and then some of them do a really like artistic rendering. Like they really take a lot of liberties with what they're doing. And so like, for example, if you read one of the classic copies in English of the Greek Septuagint done by Sir Lancelot Brenton, Sir Lancelot actually did like a translation notes. Like he's got a preface and translation notes to his translation of the Greek Septuagint into English. And of course he could do Hebrew as well. And he noted that in the Greek Septuagint edition of the book of Isaiah, of all the translations from the Hebrew into the Greek, the book of Isaiah was the one that was most poorly translated, which is hilarious since the Greek edition of Isaiah was like the foundation of the majority of New Testament prophecies.
Justin, do you ever think about doing like a debate with that guy? I forget his name. You know, he's been on YouTube lately. The guy Wes. He's the one who did the debate with the. He shut down the alien guy. You know what I mean? Alien civilization guy. So
Never heard
he's
of
been
him.
all over different podcasts. He talks about the Shroud of Turin, all kinds of stuff. He has literature and semantics and Bible history. He's blonde hair guy, box haircut. Yeah, that would be like pretty interesting, right? Where somebody like me would greatly appreciate a debate with yourself
You
with
mean
somebody
Wes
on that
or
aspect.
Russ? You mean Wes Huff?
Go ahead. Yes.
Oh yeah, no. Wes Huff is smart. He's not good with Hebrew. He doesn't even know the name of the critical edition of the Hebrew Bible. He screwed that pooch when he
Mm,
was doing his Joe Rogan interview. That being said, I think
right.
his Greek abilities are pretty good. And that's where Wes and I differ. You know, Wes studied the New
Mhm.
Testament. I studied the Hebrew Bible when I was in school. That being said, my understanding is that Wes doesn't do debates. He just did that one thing with Billy Carson because Billy Carson was like so over the top lying that he was like,
Okay.
listen, somebody's got to call him out.
Okay.
And
No, I
I
gotcha.
agree. When I saw Wes cooking Billy Carson, I was sitting there like rooting for Wes Huff because Billy Carson is an absolute clown.
Yeah.
That being said, I don't think we're I don't think we're ever going to see Wes Huff debate anybody. I don't think he's interested in debates.
Gotcha. And yeah, okay, one thing, where in my mind right now, of course, my bias, where like I mentioned, like when we mentioned Isaiah 53, Israel, and I'm like, I also see Jesus, and I also see Jesus aspect. What would you like tell me to be like, dude, stop? Like, like this is how where my mind is and where how I feel, and that it speaks to me, and I'm like, I see it. What in your mind, like if this is hypothetically totally wrong, like I'll give you like a word to say to be like, dude, no.
So here's what I would do because like Christians have been trained to read Jesus into the Old Testament.
I haven't
Rather,
been, by the way, but go ahead.
well, I think it's hard not to. Once you already know
Okay.
the Jesus lore, and then you go back to the Old Testament, it's really easy
Yeah.
to read him into it, right? But
Mhm.
I've actually done this. I lost my list a while ago. I had to start making a new one. I'm going to build onto it, but I actually made a list of like prophecies about me from the Old Testament that
Okay.
a lot of people will probably even recognize. So like, for example, I always talk about Isaiah 65:9. I shall bring forth descendants. I brought forth descendants, right? And so like Zechariah 9:9. Listen, I rode a donkey. Well, how come I'm not the fulfillment of Zechariah 9:9, right?
Mhm.
And then we can do other ones. Isaiah 56:12. Come, they say, let us get wine, let us fill ourselves with strong drink. Listen, my fan club is literally referred to as the Kraken Crew, which is the name of my favorite strong drink. So once you've embodied a character or a theme, it's
Right.
easy to go into the Old Testament, and when anything sounds vaguely familiar, you're like, "Oh, it's a prophecy now." It's easy.
So,
You
in
can
my
do it with anybody.
opinion, those prophecies, and again, it's my bias, that those sound more like Islamic prophecies.
Well, they sound
That's
like
just my
Christian
opinion.
prophecies, just random
Yeah.
out of context quotations without any context or relation to the original authorship.
Mm.
Like,
No, I hear you.
because like
I mean, I disagree, but I hear you.
Isaiah 53, I think for your position is the closest you'll
Yeah.
ever get to a prophecy being fulfilled by Jesus, and I don't even think that
Mhm.
one works. But if you go to the
Right.
others,
Right.
they're way off. Like some of them, they can't even figure out what's being quoted. Like there's some prophecies that are clearly not even not even a specific text. So Matthew talks about Jesus moving to Nazareth in order to fulfill the prophecy saying that he'll be a Nazarene. There's no
Nazarene,
prophecy
right.
about the Messiah being Nazarene. It's clearly just a dumb play on words with the word branch, netzer in Hebrew from Isaiah chapter 11. But if you just read Isaiah chapter 11, Jesus didn't do anything in that chapter.
What about? No, I heard that one too. That reference. What about the one where the scepter would pass from Israel?
That's
That would be.
Numbers.
Yeah.
He didn't fulfill
What do you
that
think about that
either.
one?
Numbers 14 or 24. Let me grab that.
Yeah, so it has to do with, of course, like, during Rome, during this time period, like the scepter has passed from Israel,
Oh
right, until the
no.
destruction of AD 70, right? So they don't have, they have to go through Roman, they don't have the power. They have to go through Roman rule, right? The scepter passed from them. So the by the time that and then the destruction of AD 70, the
It's Numbers
Messiah would
24.
have to come
I think
before that.
you're getting ahead of yourself. Just let's read
Yeah.
Numbers 24.
Okay.
So all of the prophecies about Jesus rest on not reading all of it, like ignoring most of it and just pulling out snippets. So in number 24, this is an oracle of Balaam. It says, he uttered his oracle saying, the oracle of Balaam, son of Beor, the oracle of the man whose eye is clear, the oracle of the one who hears the words of God and knows the knowledge of the Most High, who sees the vision of the Almighty, who falls down but with eyes uncovered. I see him now. I behold him but not near. A star shall come out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel. It shall crush the foreheads of Moab and the heads of the Shethites. Edom will become a possession, and Seir a possession of its enemies, while Israel does valiantly. The one out of Jacob shall rule and destroy the survivors of Ar. So whoever is in charge of this scepter is going to defeat Israel's enemies and rule in Israel, which of course Jesus didn't do.
And to your point, and thank you for that. That does correlate, but it's Genesis 49:10.
Oh, Genesis 49. This is the blessing to the sons. All right, so Genesis 49. And this is actually a pretty famous mistranslation, or well, mistranslation not the right word.
Right.
It's a pretty famous ambiguous Hebrew phrase. We'll talk about it. It says, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet until tribute comes to him and the obedience of the peoples is his. Now, it's really interesting because in other translations, it says something completely different. It'll say, the ruler's staff shall not I'm sorry, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet until Shiloh comes. Which is, if that's the proper translation, then you have a really clear reference to the division of the kingdom. Remember when God says that he's dividing the kingdom, he's taking part of it from Solomon?
Right.
That happened at Shiloh. So
Mhm.
a lot of scholars are under the opinion that this is a reference to the division of the kingdom after Solomon, when it's been taken away from Solomon and the scepter does get removed from between Solomon's feet and is divided into two different kingdoms. But even if you go with like the translation we have on the screen, it still is, it's about an individual ruling with an actual scepter from the line of Judah, which Jesus didn't do.
Right. I was looking at the fact that the scepter should not depart from Judah, hence that really nobody today can know that they're from the line of Judah, right? So that means Judah, the tribe doesn't exist today. I can't say if my Jewish friends, I'm from the line of Judah, etc.
But
So when the prophecy says that, hey, he's going to be from the line of Judah, and Judah doesn't exist anymore, well, all the records were destroyed in AD 70. So if the Messiah was going to come, he was going to come before AD 70.
no, it would just mean the prophecy failed.
Right, unless he did come before AD 70.
But he didn't. Jesus was never holding on to the scepter. He was never a ruler in Israel.
I think the scepter, it means the far scepter of like the ownership of the name, the tribe.
No, a
The
scepter
tribe.
is what the king has. The king gets the scepter.
Correct. Right.
Right.
So the
That's why
correlation of a
the
scepter of a
scepter belongs
king.
to the tribe of Judah, because the tribe of Judah belongs to kingship. That's what it means to be the Messiah.
Okay.
Like you can't be the Messiah if you were never a king.
Thank you for explaining that. One thing that got me in my brain, right, was when in Christianity where it says like, hey, trust Jesus, he's your Messiah. It's not based on your good deeds. He's the Son of God. Like this is like the good news, right? And then when you look at like Jehovah Witnesses, you look at things that come from like a growth, right? Islam is a growth of Christianity, Mormonisms, like they all take away that message. And to me, in my mind, was why,
Take away
right?
what
Why
message?
would they? What's that?
What message?
The good news of the fact is that that putting your faith in Jesus, what he did on the cross, died for your sins, he's the Son of God. Those messages there that they're construed.
You mean Islam? Islam believed that Jesus didn't die on the
Yeah,
cross for his
yeah.
sins.
If
So what?
Christianity is true, these false
It's not true.
religions pop up to turn back on the truth. So that might like if Christianity was just made up, like why is this emphasis on not the gospel, right? Like
Because
even as
they
a
started
Christian,
another religion. The Islamic
right?
religion is a different religion. In order to be different, they have to be different. They have to tell you that the other religions are wrong somehow.
Yeah, but there's a lot of like, so my Muslim buddy be like, oh, we got a lot of stuff in common. We love Jesus too.
Mhm,
He's from God and blah, blah, blah. Like,
mhm.
but the fact is, it's like, well, he didn't die on the cross, right? Like they're
Yeah,
taking the essential, if Christianity is true and they're negating it.
but
So
it's
that
not.
it's just something, it's just like,
Because if
it's in my
Judaism's
brain.
true, Christianity's not. Because
I'm saying,
in
I,
Judaism, in the Old Testament, God said to follow the law for literally ever. He said the Day of Atonement is a perpetual statute for you to follow forever. Which means if somebody comes along and says you don't have to follow this law anymore because I'm fulfilling it, I'm the final sacrifice, that is a contradiction with the God of the Old Testament. The God of the Old Testament says that the law is forever. It's perfect.
no, you make a good point, but the fact is we know we can't follow it, and so
No,
Jesus's message isn't like, "Hey, this is new." It seems to be like, "This makes sense." The
no,
law was there to show us that we're dirty. You know
no.
what I mean? So
God
that's
disagrees.
right.
Deuteronomy
Well,
chapter 30, God says, surely this commandment that I'm commanding you today is not too hard for you.
so you think anybody is capable of following the law perfectly?
No, you don't have to follow the law perfectly. The law knows that you're going to fail. That's why there's
Okay.
sacrifices and ways to atone for your sins in the law.
Yes.
It's
Yes. Agreed.
anticipating that
Yes.
nobody's perfect, which means nobody has to die for anyone's sin because you're imperfect. God knows you're imperfect, and as long as you repent of your sin, God's ready to forgive you. Nobody has to die for them.
Dude, you like the movie The Matrix?
I did. I haven't seen it in so long. I forget a lot of details.
Okay. The fact is like the writer of it tried to make it like sort of an aspect of like Christ-like to a certain extent. Morpheus is John the Baptist, Neo is supposed to be the one, all this kinds of stuff, right? That the guy that betrays him is supposed to be Judas to a certain extent. If you look on YouTube, the guy who plays Morpheus and what's his name, Neil Tyson Grassi, they talk about the aspect of that it is like supposed to be like a Jesus Christ like figuration. I saw it yesterday. They were talking about it. It was pretty interesting
What's
to me.
Jesus saving anyone from?
In Christianity or in the movie?
Christianity.
What's he saving from?
Yeah, what's he saving people from?
God's wrath.
Why? Why does God need to save you from his wrath?
He doesn't need it. I need it.
Why?
Because me being a wretched person, I can't be with him because he's holy.
Show me that
He's
in
a
the Old
holy,
Testament
holy
where
person.
God said that. This is, I think, my biggest complaint with Christianity. It develops this entirely new theology that God is just going to make you burn forever in hell if you're not perfect. Find me that in the Hebrew Bible.
I don't know that, and I
It's not
necessarily don't
there.
100%.
It's
Yeah,
an
okay.
entirely new invention. It doesn't exist in the Hebrew Bible.
Oh, do you think it's an invention from the New Testament?
Yeah. There's
Or
not a
maybe
single word
it's
in
a
the
new
Old Testament
mystery.
that says that everyone goes to hell if they're not perfect.
I look at it as that you have to be perfect to be with God.
Why?
You have to be perfect
Why?
because He is.
Does God not set the rules?
He does.
Can God just allow imperfect people into his presence?
Does He? I mean, what aspect? What dimension? In heaven or on earth or what? I don't know.
In heaven.
In heaven, I don't think so. I don't think I'm allowed to. Without
not?
me going through Jesus Christ, I
God
don't
has
get
no
in.
control over the rules of heaven?
No, I didn't say that. I said I don't get to go to heaven without going through Jesus.
Why? If
Because I'm not.
if God sets the rules, he can set the rules to anything he wants to.
Yeah, but apparently his rules that he set and that I'm telling you is his ways, and his ways are correct above.
But
If
that's
he
not in the
exists and
Hebrew
if it's true.
Bible. You keep setting, you have this expectation that
Right.
if you're not perfect, God's just going to cast you into hell, and that's why Jesus had to come. That's not in the Hebrew Bible.
Well, right. So this is part 2.
I know.
You gotta watch. You gotta
Part
watch the
2
whole movie.
invents a whole new character.
See, I
Part
don't
2
think so.
invents an enemy of God. Part 2 invents this narrative that if you're not perfect, God has to burn you forever. None of that's in the Old Testament. That's an
You know what?
invention.
If it is an invention, if it is, the writers of whoever wrote it back 2,000 years ago deserve all the Oscar awards, all the accolades based on their imagination and pulling it from the Jewish Bible. Now people
Was
did
David
it.
perfect?
The fact is well, before I answer that question, so Islam is another continuation, right? Part 3,
No, I
right?
don't think so.
Hypothetically,
I
I
don't
don't
think
believe it
so.
either, but hypothetically, I'm with you. It's not, but they believe it, right? So the fact is they don't even come close to the accolades of what they did with the New Testament. Like the New Testament people were dead on. 600 years
They weren't
later,
that on. They misquoted the Old Testament at every turn. Whoever
well,
wrote the various books of the New Testament had never read the Old Testament. They're buffoons.
I thought they did great, dude. I think
They did a terrible job. They invented a hell, something that didn't exist in the Old Testament. They literally invented this idea that if you're not perfect, meaning you're just not God, then he has to burn you forever in hell. And because now he has to burn you forever in hell, he has to send somebody to die for your sins. Never mind the fact that you could just literally ask for forgiveness and he would forgive you. It's the
Oh, now you're being a
craziest
Muslim there,
doctrine.
buddy. You can't do that.
Why
That's
can't
that's
God?
being
Why can't God just forgive
well,
you?
Muslims believe that. That's Muslims would
I
believe.
know, because it's
Yeah,
sensible.
right. It's not. There's no justice there.
There's no justice in Christianity. In Christianity, Hitler goes to heaven if he repents.
If it's in his heart, sure, why not?
There's no justice then.
There's no justice.
If Hitler goes to heaven and I go to hell in Christianity, there's no justice. I didn't gas chamber 6 million Jews.
Yeah, but the fact is if Hitler, is in his heart, and only God knows the heart, if it's true, that he surely repents of what he did, he's a changed man.
Then there's no justice.
No, the justice is Jesus on the cross.
No, that's not justice. That's called mercy. Mercy is a suspension of justice.
No, the punishment gets on him. Justice. I get grace.
Jesus did not take our punishment.
I get grace.
Jesus did not take our punishment. Our punishment is to be dead forever. Jesus was not even dead. He was only partially dead for less than 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't take our punishment.
So it says Adam brought in sin. Jesus comes, gives us grace, and gives us salvation.
But he didn't.
Jesus
did not take our sin if he's not dead forever.
He's not dead forever.
If the wages of sin is death,
right,
and Jesus is not dead at this moment, he did not take our wages.
Yeah, I heard this before. I kind of disagree with it because he going to the cross. It's no joke, right? Would you agree with that?
It doesn't matter. He didn't take the wages of our sin,
right?
What you're describing is not justice. Keep in mind, this is the point you brought up. This is not justice. The idea that a man could kill 6 million Jews and then some guy 2,000 years ago who just was partially dead for a weekend can forgive all those sins. But a little Jewish girl stuck in an attic who had some naughty thoughts is going to end up in hell. That's not justice.
Well, so I disagree with the last part.
Do you think Anne Frank went to heaven or hell?
So I'm not God. I'm not. So
do you think Anne Frank went to heaven or hell?
Me personally, I think she's in heaven.
Why? Did she accept Jesus?
Probably not.
So then she's not in heaven. Jesus says, no man come to the Father except through me.
So I look at it like this, if this makes sense, right? This is how I view this is how I look at it, right? Is that if God is the perfect judge, right? Like we have lawyers, like they make mistakes, they let people go. God is the perfect judge.
But if God's going to judge us, then we don't need Jesus.
He knows. Well, it also says that Jesus is. He does the judgment, right? So anyway, when I talk about God,
arbitrary and meaningless. If Anne Frank gets to go to heaven and she doesn't believe in Jesus, then Jesus is no longer necessary. His death is arbitrary.
So I look at it as believing in Jesus is all God is telling us. Says there's not another way that you can do to get to heaven, right? So your good
Anne Frank's
deeds,
in heaven without Jesus.
No, hold on a second. Let me finish this point, and then hopefully it'll answer your question. So the fact is whatever that you can do, you can't earn heaven. You have to go through Jesus. There's no other way in your mind.
God never said you needed to earn it.
Right?
Again, this is a Christian invention. The God of the Old Testament never said you had to earn it by being perfect.
You have to earn it.
That's not a Jewish belief. You don't have to earn heaven. That is why the Jews don't proselytize. That's why I can do live streams with Jewish people and they never try to convert me to their religion because they don't believe I'm going to hell. They don't believe that me being an atheist requires me to go to hell. That's a Christian thing. That's a Muslim thing. That's not part of Judaism.
No, I don't think so. So you're telling me Jews don't look at Gentiles as dogs?
No, I don't think so. I'm sure there are some.
Dude,
I'm sure
there
are.
You know that.
Well, I know Jesus did. Jesus called a Gentile woman, a Syrophoenician woman, a dog.
Yeah. So where did you get that from?
So do you think that's a bad thing?
I think it's a bad thing that the
was
Jewish
it bad
people,
when Jesus did it?
Was it bad that Jesus? I guess we were.
Okay, so Jesus did something bad, which means he's not perfect.
No, I guess.
So Jesus died for his own sins?
No, I guess we were dogs.
So Gentiles
say it was
are
bad.
dogs?
Gentiles are dogs during that historical time. Sure. Yeah.
So then it's not a problem if Jews call us dogs.
I didn't say it was a problem. I'm just saying that they called us dogs. You just said that we're going to heaven. I'm telling you, in the religion, they called us dogs. That was my point.
I don't think that's actually a very common viewpoint outside of like the 1st, 2nd century era. But I also don't think that that's relevant to our discussion. What we're trying to figure out is why is it that Anne Frank gets to go to heaven, being that she doesn't believe in Jesus? Do I get to go to heaven too?
So you don't get to go to
Why?
heaven. Well, you know what? I take that back. I look at it as if you reject the Holy Spirit and you don't repent,
I haven't seen the Holy Spirit.
you're likely to go to hell. Sure.
So Anne Frank's in hell then.
I didn't say that.
Did she repent?
I don't know.
Well, let's pretend she didn't. Did she go to heaven or hell?
Pretend. So she pretend and she blasphemed God?
I don't know if she blasphemed God. All I know is that.
Well, I don't know if she repented.
But this is an analogy, Bob.
Right.
If she did not repent, does she go to heaven or hell?
If she doesn't repent and God judges the heart, if he takes that her heart is evil, she'll go and doesn't want to do anything with God, she's probably likely to go to hell. If he sees her heart,
so you go to hell because you're evil, not because you believe in Jesus.
So we have to be on the same page, right? There's people that probably never heard of Jesus,
just
correct?
Keep in mind, if you're evil and you don't believe in Jesus, you go to hell. If you're evil and you do believe in Jesus, you go to heaven?
I take the path. All of our hearts are evil, right? That's what the word says, right?
But if you're evil and you do believe in Jesus, you get to go to heaven?
The only way that God's telling you...
I don't know why you can't say yes or no. If you are evil, but you believe in Jesus, do you get to go to heaven?
I think that's a contradiction. That doesn't make any sense. If I'm evil and
if
I
you're an
believe
evil person and you repent on your deathbed, do you go to heaven or hell?
If I'm an evil person and I repent and I put my faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, sincerely,
yeah,
and I believe you go to heaven, sure. Just like the man on the cross,
so then there's
right?
no justice in Christianity then, not a single thing. There's no justice in your worldview.
You missed it. The justice, when he puts your faith in Lord Jesus Christ, that's saying, I put my faith that he died on the cross for me. That's
we
the
covered
justice.
this. That's not justice. That's the
In
opposite of justice. That is called mercy. We've already covered it. Justice is when you get what you deserve for your crimes. Justice says, I committed a crime, I get the punishment for my crime. Mercy is when I commit a crime and I don't get the punishment, which means what you're talking about is not justice, it's mercy. It's the suspension of justice, which means in your worldview, bad people don't get justice as long as they repent. Whereas a lot of people, if you're a person and you've only committed one sin in your entire life, and then you heard about Jesus and said, that's silly, I don't believe that nonsense, you go to hell. Christianity is nonsense, Bob. The fact that God would torture you for eternity in hellfire because you don't believe the claims in this clearly silly book is asinine.
See, I think that's where, like, you're studying and whatever, I think that's your bias talking. I don't think it's that your research talking. Because if you knew the Bible inside and out,
I do, Bob.
You wouldn't say that.
I've literally demonstrated it during the course of this conversation. Everyone watching this channel has been watching me for months, maybe 2 years now.
Okay.
You can accuse me of many things. You're never going to accuse me of not knowing the Bible. That'll never happen.
And I didn't say you didn't know the Bible. I said I didn't say you didn't know the Bible. I said you're using your bias, not what you know of the Bible.
No, it's not my bias. It's what I know of the Bible.
That
there is no hellfire in the Old Testament. God is not sending a single person to hellfire in the Old Testament. That is something the New Testament latched onto because they need to scare people into accepting this silly doctrine that clearly contradicts the Old Testament at every turn. The book of Hebrews says that the law of God was imperfect, that it needed to be replaced by a better law. Psalm 19 says
Right.
that the law of God is perfect. It revives the soul. The New Testament and the Old Testament do not disagree. They are diametrically opposed on almost every theological issue. The Messiah, in the second half of Ezekiel, when the Messiah comes, says the Gentiles are going to join the Jews, says the Gentiles must be circumcised. Paul says to the Gentiles, if you circumcise yourself, Jesus is of no use to you. So which is it? Do you need circumcised or not?
Where does it say that we need to be circumcised?
It's Ezekiel 44, verse 9.
All right.
Read it
I
for
mean,
you?
you're right. I mean, you're in the Old Testament. I got it, but the whole point you're not understanding is probably when Jesus says he fulfills the law.
He
So
didn't.
when he fulfills the law and
What does fulfill mean?
fulfillment,
What does it
I
mean to
think
fulfill a law? Does it mean the law goes away?
I don't think so. No.
Well, then you haven't fixed the problem.
So the fulfillment is when he narrows down the law.
He doesn't narrow
right?
down the law.
To two things, right? So the
He
law
doesn't
is
do that,
covered.
Bob. Bob, he does
The,
not do that.
he doesn't say that. You're telling me he doesn't
No,
say
he
that.
doesn't say that.
He doesn't say that love the God with all your heart, soul, and
He
mind,
doesn't
and love your
narrow
neighbors
down the
yourself.
law to 2. He doesn't do that. We'll read that
So, all right,
next.
what does he say?
So we'll
Help
read
me out
this
here.
for the second time. Matthew 5, he says, "For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished." Not one letter, not one stroke of a letter. Has the heaven and earth passed away?
No.
No, okay. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Jesus said, until heaven and earth pass away, the law is not going to go anywhere. And if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you have to follow the law. Now, your second quote is from Matthew 22. In Matthew 22, they want to quiz him on what are the greatest laws. It says, when the Pharisees heard that he had silenced the Sadducees, they gathered together, and one of them, an expert in the law, asked him a question to test him. Teacher, which commandment in the law is the greatest? He said to him, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and all your mind. This is the first and greatest commandment, and the second is like it. You'll love your neighbor as yourself. On these 2 commandments hang all the law and the prophets. So he's saying,
there you go.
All of the laws and the prophets can be categorized into these different classifications. He didn't say that these are the only 2 commandments. He said these are the 2 most important commandments because all the rest of the commandments will fall in line with these 2 commandments. He not at a single turn, never once did Jesus ever say the law was going away. That is an invention of Paul and the book of Acts.
Right. So I get it. It's the invention, but I found it like where there's a religion of these early gospels with Jesus, and then here comes Paul. Let's group these 2 religions into one religion.
Paul
And this
didn't know
religion is the
Jesus.
fulfillment of the Old Testament.
They didn't know
There's
each
a lot
other.
of circus tricks going on. You know what I mean? If that's the case,
It's just
you know what I mean? If
they're
you're right,
contradictions.
they're
Called contradictions.
I don't look at them as contradictions.
They are. If Jesus said that the law is in effect until heaven and earth pass away, and Paul says all the requirements of the law have been abolished, that is a contradiction.
No, it's not. So yeah, he's saying the law is not to be abolished because the law is still needed
He
to
said
show
to
us how
follow
dirty
it.
we are.
He said to follow the law.
We should obey God.
Should you follow the law?
We should obey God. Yes, I should
Should
follow
you
the
follow
law.
the law of Moses?
And the law of Moses, so the whole 613 laws?
Yeah.
No, I think a lot of them are for the nation of Israel, especially the ceremonial laws, a lot of introspections.
So Jesus doesn't want you to follow the laws.
We're supposed to use the law,
Did
especially the 10 Commandments.
Did Jesus say to follow some of the laws, or did he say even the least of them?
Well, from that thing where he was telling, was he talking to a Gentile there? Who was he talking to?
He's talking to whoever was present at the
The
Sermon on the
Pharisees?
Mount. No.
So
He's,
yeah, so
he's
so
specifically not talking to the Pharisees here. He ends the speech by telling his audience that you have to be more righteous
right.
than the Pharisees.
Right. So I mean, we go on the thing where it says there's certain foods you can't eat, right? And then all Peter comes around and says, "Hey, guess what? We can eat me now." Right?
Exactly. Yes, the book of
Right.
Acts. That's Acts chapter 10.
Okay.
And it comes up again in Acts chapter 15 with Paul. This is
Okay.
not something that Jesus taught. It was an invention that happened after Jesus died because people didn't want to follow the law of Moses.
What's your proof that it's an invention?
Because it doesn't show up until after Jesus is dead, and it specifically contradicts the words of Jesus.
I mean, the law wasn't always there, right? I mean, the laws came through Moses, so
It
there
doesn't
was
matter
other
if they're already
prophets.
there. It contradicts the words of Jesus. Jesus says that the law is in effect until heaven and earth pass away. You already agreed to it twice.
Why
Which
can't I
means
look at it like
even
this?
if you only think it applies to Jews, that still means Paul contradicts Jesus. Paul says himself in 1 Corinthians 9, chapter 20, that the law doesn't apply to him, and he is in fact a Jew.
The law doesn't apply to him, he says?
Yeah, 1 Corinthians 9.
Can you bring that up?
Says, for though I am free with respect to all, I have made myself a slave to all so that I might gain all the more. To the Jews, I became a Jew in order to gain Jews. To those under the law, I became as, listen, Bob. To those under the law, I became as one under the law, though I myself am not under the law. Paul himself says that he is not under the law, and he is a Jew, which means he's contradicting the words of Jesus.
So why isn't like Peter and the other apostles opposing Paul?
Because they don't know either, because this book is written by people that are not the ones in the story. The story about Peter is written about Peter. We have no idea what Peter did. Peter didn't write us anything. The 1st and 2nd Peter in the Bible, almost not a single scholar believes that 2nd Peter was written by Peter, and 1st Peter, there's very good reasons to believe that 1st Peter is not written by Peter either. I could even grant you that 1st Peter could have been written by Peter, but I have no reason to believe that what happened to Peter in the book of Acts actually happened. Because the Gospels, if the same author of Luke wrote the book of Acts, which certainly seems to be the case, minus a couple additions, if that's the case, this book says things that are just simply not true, as do the other Gospels. The Gospels came later. I have no reason to trust this account.
How old do you think the Gospels are?
I think the earliest Gospel was probably written near the time frame when the Apostle John probably died. So maybe 70, maybe 75, maybe 80.
You don't think they mentioned the destruction or anything of AD 70 during the Gospels? You know what I mean?
No.
Like, so that was a telltale sign for me to be like, had to be pre AD 70.
No. Not only do I certainly don't think it predated 70. I don't even think it's a novel prediction. If you read the writings of the Jews, if you read Sanhedrin 97, they predicted the fall of the temple as well.
All right. So if I'm understanding you, that we got this Jesus guy, right? That supposedly that he's claiming that he's born of a virgin for whatever reason, right? And then he gets followers, right?
But he wasn't born of. There's not even a prophecy about being born of a virgin. That's another fiction from the New Testament.
I'm saying he's claiming it.
I don't even know if he did. What
Well,
we
the writers are
have
claiming
about Jesus
The writers are claiming it.
are authors
Right.
who I have no reason to believe even knew Jesus that are writing these. Mark didn't know Jesus. Luke didn't know Jesus. Matthew, I don't know who Matthew is. It's clearly not Matthew the disciple. John clearly isn't writing the Gospel of John. There are multiple authors. They identify themselves as a we in the 21st chapter.
Are you 100% sure that the authors didn't know Jesus?
We don't know who the authors are. That's what I keep telling you. And the synoptic gospels are mostly copying from Mark. That's the biggest problem. Mark, if he's the cousin of Barnabas, which we don't even know if that's the same Mark, but if the gospel, the author of Mark is the cousin of Barnabas, and he's writing in the late 60s, early 70s, maybe even late 70s, and then the other gospels, Matthew and Luke, are directly copying from Mark, that means they were written after Mark. And there's not even a hint of dissent within scholarly circles about who copied from who in the Gospels. Matthew and Luke copied from Mark, which means they had to have written later than Mark, which means they had to have written after the time that the cousin of Barnabas, John Mark, would have lived and wrote.
So you're saying the real Christianity that people follow or diehard fans comes from Paul?
Yeah. Christians are following Paul. They're not following the teachings of Jesus. Even if you concede that what Jesus said in the Gospels is what he said, they're still not following Jesus. They're following what Paul said.
Okay, so Paul's the ringleader, right? And he's making up a story or possibly so he had to hear a story about this resurrection and seeing this thing. So the story of that had to be before his writings, right? Or no?
Story of what? His resurrection?
Of Jesus.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so that had to be circulating somehow before
No one's
Paul's
questioning
writing.
that.
Right. So in Paul's writings are what? He starts around what, 54 AD? Probably about 15, 20 years
No,
from.
he was probably writing in the late 50s, early 60s. You could
Okay.
say so it depends, because his conversion experience was initially 4 years after Jesus died, if I remember correctly. And then he doesn't even go to Jerusalem until another 13 or 14 years later. So that means his conversion might have been in 37, which means, yeah, okay, you can say his first missionary journey might have been in the early 50s. Not sure when he wrote his first letter. That would have been to Thessalonica. That's his first letter. So you could say in the late 50s, mid 50s, he might have wrote the first letter to the church in Thessalonica.
Right. So what do you think his mojo was to, number one, is leave Judaism and I guess be a martyr for his beliefs? But not only that, why do you think people followed him?
Well, we don't know how he died.
You think he existed?
The last we heard about him was he was in prison.
So you believe Paul was an actual person, correct? Right?
I do. I think Paul was a real person.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a Paul mythicist. I believe he was a real person, and I think we at the very beginning of the conversation, I think Paul was a madman who fell off his horse, bumped his head, had a near-death experience. Happens to a lot of people. In fact, there's a very popular story about it that Plato refers to as the myth of where somebody had a near-death experience. These were common in the ancient world. Well, whatever he experienced when he fell off his horse and hit his head, it was enough for him to change his life. And I'm not shocked. I've listened to near-death experiences from Hindus, Muslims, Christians. They are powerful, just as powerful as a DMT trip or a magic mushroom trip. They really change people. I think Paul had a near-death experience, and it was of the Christian variety, maybe because he was feeling guilty over persecuting Christians, who knows? And it was enough that he said, okay, I need to rewrite my entire theology now around Jesus must be the Messiah somehow. He couldn't have died for nothing. And he spent his whole life twisting himself into pretzels, trying to figure out how to make sense of Jesus's death, even contradicting Jesus. And the reason why Paul contradicts Jesus is because Paul didn't know Jesus. Paul didn't have any writings of the Gospels. If Paul had the writings of the Gospel authors, especially Matthew, he wouldn't have contradicted what Jesus said in Matthew.
Gotcha.
The real question is, how come almost all of the Jews, especially all the Jewish leadership, How come none of them accepted Jesus as the Messiah? Well, I've read the writings of like rabbinic Jews. They were desperate for a Messiah. They wanted a Messiah so bad. They were crowning people all the way from the 2nd century BCE. They were literally crowning people Messiah. This guy's going to be the Messiah. This guy's going to be the Messiah. This guy's going to be Messiah. They were ready. Like if you look at the coins from the Hasmonean period, look at the coin. There's various coins of Alexander Jannaeus. He was a popular king during the Hasmonean dynasty after they threw off the Greeks, right? Almost all the coins of Alexander Jannaeus has references, messianic references on the coins. They literally believed that the Messiah was here with us now. He was one of the kings ruling within our time period, right? So I know the Jews in authority, the Jews that were of the rabbinic class, they weren't opposed to a Messiah coming. They wanted a Messiah to come, but they knew that the Messiah had actual requirements. They knew the Old Testament, and Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic requirement. Jeremiah 33 explicitly contradicts Jesus. Like if Jeremiah 33, I think this is like a quintessential messianic prophecy. Jesus completely fails Jeremiah 30. Not only does he completely fail it, he contradicts it. In Jeremiah 33, we're going to go into verse 14. It says, there's going to be a restoration of Israel, right? It says, in the towns of the hill country, in the Shephelah of the Negev, in the land of Benjamin, the places around Jerusalem, the towns of Judah, flocks shall again pass under the hands of those who count them, says the Lord. The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days, at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it would be called. The Lord is our righteousness. Now, this is the last part. This is really important. He says, for thus saith the Lord, David, referring to the Messiah, shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time, or you could say forever in some translations. So even in Jeremiah, when the Messiah comes, it's going to be accompanied by Levitical priests giving Levitical sacrifices forever. So when Jesus comes along, and he's not even a king, and he's now a better, different priest from the Levites, according to Hebrews chapter 7. Yeah, they're going to reject this goofball.
You're brave, brother. What are your thoughts on Isaiah 35, 5 and 6, when it's supposedly a messianic verse where it says, the eyes of the blind shall be open, the ears of the deaf unstopped, and the lame shall leap like a deer, and the tongue of the mute sing for joy?
Well, so this is the redeemed of Zion. This is what's going to happen after the captivity. In fact, chapter 33, it tells you that. It says, the wilderness and the dry land shall be glad. The desert shall rejoice and blossom like the crocus. It shall blossom abundantly and rejoice with joy and shouting. The glory of Lebanon shall be given to it, and the majesty of Carmel and Sharon. They shall see the glory of the Lord and the majesty of our God. This is now talking about lands north of Israel coming to see the glory of God. Strengthen the weak hands and make firm the feeble knees. Say to those who are of a fearful heart, be strong and do not fear. He is our God, your God. He will come with vengeance, with terrible recompense, and he will come and save you. Yeah, because they're captives. Then the eyes of the blind shall be opened, and the ears of the deaf shall be opened, and the lame shall leap like a deer. The tongue of the speechless shall sing for joy. For waters will break forth in the wilderness, and the streams in the desert. The burning sand shall become a pool of water, so on and so forth. This is talking about the restoration of Israel.
Right, and I believe it does.
But Jesus didn't restore Israel at all. They got decimated by the Romans.
He did, but there's a stuff that's going to happen, supposedly, that we're supposed to see this happen. Like when you see Israel as a nation, right? I'm not saying they're doing godly things or whatever things. When you see the restoration of Israel in 1948 becoming a nation and defeating all the countries that attacked them the day they declared themselves a nation, like that doesn't go through your head yet. Like,
It has nothing to do with Jesus.
well,
Jesus didn't do any of that. Jesus has been dead for 2,000 years. That was done by a coalition. I mean, by a coalition of free countries.
Right, dude. But it's like saying like the Native Americans are gonna get a plot of land and New York and create a nation in New York, and it's gonna be Native American country. It's gonna be their own country. Like that's the odds of Israel becoming a nation 2,000 years ago.
No, it's
Like in
not.
the 1800s, and stuff like that.
No,
Christians were saying
what
when
happened
Israel
in
gonna.
World War II is not in the Bible, Bob. Nothing about what happened to the Jews in World War II is in the Bible.
So are you saying that like in the 1800s, people didn't say, "Hey, when is Israel going to become a nation again? When is God's going to restore the people there?" People didn't say that, and actually, people lost hope,
I didn't
especially the
say,
Catholic
Bob, I didn't
Church.
say anything about people. I said the Bible does not say a word about Israel World War II. Not a single word.
Well, he didn't say World War II. He said he's going to bring the people back together again. He's going to spread
When?
them over the earth.
When?
He said he's going to spread them all over the earth. Right, which they were.
When does he say he's going to do it? This is vital.
Well, the fact is he says he's going to do it.
When?
Where it hasn't happened before 1948.
When does he say he's going to do these things?
Well, they're already done.
No. When
right?
in the Bible does he say these events are going to happen?
Well, and just because I know where you're coming from, right? When it says that it's going to come from, it's going to narrow a piece of where it's already happened.
When does God say he's restoring Israel? When?
Hold on one second. Let me bring it up. I'm not as quick as you.
I'm not asking for the passage. I'm saying what time period? He's restoring Israel to full when the Messiah comes. Not 2,000 years after a dude gets killed on a cross. When the Messiah comes, Israel will be restored. That's what the prophecy said. We just read that in Jeremiah 33. It says it again in Ezekiel 37. It says, they shall never again defile themselves with their idols and their detestable things or with any of their transgressions. I will save them from all the apostasies to which they have fallen and will cleanse them. They shall be my people. I will be their God. My servant David will be king over them. They shall have one shepherd. They will follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. That's the law of Moses, by the way. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children will live there forever, and my servant David will be their prince forever. This is an actual messianic prophecy. The restoration of Israel happens when the Messiah is on the throne. Isaiah chapter 11 says the Messiah will signal to the nations and draw all the Israelites back to the land. He didn't do any of that.
So the fact that they're coming back to the land, and of course they're not fully there.
But Jesus is dead, Bob.
He's not dead.
He's dead. He's been dead
alive,
for
my friend.
2,000 years.
He knows every hair on your head.
Bob, he's dead.
He's not. I'm sorry.
He's dead.
I disagree.
Show him to me.
You want me to show Jesus to you?
But Bob, you're arguing for your imaginary friend.
No, here we go.
He is dead. You must finally come to grips with the fact that this guy is dead. He said he was coming back imminently. He said he was coming back soon. He said he was coming back before his disciples all passed away, and he didn't do it. The reason why he didn't do it is because he's dead.
Do you believe that there's people in Muslim countries that are seeing visions of Jesus?
People receive visions of all kinds of religious figures that's not even remotely relevant. We're talking about what the Bible says. And in the Bible it says that when the Messiah comes, he will be king over them.
Right. So yeah.
Where is he?
He's coming, brother.
Where is he? Until he's king, he
coming.
is not the Messiah.
Justin, hypothetically, if I'm correct, right?
You're not,
The best
though.
thing I wish for you is just to
But
call on his name.
but you're
That's all.
clearly not. You're delusional, Bob. He
No,
said he was coming back before his disciples died. The Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father. Then he will repay everybody for what's been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. That's Daniel chapter 7. It didn't happen. Those disciples are all dead. Jesus is dead. He didn't come back.
well, there's this big thing called Christianity
And
where that's
it's
been going on for the last 2,000 years.
there's a big thing called Islam that's been going on for almost as long as Christianity. It's
Okay.
irrelevant.
What
Just
does
just
Islam
appealing
claim?
to the popularity of a religion will never make the religion true. I want you to
Yeah,
stop pivoting and deal with the passage I just read. Jesus said he was coming back imminently before all of his disciples were dead.
that passage right there?
Yeah.
Okay. But right after that, right?
6
It says
days
they will
later is a
not taste death.
transfiguration. I know.
Right. For the so why wouldn't you think that the transfiguration is what he's talking about?
Because the transfiguration is not coming and repaying anybody for their deeds.
There's some standing
It
here
says
who will
he's
not taste death
coming with his
before the
angels
Son of
in the glory of
Man.
his Father to repay everybody for what has been done. Did he
The
do
Son of
that?
Man coming in his kingdom. So the fact is coming in his kingdom. So they are witnessing,
Where'd he
right?
come from?
So my thing is,
Where,
it's not just
Bob,
a
where
normal guy
did he
saying
come from?
Jesus from heaven.
Yeah, in the next no, that's what he's saying he's going to come from. He says he's going to come from heaven
Okay.
with the angels and the glory of the Father to repay everybody for what's been done. Identical to what he says is going to happen at the judgment in Matthew 25. It's identical. That's the same thing he says. Matthew 25:31 says he's coming with the angels in the glory of his Father. And what's he do? He brings all the nations before him and judges them. This is the judgment. This is Daniel chapter 7. This is not the transfiguration. Bob, you have to get your Jesus blood goggles off and
I'm
read
with you.
these texts honestly.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Right. And I do, yeah, I do have the goggles. I'm with you. So he will repay everyone has done, right? True, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
And according to the Bible, when does the Son of Man come in the kingdom in the glory of the Father with the angels? When does it happen?
Show me the verse.
Matthew 25:31. It's also in Daniel 7. Oops. When the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, he will sit on the throne of his glory, and all the nations will be gathered before him. He will separate people one from another, as a shepherd separates sheep from the goats.
All right. Can you go back to the other verse again, please? I'm sorry.
Yep.
So, for the Son of Man to come with his angels, the glory of his Father, he will pay everyone for what is done. He's coming with the angels to where?
To the earth.
Right. Is that his kingdom?
According to Jesus, everything is his kingdom.
Well, no. And the devil talked to Jesus, and the devil said, "Hey, I have kingdoms. I'll make you."
Jesus's kingdom, according to him, is not of this world until it comes. But
Okay.
that's contradicted by Luke. Luke has a different idea. So Jesus is talking about coming in his kingdom to the earth to judge. That's what it means. That's why his disciples in Matthew chapter 24 are asking when his kingdom's going to fall from heaven. If his kingdom's already here, if it was already here, then he's not coming in his kingdom. His kingdom's already here. It's a useless passage. This is about his kingdom coming from heaven to earth when he comes and judges mankind.
So what is what was your interpretation of the transcendental when Elijah and Moses is with God? What would that be the significance of that
It's not
aspect?
significant whatsoever to this passage.
Well, I
None
mean,
of none of his disciples died in the 6 days between he saying this and the transfiguration. It says, "Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." That means some of them will taste death, but they didn't taste death. The transfiguration was 6 days later.
So you don't believe that? Where was Moses and Elijah with Jesus when they were there? Where were they?
On the mountain. None of them came from heaven.
So you don't think it was a vision?
Oh, certainly could have been a vision, but that's irrelevant.
Right.
This doesn't say
it could
that
be a vision.
This doesn't say anyone's having a vision.
Let's read it. It's right below it.
I've read it 5 times. The Son of Man is going to come with his angels. What does it mean to come with the angels?
No, I get the first
Bob,
verse.
slow down and answer my question. What does it mean to come?
That he'll be coming and there'll be angels surrounding him.
From where? Where's he coming from?
I'm going to say from heaven.
Okay, so if he's coming from heaven, that didn't happen in the transfiguration.
Okay, but I believe 28 is geared not
Bob,
toward
stop
27.
it. Nope, stop it. Did he come from heaven during the transfiguration?
He's saying he's coming from
Bob,
heaven. Isn't heaven his kingdom?
Did he come from heaven during the transfiguration? Bob, you got to start being honest with me. He did not. Now, in verse 27, where is he coming from?
He's coming from heaven.
Which means this isn't the transfiguration.
Right, but what's 28?
It's the same thing. It's the same event. 27 and 28 are the same event. It's one quotation.
It's just like I am trying to be honest. So 27 says he's coming from heaven.
You're
correct me if I'm wrong. 27, he's coming from heaven with his angels. And he's going to repay everybody here on earth.
28 as well.
Then 28 says,
where's he coming from in 28?
28 says,
where's he coming from in 28, Bob?
Well, let me finish. Let me answer you. 28 says,
Bob, answer the question.
I'm going to answer you.
You're obfuscating the point.
I'm going to read it.
I've been forcing you to answer my questions the entire time we've been talking. I want you to answer my question. In 28, where's he coming from?
28, he's coming in his kingdom.
Where's he coming from?
Doesn't say.
He has to come from somewhere. Where's he coming from?
Doesn't say.
So where do you think he could come from?
I don't know.
Where's he going to?
Into his kingdom.
No, he's coming in his kingdom. He's not going to his kingdom. He's coming in his kingdom.
Okay.
So where's he coming from and where is he going to?
I don't know where
he's honest. Bob, you know this is not the only verse that says this. You know, if you keep lying to me, I'm going to take you to the other passages that say the same thing. Bob, stop pretending like I'm trying to make the Bible say something that it doesn't say. It means what it says, Bob. You're the one up here trying to lie to my face. You know what this means. Stop lying to me. Stop lying to the audience. Stop lying to yourself. This is not a difficult passage.
No, I'm with you.
Bob, be honest for once.
I'm being honest.
You're not being honest, Bob.
You're an honest bully.
Bob, you need to be honest. Stop lying to me. You know what this passage is about.
People have been studying this passage for
Which one of his disciples died in the 6 days between the transfiguration?
Between this and this, I just know the first disciple is James. I don't know when he dies.
None of his disciples died in those 6 days. This is not about the transfiguration.
Okay. Yeah, so they said would not taste death.
Yeah, none of them did. It says some of them will. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death. That means some of them will.
It doesn't say that.
That's what some means. Some is never all. That's how words work. Some is always more than one, and it's never all.
Right, and those some is the 3 disciples, not the rest.
That means there will be some who die in those 6 days if it's about the transfiguration.
Who saw the transfiguration? Some or all the disciples?
It doesn't matter. It talks about their death. Their
Right.
death.
Right.
The transfiguration was not being referred to here. Jesus is coming to the earth in his kingdom. That's what the Son of Man coming in his kingdom means. It's a direct reference to Daniel chapter 7. Do you not know what Daniel 7 says?
You could bring it up. You were educating me like nobody.
Daniel 7. This is what Jesus thought he was here to do. It says, as I watched in the night visions, I saw one like a human being coming with the clouds of heaven. He's coming from heaven. Jesus is saying he's the fulfillment. He's the one like a human being coming from the clouds of heaven. And he came to who? The Ancient One, and presented before him. This is the picture being painted in Matthew chapter 16. This is why Jesus says in Matthew 26, he says it again. Here forward, Caiaphas, you will see me coming on the clouds.
Justin, you're giving good correlation between the Old and New Testament with Jesus, my friend.
I know, because Jesus thought he was a fulfillment of this.
All right, I'm just saying.
But he wasn't. That's the problem. If you actually read all of Daniel 7, he didn't do any of the stuff in there.
Got you, but you're stating the case in this example, and it's hard not to witness that.
He didn't do it. Read verse 14. He didn't do a single thing in here.
He's coming. He said he's going to come. In Revelation, he said he's coming.
Listen, saying he's going to do it in the future is an admission that he didn't do it.
Okay, I'm with you.
Matthew 10:23, he repeats the same charge. When he sends the disciples out to the villages, he says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. That is another reference to the second coming as told in Daniel chapter 7, as told by Jesus. They won't even be finished. They're going to be alive still. And it didn't happen. He does the same thing in Matthew 24. They explicitly ask him what to look for when the end time comes. It says, when he was sitting on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately saying, tell us when this will be, referring to the end times. He says, what will be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age? Because there's
two things there. Two things.
No, they're not two things. The second coming of Jesus is the end of the age. And Jesus said, he answered them, beware that no one leads you astray, for many will come. And this is actually one of my favorite things, by the way. He says, many will come in my name saying, I am the Messiah, and they will lead many astray. And Matthew says, many will come in my name saying, I am he, which is really fun, which further indicates that the gospel authors knew there were Jesus imposters after his death. But that's another, we don't have to worry about that. He gives a whole chapter full of signs to look for when the end comes. And then we hear the coming of the Son of Man. He says, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened. The moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man. Again, we keep hearing about the Son of Man appearing in heaven. Will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with great power and glory, and he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. When is all this going to happen? He says, from the fig tree learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender and puts forth its leaves, you'll know that summer is near. So also, when you see the people he's referring to, he's talking to, when you see all these things, you know that he is near at the very gates. Truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place. And those things did not take place.
Right. So in reference, and correct me if I'm wrong, this could be Jesus goggles here, but when it says this generation will not pass away, meaning when he's listing all these warning signs of the coming of the end of the age, that generation is not going to pass away.
It's funny how you just said that generation. It's almost like you know there's a distinction between this and that.
Well, yeah. Well, this generation.
I'm sorry. Did the gospel author get it? Did the translator get it wrong? Should it say that generation instead of this generation?
No, it's this generation of
Is
the
there a
consequences
difference between this generation and that generation?
A rap song just came in my head, this and that, but the this generation is talking
Actually, I
about
know
what's
that
happening
song.
above it.
What's the difference between this and that?
It's not. I reference it as that, but it's saying
It
this
says this, though.
generation's
But
referencing the generation
are
of
this and
what's
that the
going
same
down.
word?
I'll stick with this. I don't have to use that.
Are they the same word?
No, I'm going to stick with this. I'm not
But
using
are
that
they
anymore.
the same word?
I don't think. No,
Okay, and what's the difference between saying this and that?
I'm done with that. I'm okay with this.
This and that is near and far.
Right.
This is near, that is far. This is in front of you, that is not in front of you. So when he's saying this generation, he's referring to the generation he's currently talking to, says will not pass away until all of these things take place. He's giving you a timeline just like he did in 1023, just like he did in chapter 16, and just like he's doing right now in chapter 24. He's saying this generation will still be alive when these things take place. If he would have said that generation, you would be onto something, but he didn't say that generation. Moreover, it would be a worthless statement. It would be the most worthless statement to ever leave Jesus's mouth to say that the generation who witnesses these things later will be alive. Yeah, we fucking know they'll be alive. They witnessed it. You don't have to tell us that. That's a dumb thing to say. But it does make sense if he's saying, listen, the end time's coming and this generation won't completely pass away until it comes.
So I'm just trying to speak out loud. So if I say I'm just got to make some soup in my head at 2:00 in the morning, if I said, "Hey, the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl in 2035 again, and chaos is going to assume buildings are going to be burned down," but I tell you, those people will not pass away until blah blah blah. Like I could still reference it in that
It's still a
aspect.
stupid statement. It's an irrelevant, stupid statement. It's a meaningless statement. We know that there are people alive when that happens. We know that. You don't have to say it. It's a dumb statement. If somebody is witnessing something, you never have to indicate that the people witnessing it are alive. It's a useless statement. Meaningless.
Yeah, I'm with you, and these are definitely verses. You know, of course, going back to, I'm sure you know the Greek and referencing it, and see how other people looked upon these verses over the years, and what their reference points is ours, and what they were saying. But yeah, if it has a continuance that's what Jesus was saying, that's a problem.
Yeah, it is a problem. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And the problem is when you read like the actual literature from Christians, like from actual PhD holding Christians who are addressing
Mhm.
these passages, they don't have good answers for it. In fact, a lot of commentaries will skip over these difficult passages. They won't even comment on them. I've heard very few actual academic scholars address this without trying to skip over the hard parts. And they don't have very good answers.
But to me, as a whole, as New Testament writers were writing this, right, and they were looking at maybe the particular generation that they're in was going to fade away, and all this was going to happen. Like the necessity of the word going end to end across the world, like that's going to take time. Like
It doesn't matter. Jesus didn't care about that. Jesus didn't say that the gospel needs to be preached to the very end of the world before I come back.
I think also too, and for relation, like he always talks about like when he's coming, it'll be like a thief in the night, etc. I think the whole conclusion, right? We all Christians think that it's going to happen in their lifetime, right? You would agree with that, correct?
Every Christian thinks it's happening in their lifetime.
In their lifetime,
Every
right?
generation.
Every generation. So I think that was meant to be on purpose.
I think it'd be silly that he's lying. If Jesus says he's coming back within this generation and he doesn't, he's a liar. Paul said the same thing. He writes to the Philippians in chapter 4, He says the Lord is near, referring to his second coming. In 1 Corinthians chapter 7, he literally advocates for not having children and not getting married and not engaging in commerce because the present form of the world is coming to an end. Like all throughout the New Testament, he's telling Christians that the world's about to end, Jesus is coming back. Jesus himself in Matthew chapter 19 encourages people to be eunuchs for the gospel. Why would Jesus encourage people to be eunuchs for the gospel if he thought he wasn't coming back for thousands of years?
Jesus says that?
Yeah, Matthew 19.
Matthew 19.
Yeah.
Yeah, something I'll look into as well.
Yeah. First Thessalonians chapter 4, Paul talks about the coming of Jesus. It says the Lord himself will descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of an archangel, with the trumpet of God, and the dead in Christ will rise first. Then we who are still alive and remain will be caught up together with him in the clouds. Paul thought he was going to be there. Paul thought he and the Thessalonians were going to be there when Jesus comes back.
See, I thought that was saying that they were always thinking that he already came and they missed it.
The second letter. In the second letter, it's clear that there are people who are upset that Jesus hasn't come back yet and already started to develop this idea that he actually came back like secretly. And Paul has to write to them and correct them and say, no, don't be confused. He hasn't come back yet. But literally all of the rest of the New Testament says the same thing. Hebrews chapter 10, let us consider how to stir up one another in love and good works, not neglecting to meet together, as is the habit of some, but encouraging one another, and all the same as you see the day drawing near. And then Revelation chapter 22, behold, I am coming soon. But what does soon mean? If soon means 2,000 years, that is a meaningless statement. That is, according to biblical timeline, that's a third of all of human history. A third of all of human history cannot be the definition of soon.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah. There's too many holes, my man. Like the more you read this book, the more it falls apart. I didn't leave Christianity because I didn't like it. I loved being a Christian. I enjoyed it. Like I was leading mission trips. I was doing pastoral ministry. Like it was an identity for me. But if you read this book seriously, you study the history, you study the original languages, you actually read intently and be honest with what it says, it's nearly impossible to hold on to this. So that's why the Catholics for so long didn't want people reading this thing.
Well, I disagree there. I think they just like the power, authority of it. But so to an extent, is there any inclination in your mind that you could be mistaken?
Not about Christianity, no. About a God? Could there be a God? Sure. I have no evidence of a God, but could there be one? Sure. Is it Christianity? No. That's utter nonsense. Because it's not only that, it's built on something that's already not true. Judaism is already not true out of the gate. It says so many things that are unfactual and not true. I have no reason to believe that another religion built on this other untrue religion is actually true.
Give me one on Judaism that you think it's unfactual.
The Israelites being in Egypt during the time of Ramses. That's 1 Kings chapter 6 says that the Exodus was 480 years 480 years prior to the building of Solomon's temple, which is about 965, 970. That puts the Exodus in the middle of the 1400s, which is a problem because in Genesis and Exodus chapter 1, verse 11, it says that they built the storehouses of Pithom and Ramses, which Ramses II was really well known for, which means they had to have been in Egypt during the reign of Ramses if they built his storehouses. Ramses didn't come around for another 200 years. They did not build the storehouses of Ramses 200 years before Ramses was king.
What if it was another Ramses?
There was one other Ramses prior to this Ramses that only reigned for 3 years.
Where do
Ramses
you
the
think the Jews?
first.
Do you think the Jews were slaves in Egypt?
No.
Where do you think they came from?
I think there was 2 factions of people groups that made up the Hebrew people. I think originally there was the Israelites in the north, and then there was a faction of what we would call Judeans that were partially made up of Egyptian exiles, partially made up of Midianites. They made a home in the foothills of the Negev and in the land of Midian and Moab. And then once the northern tribes got their asses kicked by the Assyrians, and then certainly after the Bronze Age collapse in 1170, the Judeans became more powerful and eventually started to grab hold of the power in the land. After the Assyrians completely annihilated what was left of the Israelites, a lot of them moved south into Judea for safety. They merged with the Judeans, and then they had to merge their 2 gods. Originally, the Judeans worshipped Yahweh, and the Israelites worshipped El. And that's why we have so many references to Yahweh being a different deity from El. And then we have later passages that come along trying to conflate the 2 as one deity. But if you know the history and the archaeology, it's clear that there were 2 entirely different deities from 2 entirely different regions that had to get smushed together, because now you've got 2 different people groups trying to survive together.
Did you hear about the Jewish names as slaves under Egyptian? Have you heard that they found that?
There were Semitic names. There are Semitic names in Egypt, because Semites were in and out of Egypt all the time. In fact, the most famous episode with the Hyksos people, they were expelled in the middle of the 1600s. And they were so successful, they actually gained power in Egypt, and the Egyptians waged an actual war. They fought a war against the Hyksos and expelled the Hyksos rather than trying to keep them as slaves. The Hyksos weren't slaves in Egypt. They were another ruling power, much like the Gutians at one point were a ruling power in the ancient Mesopotamian region, and they had a temporary period where they did rule the Mesopotamian kingdom, and then the original Mesopotamians had to kick them out. Same thing with the Egyptians. So yeah, there Semitic speaking people in Egypt at certain time periods. Absolutely. Were they Jews? No. We don't have evidence of Jews in Egypt until after the period of the Assyrian invasion.
Do you think overall Christianity's been a force of good in the world or bad? Depending like hospitals, orphanages, treating for the care, being Jesus-like. What are your thoughts?
Murdering millions of heretics and waging war and forcefully baptizing Jews. I don't think they've been a net positive. No.
Right, well, I mean, like the ones that are following the works of Jesus. I think you have to admit that I can put the Christian T-shirt on, but if I'm not doing Christian aspect things, it's not Christianity.
Well, I would say the same thing about the Muslims then. Do you think that Islam has been a net negative or net positive?
Well, based on their source material, it doesn't seem as a force of good, where people follow their source material. Where
Where does the source material say to do bad things?
To slaughter unbelievers.
Where?
It's textbook Muhammad history, right? When you have when you lower in population, right? You make friends. You try to make friends with the Christians. You try to make friends with the surroundings. Try to make friends with the pagans. And when you grow in numbers and you tell people that, hey, you come with me, you'll have 72 versions. God allows this. You can do this. You can take that. Then when you get growth, then you start being a little more stricter as the Quran goes on and be like, hey,
it's identical
now
to
what
the Christians did. Yeah, they started out being the underdogs, and eventually, once they gained power, they persecuted everybody around them. They were literally murdering Greeks just for practicing philosophy. They were going around defacing Greek statues and burning Greek philosophical literature.
Right, but they're not. They weren't doing that based on their source material. Where radical Muslims will base it on their source material.
Incorrect. No. First of all, Islam is only loosely based on the Quran, just like Christianity is only loosely based on the material of the Bible. So you can't know true Scotsman Christianity. You can't say, well, all those Christians doing bad things, those weren't true Christians. You can't tell me what a true Christian is. A Christian is a person who's been saved by God. A Christian is a person who believes in Jesus.
Right, but they give their life up to follow Jesus.
So what? Jesus
Right. So
said, "Those who didn't want me to be king over them, bring them before me and slaughter them in my very presence." Luke chapter 19. Jesus said, "I came not to bring peace, but a sword, to turn mother against daughter and father against son."
you know this. You know better than that, sword one.
I do know
You
exactly
know
what it
better
means.
than
It
that.
means Jesus came to bring division.
Jesus can. Well, if it's truth, you speak on it, right? Right. If my dad doesn't believe in Christianity, and hypothetically Christianity is
Mhm.
true, there's going to be a rift.
I know.
Right.
No,
But I'm not
it
gonna.
doesn't have
I'm
to
not
be a
gonna deny
rift.
anybody.
No, it
Jesus
doesn't
does it.
have
They've
to. No,
denied him.
Jesus created that rift, Bob. Jesus says that if you are not for us, you're against us. If you don't sow, you scatter. There's no in between. You can't be undecided. If you're not part of this team, you're part of the enemy's team. That's what Christianity teaches. If you're not with the light, you're with the dark.
Right. So did Jesus separate himself from the dark when he was here, or did he go to them and tell people to go to people to inform them about him? Did he like separate himself, or as a,
Well,
or
being
did
that
he
he
try
was a
to?
liar and a fraud, he was part of the darkness. He was the false prophet predicted in Deuteronomy 13.
That's interesting. Justin, it's been a pleasure, my friend.
Yeah, I had a good time, Bob.
Yeah, I did too. Thanks for chatting with me. Thanks for going over those verses. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Food
Thanks
for
for
thought.
staying up late with me.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Have a good night, man.
All right. Cheers, buddy.
All
Take
right, be
care.
good.
Well, he really stuck it out. I give him some credit. He stuck out a hard conversation. I thought we were going to be done at like 11, but maybe he'll think about it. Maybe he'll read the Bible without Jesus' blood glasses. We'll see. We will see. Never know. Sometimes you have to have a difficult conversation before you start your deconstruction experience. Anyways, let's read some super chats. Guys, I'm so sorry. I'm way backed up on super chats. I'm going to go ahead and read the super chats, and then I think I've got to turn in for the night. From our probably a lot of these super chats, the people who sent them are probably gone. Amy says, thy percussive maintenance on your software. Listen, I did some percussive maintenance on a mouse earlier today that is now in pieces, strewn on the floor. I had to go back to my hardwired mouse. It's just one of those crazy things. It's one of those things. Thank you for the super chat. Shayton says, just wondering, is Jesus admitting that he isn't the Messiah in Matthew 10:34 through 36, when the Messiah is prophesied to bring world peace in Isaiah 2? Yes. Yes, and I was pointing that out. The Messiah in Isaiah 2, Isaiah 11, Micah chapter 4 is supposed to bring world peace. Also, you find the same thing in Ezekiel 37, Jeremiah 33, so on and so forth. The Messiah is supposed to bring peace. Isaiah chapter 50, 65, and 66, same thing. Absolutely. Jesus was not the Messiah, friends. Adam Brown, great to see you, says Jesus planking on two donkeys horizontally was a typological prophecy of only the horizontal streaming working tonight. Praise Doug. Shit, is the vertical stream not running tonight? Shit, now I gotta check. It was a crazy night trying to get the streams working. It looks to me like the vertical stream is live, though. Shit, we got another 600 something people over there. Big W for everyone who's been hanging out with me late into the evening. I know it's been a late, long live stream. So thank you for everyone who's been here sticking it out. It looks like we had some pretty precipitous drop off after like 11 p.m. But thank you for being here, friends. I really do appreciate it. Kyle says, do you think I could write a thesis about how it's okay to tell a lie when it benefits God's purpose and what happens when it doesn't? I think you could. In fact, I think you can write a really good paper from the Hebrew Bible about how God is okay with you lying as long as you're lying for Yahweh. And think about like Jacob, the divine trickster. God blessed Jacob, even though he tricked his brother out of his birthright and his blessing, right? Same thing with Jael. Jael in the book of Judges lied to kill the king, not the king, but one of the army commanders in the battle. The book of Judith. We've got lots of books in the Bible that Judas is apocryphal or apocrypha, where people are praised for being cunning and lying. Ehud, the leftist in the book of Judges, is praised for being deceitful about where he hid his dagger because he was a lefty. Good question. Hank says, I'd love a used God salesman to explain the logical coherency of a third party being mortared to absolve me of sins I inherited from another third party. Listen, the God of this book has had millions of lawyers over 3,000 years trying to renovate his image, and it hasn't worked all that well. It's not good. I think that's a bad sign. If you've got millions of lawyers working thousands of years on trying to rehabilitate your image and it's still this bad, I think you're a bad person. In this case, bad God. Herbie says, I started watching Unapologetic today after you mentioned it on the line. Only 28 videos to go. Rock hard for Doug, but my sleepy bedtime now. Thank you as always. Well, Herbie, thank you so much for stopping by and supporting and watching the stream. And I hope you enjoy Unapologetic. Dr. Blitz and Ian are phenomenal. They're phenomenal. And Chick says, Mezzo tells us tube steaks. Would you call us that? I don't think so. I don't even know what tube steaks means, actually. Says, I like it, but others might not. Would the ladies be insulted? Just asking. Rock hard for Doug. 10 more lay. See, I don't know what a tube steak is, so I guess I can't. I don't actually know if I could add input to this. I'll check in on Mezzo and Joel and see if I can figure out what a tube steak is. I apologize. This might be another huge grace situation. Sorry. Lou, thank you for the finger hearts. It's good to see you. And also, Anime, thank you for the kitty cat. Will Dance says, is 1 Samuel 18:1 about Christian dude on Dude Love? Nit himself really sent me. Praise Doug. Well, I mean, I don't exactly know what you're asking, but I do know there's no Christians in 1 Samuel 18. Remember, prior to Christ coming to earth, there are no Christians, right? It says, when David had finished speaking to Saul, the soul of Jonathan was bound to the soul of David, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul. So let me read. It says, is 1 Samuel 18:1 about Christian dude on Dude Love? I don't know what you mean by Christian, but is it about David and Jonathan having some sort of a bromance? I don't think so. I know that it's been talked about a lot, especially on TikTok. I don't. If you know how the ancient world worked and how they glorified going to war and how they glorified brotherhood, to me, this is reading like a typical ancient wartime brotherhood, relationship. I don't read anything in here that is sexual in nature. Could it be possible they had a crush on each other? Sure. Who knows? Do I think that they had a relationship? No, I don't think so. As for all the faults that David had, I don't think that he would have disobeyed he would have disobeyed that particular command in Leviticus 18, Leviticus 20, only because I feel like we would have seen some propensity to do that elsewhere, unless it was just a fluke. Jonathan was just so hot that David was like, I gotta have that one. But like we've seen when David is in love with somebody, like with Bathsheba, sees from a distance, he's not afraid to go take what he wants, right? So I don't know. I just think if he really had an episode with Jonathan, Samuel wouldn't have covered it up. Samuel would have just told us. Samuel doesn't cover up David's sins. We don't get that till Chronicles. Chronicles is constantly trying to repair David's image. Handsome Cat says, was Jesus down low gay? Underage apostles washing feet naked. They didn't wash feet naked, by the way. Eat my flesh and Hema arrested in park with naked boy. Well, they weren't arrested in a park with a naked boy. When a boy fled, he lost his robe as he was fleeing, or toga maybe, and he became naked trying to escape being captured. Were the apostles underage? It's kind of a meaningless thing. Most disciples in this world were younger and they had older they were apprenticing older people, like older rabbis, older teachers. That was just part baked into the culture. Eat my flesh is not a reference to anything sexual. I'll tell you. I don't think there's any evidence that Jesus was gay other than the fact that he refused to get married and he only hung around with 12 dudes typically. None of these things you've mentioned, I think, point to him being gay, though, unfortunately. Vale says, my father believes everything he likes in the Bible. He hates most of the Old Testament and loves most of the New Testament. How to deal with this? He quotes every time New Testament verses. Well, I would just remind them that if Jesus is God, then he's the God of the Old Testament, which means anything that happens in the Old Testament happened because of Jesus. You'll never escape the horrors of the Old Testament by trying to pawn it off as something that came from a different deity. Dr. Pizza says, I want to know who sells this man his weed so I can avoid them. You know what? There are some people who don't need it. That's just all there is to it. And I'm with you. We gotta do some winnowing. John Jamele says Lisa the Rainbow Draft is pure. I agree. Subjectivity and awareness and poetry and stuff. I don't want to sound smart, and I'm doing a great job. It sounds great, actually, John. I appreciate that. And definitely props to Lisa the Rainbow Draft. Lisa the Rainbow Draft does not get enough love. And Josh Barba says, Philbro word salad, main ingredient is hot hair. The vinaigrette is comprised mostly of verbal diarrhea, clown apologetics. Ugh. Listen, the amount of verbal diarrhea during today's and yesterday's live stream now is I don't know if I've ever experienced a live stream with so much verbal diarrhea and yapping. I tried really hard to allow it as long as possible, and I think I held on pretty strong, except until near the end when I started to make the guest. I was forcing the guest to answer questions rather than waiting patiently. Maybe I should have been more patient. Who knows? Timothy says, I think we just witnessed a consciousness without a brain. Checkmate atheist. That's pretty good, actually. That's a pretty good insult. I might actually have to resurrect that. That's a good one, pun intended. And Johannes Brom says Cybacillum and DMT cause parts of your brain to operate differently or less, diminishing or eliminating your sense of self. We know how it works. Actually, yeah, no, we know how it works. Like it's been analyzed, and it's for some reason it's like God is never the answer, you know? Yoda St. Cloud, great to see you, says, welcome to the Doug Rogan experience. Let's talk about eating shrooms and philosophy we don't understand. Dude is fluent Japanese. I know. I've always wanted to like Joe Rogan because I think he's like a every guy's guy deep down, but like he's not bright. He does like he really talks about a lot of these topics so unsophisticatedly. And a lot of people get the opinion that he has some kind of authoritative opinion when he really doesn't. And some of the people on his show are quacks. Frank says, oh no, the Phil Bro has evolved into a sci Phil Bro. Double the jargon, doubly meaningless. Doug save us all. Lied. I know. I'll never get over Phil Bros who think jargon is going to help them. It's baffling to me. John says, dude's brain smells like the doctor dropped him. For Doug's sake, what hospital do you find these people in? It's crazy. They just show up on my doorstep. I don't even know where they're coming from. They're coming out of the cracks. Flush says, I was so excited to listen to Justin while I wait for my daughter to finish her dance class, and I got an annoying Phil Bro. Oh, I'm sorry that you waited all that time, for and you're hopefully listening to something where you find some reprieve from the real world, and then you turn on and there's a Philbro. Ugh, what a horrible result. Johanna says Philbro is trying to say the brain is not awareness, therefore magic. That's like saying the USA in your atlas isn't actually USA, so there's no USA. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I'll never understand why Christians or other theists will die on the hill of there being a mindless or a brainless mind out there, even though we have no evidence that that's even plausible. Not a shred of evidence. Huper says if brains are necessary for a mind, then explain the scarecrow from the Wizard of Oz. Checkmate. Shit. I'm a theist now, guys. It was that easy. Dr. Joe, my friend, great to see you. Dr. Joe says Layman's ratings 3 out of 10 for Philbro rhetoric, 2 out of 10 for neuroscience. Ugh, I know. I cringe so hard when they bring up neuroscience because I don't fucking know this field. I didn't study neuroscience. You didn't either. Why are you bringing it up? If you don't know neuroscience, do not expect me to fucking know it. I don't know it. Lou, hey, thank you for the $5 super. Thanks. I appreciate that. Great to see you, Lou. And Silatax says, didn't God know ahead of time Adam and Eve would eat the fruit? Evil released is God's fault. Yes. Not only did God know, it was preventable. Like God didn't have to do it that way. It was an arbitrary choice. Academia, thank you for the $5 Euro chat, says, I heard you mention messianic prophecies. Doesn't most of modern scholarship hold none actually refer to the Messiah, like Isaiah 11 being about Josiah? Yeah, so like almost all of modern academic scholarship on the prophecies of the Old Testament will tell you that like if they're about Jesus, they're only like a partial fulfillment or a secondary fulfillment or an illusion somehow, but Jesus didn't fulfill any of these prophecies in the original context in which they were given, which is what I argue for. Dr. Joe coming again says Jabriel evolution hardwires pro-social behavior that leads to consensus in groups, moral but not objective. The trend is pro-social, though. I agree. I couldn't agree more, Dr. Joe. Like a lot of these trends, people want to blame on some sort of mystical cause beneath the hood of the vehicle when it's not a mystical cause. It's just how humanity works, And Peter, my friend, thank you for the $5 Canuck buck. Says, not sure if my last super chat went through, but much love, Justin. Finishing up my vacay in Chicago, walking around and browsing used bookstores. Keep cooking. Well, thank you, Peter. It did go through. I think we read it earlier, but I really appreciate the super chat. And listen, thanks for watching while you're on vacation. I hope you enjoy your vacation to Chicago. And for me, if you get the chance, visit the Oriental Museum at the University of Chicago. It's amazing. It's the best museum you're going to go to in a long, long time. Cahoto says the line AXP, Justin's killing it. Big W for Justin. Hey, thank you, Cahoto. I really appreciate that. And listen, I'm thrilled, honored, and humbled that they even invite me on these channels like AXP and the line. I never imagined that I would be rubbing shoulders with some of these giants in the field. So like to be able to share a screen with Forrest, or with Seth or with Matt, like it's just an honor for me. So like I'm having a blast. I'm just having a good time. I don't know like what is in my future, but I know this. I'm gonna keep the foot on the pedal. Nathan says we need shared good bad definitions for an ought. Kant's categorical imperative is an intuitive start. Embracing lies makes us manipulable. I don't know enough philosophy to fully parse what you're saying, but I do agree that if we can decide what is good and what is bad, we can come to some is and oughts. If we agree on what good and bad is. If we can't agree on what good and bad is, we've got a difficult road ahead of us. Yoda St. Cloud coming in again says Dr. Doug's baby products, baby bricks, baby paste, baby by the foot, baby roll-ups, baby jerky, get it while it lasts. Rock hard for Doug. The only thing that was missing was the baby Go-Gurt. Yoda St. Cloud has been watching my live stream when he knows like all of the baby products that we've had people commit to. That's crazy, Yoda, that you know so many of these. Like, hats off to you for knowing all of these dead baby products from the various live streams that I have to corner Christians on. Oh my gosh. I guess we need more emojis, and we need like a whole logo of Doug's baby products and put it on a t-shirt. In fact, let me write this down. I'm going to put Doug's baby products. I'll get working on that coffee mug. We can make this a reality. If you haven't seen the gift shop on the YouTube, please do. We got some really cool stuff in the gift shop. We've got Doug's Pretzel Factory gear in there. We've got Let's Try This Again. We've got a cheat sheet desk mat. That's pretty dope. There's some fun stuff in there. Chip, my friend, thank you for the super chat. He says it's a lot to read, as if it's a legit reason not to read the book that he claims is the most important book ever. I know, shake my head too. I'll never understand why people will say, I will live my entire life on this most important revealed word from God. Maybe I shouldn't read the whole thing. Maybe I'll just read the little tidbits at the end. For those who aren't keeping track, let's not forget, right? If this is the Bible, hold on. There we go. This is the New Testament. This is it. Christians are reading this much and ignoring this much. The Christians are not reading the majority of this book. They're just not doing it. Crazy to me. They think it's from God. They won't read it. Terrence says, Christians are telling me Jesus was king of the Jews, but when I got to look it up, it says Jesus rejected kingship, John 8:36. Nailed it. Am I misreading something? No. In fact, Jesus later said that my kingdom is not even of this world, which is a direct contradiction to the messianic prophecies. If Jesus is not a physical king on this physical world, he did not fulfill Isaiah 11. He did not fulfill Isaiah 2. He did not fulfill Micah 4. He did not fulfill Jeremiah 33. He did not fulfill Ezekiel chapter 37. He didn't fulfill anything. Chip says, Amir stubbornly insisting on continuing a bad argument. He's beating his own dead horse. Chip, I couldn't agree more. Amir, I got a little annoyed with Amir because I felt he was like you said, he was beating a dead horse. He knew the horse was dead. He couldn't stop himself. He just had to keep whipping that damn thing. I don't know why. Mr. Morpheus, great to see you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, proof life can come from non-life. We are made of cells. Cells are living. Cells are made of molecules and atoms, which are non-living. Good night. Mr. Morpheus, this is such a good point, and I haven't used it in a while, but it's 100% true. The idea that life comes from non-life is evident in us. We are entirely made of non-living atoms. We're entirely made of non-living molecules. The elements that make up our body are non-living. And yet, when they combine the right way, we get life. SF says, how do you give a full-time job for pre-sup? Answer, put them in a round room and ask them to wait in the corner. It doesn't matter if there's not a corner in the room. They'll presuppose there's a corner. That's the problem with pre-sups. They don't care what reality is. They'll presuppose anything. And Peter with another super chat says the website is based on Borg's story, The Library of Babel. Highly recommended. Everything he writes is amazing. The 3 versions of Judas is great too. I don't know actually about Borg. I just know about the website. The website is amazing too, by the way. And James says, great show, but Huge Grace and I are heading out to the Kundalini Cafe to try out their new Philbro word salad. Wish us luck and long live Doug. Well, hey, thank you so much for stopping by and let me know. Tell Huge Grace I said hello, and don't take all the Kundalini for yourself. Josh Barber says, if you believe in such stories as talking donkeys or someone splitting the moon in half, how dare you try to bring science into anything absurd? That's such a good point, because if you're basing your religious viewpoint on science, throw the magic shit out. If you're basing your God hypothesis on the magic, then who gives a fuck about the science? The science is meaningless. God's magic. the science doesn't mean anything. God can do anything he wants. Adam says the Zoroastrian school of Zoroastrianism believed that time is the archdeity. Shit, I didn't know about that. I've been meaning to read up on Zoroastrianism. Haven't got to it. I will get to it. I just haven't got to it yet. Hammond, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says technically infinity can have a length. Like some infinites are bigger than others, so some infinities have more possibility than others. Yeah, on the various sizes of infinity, I got a lot of questions because I think we're talking about the difference between a mathematical infinity and like an infinite time when we're talking about different type of infinities. But I can't talk much about that. I can't say that I've done a lot of math around infinities. That's something for a guy like Ian. Ian's really good with that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, I don't know if I have anything of value to add to that. One bad weekend. Thank you for the super chat. Good to see you, friends. Says, unless time is proven to be quantized, there are infinite moments between now and now. Hill Dog Omni Harness. Well, I mean, I got some questions. If now is between me saying now and me saying the next now, then I agree. If now and now are both the same slice in time, then there's either zero amount of time or infinite amount of time between that. I would go with zero personally. Zanzibar, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. So we may not have seen a mind without a brain, but we have seen some heads without brains. Oh, agreed. And I think we've seen it tonight. Elteen, my friend, thank you so much for the $49.99 super chat. That's huge, Elteen. Big W, big W. I'm surprised I didn't see that sooner in my list of super chats. I guess I lost track of where I was. Thank you so much, Elteen. It says, hey, Justin, can you speak about Acts 14:19, where Paul is stoned not to death? Are there other Bible stories where someone survived stoning? Is it just another Pauline style flex? Glad to catch you live again. Well, first of all, not everybody dies in a stoning. It's clear in the book of Acts, they assumed he was dead. I don't think it's clear that they intended to leave him alive. I think it's one of those miracle stories where he survived the stoning because of God, right? But in the Bible, the purpose of stoning in the Bible is to kill him. That's for sure, right? So I think the question we have to ask ourselves is, were they intending to kill him? I think he was intended to be killed. Did he survive? He did. So I think this is supposed to be read as like a miracle. I don't know if Paul wanted it to be a flex, like I'm such a badass they couldn't stone me, because he didn't write it. In the book of Acts is written about Paul. So I'm thinking like, because remember, the author of the book of Acts is really big on miracles. Everything in the book of Acts is about look at the miracle that the Holy Spirit did. Like, look at what the Holy Spirit's doing, right? So that's how I would read it. Kyle says, is it possible to write a thesis about how it's okay for God to tell a lie when it benefits him and when it doesn't benefit God's cause? I think you asked this earlier, or I read this twice, but yes, it is possible to write a thesis for the reasons listed prior. God is okay with lying in certain occasions, and he does himself engage in lies. I'm thinking, first of all, when he lies about Adam and Eve dying, or in Exodus 32:14, verse 10, I mean, when he lies about God wiping out the Israelites and making a nation out of Moses. Edo Punk says, I think we need a baby paste Tootsie Roll treats, given Halloween treats. Doug, just let me know. Oh, this is a good idea. Okay, next time we do baby paste, I'll make sure to do some Halloween themed candies for the baby paste. That's good. And Roscoe says, baby paste makes me hope they reject Christians from controlling nuclear codes. I know. Because we've already seen it. Given the option, Christians will make baby paste. They will do it every time. Yavito says, if consciousness isn't tied to a brain, what does it mean to be unconscious? Oh, so good. If consciousness isn't a brain state, then saying somebody's unconscious is meaningless. It's a meaningless phrase. Such a good point. Lawrence, thank you for the super chat. Says, apologies. What is the definition of the Hebrew word rakia referring to in Genesis 1:6-8? Beat out metal versus stretch out metal regards to the dome. Well, it comes from Hebrew word rakah, which literally means to hammer out. So the verbal form of rakia, rakah, means to hammer something. We see it being used of hammering out like plates and bowls and swords in the Hebrew literature, including the Hebrew Bible. So a rakia is a hammered out thing. It is a thing that has been hammered out, right? That's why in the Latin it's translated as a firmamentum. We in King James it's the firmament. In Latin it's like the firmamentum. I forget exactly how it's pronounced. And then in Greek it's the steroma. All of them refer to the same thing. It's a hard, solid dome. Egbar says, when they say lie that they explored other religions, I'm sorry, when they lie that they explored other religions before Christianity, you should test it by asking basic info about the religions they reference. I never thought about this, and I do like this idea. When they say, well, I did study the Quran to see if it was true before Christianity. Okay, let's do a little bit of quiz to see how much you actually read. I'd be intrigued to find out. Tired of liars, I'm with you. It says Jesus could have died of old age, and people like this would still wrap it into some type of sacrifice. A million percent. When you believe in a mythology, there's nothing you wouldn't say to validate that mythology. Carrex says it's all about the context, and until context actually given, then it's a misinterpretation of divine mystery. A million percent. I I cannot tell you how many times Christians have come up here and said, you have to read the context. You have to interpret it in context. The minute we go to a prophecy about Jesus, context doesn't matter. They didn't know they were prophesying. Well, it was actually about Israel, but it's also about this other thing that's not related to context. Don't lie to me. Don't tell me that context matters and then tell me 5 minutes later it doesn't. G says God created Satan. God loves free will. God loves his creation. Therefore, God loves what Satan is doing and is the author of evil. I couldn't have said it better myself. God is the author of evil. He claims it. Isaiah 45:7. He claims to be the author of all things, including evil. So don't tell me he's not the author of evil. He is. Mike, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, I tried to apply reason, but I thought it would damage my psyche. Is that a quote from the? I gotta Mike, maybe I don't understand what you're saying. You said, I tried to apply reason, but I thought it would damage my psyche. Is this a quote from something? I don't, I Googled it. I don't see this quote anywhere. I apologize. I don't know what this means, my friend, but thank you for the super chat. Thanks for supporting. Johannes says, if God made us all immortal, then he could have an ever increasing amount of faith to farm. Did God not think of that? This is actually a very good point. Because if God, that guest was, I've never seen someone make up theology so much in one. Like he was literally inventing new theologies as he went. Farming faith is crazy. But yeah, if God really wanted to farm faith, he could do it without Satan, and he could do it a lot better if, in fact, he just allowed us to live forever. You know. Arvin says, scary that people who believe the earth and all of its inhabitants are born evil and doomed to fiery judgment vote on environmental and human issues is crazy to me. Not only that, is crazy that they literally believe that God gave us dominion over the planet to take care of, but it's okay to completely annihilate the planet and mistreat it and not take care of the environment. That to me is baffling. And Eric says, how many men was Jesus? The constant name switching in the Bible leads me to believe that one guy was probably the guy, but the fables are scattered. Okay, so there's been a lot of questions about whether or not there were multiple Jesuses that got conflated into this Jesus. And you could certainly come to that conclusion reading Josephus. And there's other narratives as well that would lead you to believe that maybe Jesus the Galilean was also a conflated Jesus, the one who led a revolt up in Galilee, like a military revolt. Which, listen, there's a really good case to be made that Jesus of the New Testament was the same as Jesus the Galilean who led a revolt against Rome. I think historically speaking, they're probably the same person. I think there's a recent book on this. Hold on. Who wrote this one? I don't know the name of the book. I have to search for it. Somebody recently, a professor recently wrote a book um about Jesus of the Gospels, and how it seems to be that Jesus of the Gospels, probably in real history, was in fact Jesus the Galilean. I'll have to think of this later. Sorry, I don't have it on top of my head. It's late. Scott says, if belief is shaped by family, culture, and upbringing, how could God fairly damn anyone for not believing? That's not free will, that's circumstances. This is really such a good point, right? Because if God was condemning people for not believing in him, but they didn't actually have the opportunity to believe in him because of their upbringing, then you don't really have free will. Like, you have good luck or bad luck of being born into like the right system. The Brielle says, I got brought to a faith healer when I was young, convinced they healed my asthma. That stuff is dangerous. Thanks for doing what you do. Well, thank you, Brielle, also Clippy. I really appreciate that. And yeah, there's a lot of fake healings that happen in Christianity. So I mean, it's pretty common. Mellow Matt says, to confuse your enemy, you must first confuse yourself. Sun Tzu in The Art of War, but also this guy. I think that's accurate, actually. That dude was pretzeled hard. And Jesus tap dancing fucking Christ says, you will be unable to deny that I am still coming when you feel my love all over your chest. I think there's a name for that. If I smear it around, I'm going to say things that are going to get me banned. Anyways, fantastic use of words. Jacob Sims says, given the recent political climate, do you think that evangelical Christianity has become a ticking time bomb? I don't know. My theory is that once we get to like the year 2050, I think the Zionist Christians, the Christians who are promoting Zionism and like the Christian nationalism, I think it's gonna wane once people start realizing that like the prophecies about Jesus coming back because of the nation of Israel and whatnot. I think they're gonna go away. I think eventually it's just they're gonna realize eventually that they've been conned. Adam says Jesus planking on two donkeys horizontally was a typological prophecy of only the Oh, I read that already. Sorry about that. George, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says smite hypocrites with the holy hand grenade of Doug. Acts 2:44 through 5, Acts 5:1 through 11, Mark 10. Why don't they give all their property to the poor? Trust like lilies and the birds for God to provide. Yeah, in Matthew 5 and 6, specifically 6, God specifically says, don't worry about anything. Don't worry about your clothing. Don't worry about what you eat. If God take care of the sparrows, he'll take care of you. He said, literally, if you want to be perfect, sell all that you have and give it to the poor. Christians do not believe in the teachings of Jesus. The earliest church in the Bible was socialist at best. Lee says, what is Jesus doing? Is he sitting up in the sky with a bowl of popcorn watching horrific events on Earth like it's a movie? I mean, that's about it. I know one thing, he's not coming back because he's dead. You know what I mean? It's preposterous to think that he said he's coming back soon, then he just fucked off for 2,000 years. Lee again says Mormons do this. They start deconstructing. They don't find any religion as familiar, i.e., as Mormon, and go back to it. I know. As a dog returns to its vomit, so a fool is destined to repeat its folly. That's all there is to it. Listen, if it's not true, don't come back to this nonsense. Helping Mega deconstruct says Bob may be the best person to use so many words to say so few words with meaning to the conversation, with so little meaning to the conversation. He is hurting my brain. Please, Doug, no more. Sorry, Helping Mega. I kept him on for a while because he was nice, and I had this belief that eventually he would come around and be honest, because he did have moments of honesty during the conversation. And I think towards like the third hour, he started to have some moments of clarity. I hope he reflects on the conversation later and spends some time thinking. Now, having talked to him as long as I did, I can tell you her first reaction is going to go to Google answers for the problems I presented, and he'll probably be back. He'll probably be like Ruby. He's probably going to be coming back and saying, well, the internet told me this. And then we're going to do the whole thing all over again. Inane Glory says, if Jesus existed, it doesn't really matter. We have zero evidence of anything he said or thought. The New Testament is rumors of what he might have said, maybe. I agree. That's why the New Testament contains so many private conversations of Jesus. Who the fuck's recording that? Who's recording the private conversation he had with Pilate? Who's recording the private prayer he prayed in John 17? Who's recording it? Who's writing it down? The disciples are illiterate. Nobody's with him. Jabriel says, I just picked up God and Horrendous Suffering by John W. Loftus. Have you read it? I actually own the book and I went through it some time ago. I can't say I remember much of it because I felt like a lot of it was repeat of stuff I've already read. But that being said, I like John. I like John a lot. If you haven't read the book, I definitely recommend picking up a copy of the book. And Mike says for a Christian, Bob talks an awful lot about Islam. I actually believe him when he says he studied Islam because I think he did. This is the one time I think a Christian was saying honestly that they did study Islam a little bit. Sheik says it's only growing in Asia because it's an aggressive proselytizing religion. Our historical religion, Buddhism, does not brainwash people. Sheik, this is such a good point. One of the reasons why Christianity grows is because the purpose of the religion is to grow. I can easily just point to Jehovah Witnesses or Mormonism, both of those two institutions. A mainstay is you must proselytize. You have to do it, which is why they grow, which is why the Mormon church has so much money because built into the doctrine is that you have to give 10%. It's not optional. You have to do it. Godfrey, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, my friend. That's super generous. Godfrey says, I think God created hell for people. Christians say God created hell for Satan, but if God knows everything, including the future, then when he created hell for people, what did he think? Or what do you think? By the way, great job yesterday. Mahalo. Hey, I appreciate that, Godfrey. And I agree with you. I've made the same argument. In Matthew 25, it talks about how God created hell for Satan and his angels. But if God's all knowing, then that's irrelevant. The day God created hell, he knew he would send people there, which means he intended to send people to hell before he even created hell, which means hell was created for humans too. That's all there is to it. The Bible bungles God's all knowingness all over the place. It contradicts itself all over the place. And Carlos, my friend, great to see you tonight. I hope you're recovering well. Thank you for the 200 MX. He says, still recovering at the hospital. It's been 13 days. I'm sorry it's been so long, Carlos. We're really here rooting for you. He says, enjoyed your stream with Godless Engineer and Forrest and loving tonight's cooking. Well, thank you, Carlos. And man, my heart really goes out to you. I hope you're recovering okay. You know, we're thinking about you. You know, we're with you. And Carlos, thank you so much for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. There's 2 more people that got access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet, which again, I highly recommend. Sign up as a member of the Kraken Crew Elite and get yourself a copy of the Deconstruction cheat sheet, or sign up on Patreon as a supporter to get a copy of the cheat sheet. It's a living copy. I add to it like every other day. Sometimes there's small updates, sometimes they're major updates. Most of the talking points that I use on here, well, many of them are on the cheat sheet. Definitely recommend it. Jake says, hey, I'm back. Well, thank you for being back, Jake. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, and the atheists were correct. The Christians, yeah, I don't know them. They can kick rocks. They are workers of iniquity. Agreed. They are workers of iniquity, which is why they're so willing to make baby paste. Also, I am the cheese. Thank you for the super chats. I think is a big W. It says, why would Jesus need a second coming? No prophecy shows him resurrecting, hanging around, then getting his holes fingered, then leaving like he's going to the store to get milk. Like, why would Jesus need to go? It's the craziest thing. If the Old Testament prophecies literally stated that the Messiah is going to come, you're going to fuck him up and kill him, and then he's going to come back 2,000 years later and then do all the rest of the prophecies, then we've got a starting point. But he still wouldn't be the Messiah until he completed all the damn prophecies. It doesn't matter. Like if there are 10 prophecies about the Messiah and he fulfilled part of one, he's not the Messiah yet. Dying's easy. That's not hard. Coming back and doing the rest, that's the hard part. I can die. That doesn't make me a Messiah. Aaron says, it's effing bananas that the best antidote to the poison of Christianity is actually learning about it. I wonder if that's why they refuse to read it. I think it's because they're lazy and because they've been coached to not read Bible and ask difficult questions. But the minute you do that, shit falls apart fast. Larry Back, thank you for the 666. He says, for your pretzel resupply, I appreciate that. And I'm going to buy some new pretzels this week. I think I just finished my last pretzel in my last box. So I thank you for that. And Gen X Christian, thank you so much for the super chat, says the power of indoctrination is it convinces you illogical things are logical facts. And it primes you to go along with mysteries. It's not a contradiction, it's a mystery. No, it's a contradiction. Wormwood says, I've decided to go to college for theology next year. I've always had an interest in it, but these live streams have boosted my interest even further. Wormwood, there's not a lot of money in it. So make sure you study hard so you can find a job doing something after you graduate, or do what I do and do like a good degree first. I did engineering, then I did theology, right? So you don't have to depend on your theology degree to make money. Of course, while you're in school, you can start working on literature, write a book while you're in school so you have something to sell when you get out. Or start doing live streams, TikToks, videos about what you're learning, and be a content creator. There are ways to turn your theology degree into something that works for you as a career. Lewis says, isn't it hilarious and pro-POS propose in America when Christians get boxed into defending German mustache man? Oh my gosh, listen. The second you get a Christian to start defending Hitler going to heaven, man, you know there's pretzels happening. It's getting hot in here. When the Jews go to hell and Hitler goes to heaven, there's a problem. Devil's Public Defender, great name. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. That's huge. It says, I have a meeting in 6 hours and I need to sleep, but I can't turn this off. Doug, damn it. Why is this masterpiece of a call so late in the stream? I'm so sorry, Devil. I am so sorry. And I wasn't supposed to be up this late either. It's 3 a.m. I should have been in bed 3 hours ago. I got a couple more super chats and then I'm going to bed too. Make sure you guys get some sleep tonight. Nano says, wow, time zone is crazy. I just got to the office and the show is still live. Have a good one, sir. Cheers from Barcelona. Well, shit. Big W over in Barcelona. I hope you have a good day at work, and I hope you enjoyed the live stream. And Tomer, great to see you. Thank you so much for the 35.90. I don't know what. I can't read what currency is that, but thank you so much. He says your stamina to do lives and having these conversations with such consistent patient delivery is absolute proof Doug is real. His rock hard spirit shines through you. Please never quit. Love from, oh, you're over in Israel. You must be the Tomer that conversates with us on Dr. Kip's live stream. I could be wrong. Well, listen, Big W over to Israel. Thank you for watching, Tomer. Great to hear from you. And Angel says, just got off a 14-hour shift and saw that you were live. Truly, I tell you, Doug is our rock. He is the rock of ages and the rock of salvation. Thank you for being here. And St. Tommy says, after being homeschooled K-12 in a fundamentalist Christian household, I abandoned God's, except for Doug, at 19. Then that realization remains the most powerful event in my life and the most positive. Well, St. Tommy, I'm good to hear from it. Don't let childhood programming lead you astray. Use your critical thinking and don't ever give in to baby paste. And good question says, a marathon DZ salve, my dog rock and my scepter. I think if you're referring to what I'm thinking you are, a salve, isn't that something like you put on your skin to soothe yourself? Like, see. An all-purpose greeting in Italian. Oh, okay. So if you're Italian, it could be a greeting. It also could be an ointment or a balm if you're English. That's what I was thinking. Well, shit. Big W from wherever you're from, if you're not from here, and thank you for the super chat. Good question coming in again. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat to follow that up with. says if you analogize God to pasta, all will be revealed. Ravioli, lasagna, and spaghetti are each 100% pasta. They are consubstantial. Pasta is at the same time long and short, thick and thin, savory and plain, not a mystery. Listen, I too am a pastafarian, but pasta in this sense is not an identity, it's a category, which means there are multiple pastas, which means the Trinity is multiple gods. If it's a category, if it's identity, then it's a contradiction. Gene says, in doing your studies, have you found evidence that Jesus actually existed? I mean, yeah, I think so. I think the fact that the Romans wrote about him is evidence. I think the fact that the Jews even claim to have executed him is evidence. I think people pretending to or claiming to know his family lineage about like his mother cheating on his father is evidence. Like none of the enemies of Jesus should have written about him if he was completely fictitious. They would have just said this motherfucker didn't exist. What are you talking about? Edward says, just read Matthew 1 and 2. Pen ran out of ink due to the amount of lies I had to write in the notes about. I know it. Read the first 2 chapters of Matthew. And every time it mentions the Old Testament, go back and read what it says in the Old Testament. You will run out of red pen circling the lies in Matthew. And Mike says, been watching the whole stream at work. Oh boy, 3 a.m. Listen, Mike, it's a late one. I'm sorry we're going so late, but I'm glad that you're able to enjoy it. I really am. And Herb coming in with a $20 Aussie chat. Thank you so much, Herb. Says, hey, Justin, it's 5 p.m. here in Australia. All day live stream is crazy. Thanks for your stamina. What time did I start? Holy shit. I started at 6, so it's been 7, 8, 9. So it's been 6, 7, 8. It's been 9 hours. I've been live for 9 hours. This is insane. I got to sleep in tomorrow. I'm going to be so dead for tomorrow's stream. I was planning on streaming tomorrow. It might be a short stream. I'm going to be such a zombie tomorrow. It's going to be bananas. And I think this is our last super chat. We got 666 from Jarek Polak. Thank you so much, Jarek. It says, dear believers, when you say it's a mystery, you admit that your worldview is incoherent and you have no explanation for it. Every time you do this, your worldview becomes less and less compelling. I could not agree more. And I need to do a supercut from debating the AI apologist from Catholic Answers, but every time an apologist retreats to it's a mystery, what they're admitting is that this is unexpected or illogical in my worldview, and I don't have a good answer for it, and I'm going to cover up by saying mystery. But they would never accept that for any other religion. It's asinine that they would accept it for Christianity. Anyways, friends, that is the last of the super chats. I've got to get to bed. I mean, I'm sure somebody's live. Is anyone live tonight? We can go raid. Is Thinker live right now? I bet she is. Let me see. I bet Thinker is live. Oh, Arch Thinker is live. Fantastic. Okay, hold on. I want to put Arch Thinker on the screen. For anyone who doesn't know Arch Thinker, we're going to go raid my friend Thinker. If you're on TikTok, you know who Thinker is. You know who Thinker is. Her handle is ngrowth. On YouTube, she goes by Arch Thinker. Oh, let's get these comments down. Arch Thinker. Profile is Arch Thinker. Think Beyond. Her handle is Think Beyond Dogma on YouTube. She's live right now on YouTube and on TikTok. Go tell her Justin sent you. Go tell her the power of Doug is with you. Go tell her that she's awesome and amazing, because she is awesome and amazing and smart and all of the good things. She's amazing. So hey, I'll pop over in just a minute, say hi before I go to bed. And thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for all the likes and the shares and the support and the super chats and all the memberships. I really do appreciate it. Members are like the lifeblood of the community that keep the channel afloat. So thank you so much for everyone who's a member. Thank you so much for everybody who participates in the Discord. If you're not a member in the Discord, I encourage you joining the Deconstruction Junction Discord. A lot of great people in there other than myself that you can connect with. And until next time, friends, thank you for being here, and I'll see you again soon.